every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. Hollywood isn't history. Hollywood isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history.
One final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt.
Everything from being a man to encouraging your kin to face tattoos to how you identify yourself and your beliefs to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. As from Nathaniel Nelson, a warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. Listen to this guy. No white guilt. No white guilt. No white guilt.
We seem more a solid thing, promising all well. When youth was first blossoming, ringing as a bell. All the searching in your heart, something in the swell. Wonder if it ever will mean something to tell. I know what you need, someone just to know all the things we seem to be going through. I know what you need, just someone to know.
Does that make sense? In the nations we call home, an illness has taken hold, a spiritual poison infecting us all.
White people, am I right?
Damn white people are pissy about racism.
A population taught to hate itself and assist in its own demise.
When we say we want to kill whitey, we don't really mean we want to kill whitey, we do.
Some white people may have to die. I'm confused on why that's so controversial.
A people lost in an electronic dream, bereft of meaning and enslaved by guilt.
The only way that you should ever actually be in front of a black king is on all fours, and that all black men should know that they are kings.
Yes, goddess.
You have to give all these brothers beats a kiss if you're really sorry. Go back down, come on. Do as you told, man. Go on, bow back down, man. This is a good white man, man. This is right. Understand.
What happens when we no longer care? When we allow ourselves to be dominated by our victimizers? Our most innocent pay the price. And what happens when they finally stand up? The
the most important story for the 21st century, in a time when we shall re-enter history, when we shall create a new world in our image, and when we shall finally reawaken and become heroes.
Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory by Jason Köhne.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to wait for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God.
And a good Sunday evening, Monday morning, and we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. The camera's not going to be working today because I've been so busy getting ready for this coming week that I was unable to repair the computer camera link. So we will be without the camera for the show, but we're still going to make it a magnificent gathering, and it's wonderful to see you all. And this first hour, we're going to get right into the news. But first, again, Promethean New Year 2021. This will be our year, and we're going to talk about it more over the course of the stream together. HR 2574, ladies and gentlemen, House Resolution 2574, 116 Congress, second session. It was a secret bill until recently. In other words, if you looked it up online on congress.gov, you would see the number, but you wouldn't see a name, and you wouldn't see the rest of the verbiage associated with this act. Well, we will be able to go through this relatively quickly over the course of this first hour because it's short, but it makes big changes in the United States. HR 2574 in the Senate of the United States, an act to amend Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to restore the right to individual civil actions in cases involving disparate impact and for other purposes, just in case they missed any. Very quickly, I will say Alt Voices Portal. Hello to you, Grayman the Gray. Great to see you. And Monty 1964. Hello to you. Yonash says Mark is currently streaming PUBG. I don't know what that is. And is that on his, where is that? Is that on D Live? Hello to you all. Mantis, good evening to you. Corey Bell, Promethean Hails to you as well. This will change the United States, this act, in a way that we can ask the question that is more or less prognostication. Will effectively put white business owners out of business. Will that be the effect of this? Will that be the effect of this? You'll do the thinking on your own. I will just supply you with some information. I will report on what is being reported. Back to the bill. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. This act may be cited as the, quote, Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act. Now, do you all remember what the anti-whites, how the anti-whites define equity? They define equity as discrimination against Western kind, to give preferential treatment to non-white people and other assorted so-called victim groups. So this is the system where we suffer from structural inequities, actual inequities, to advance, enrich, and empower non-white people at the expense of, detriment to, and ruination of Western kind, and therefore you, as an individual, because you are a member of Western kind. Or you are one of our many and growing supporters among the non-white communities who realize that the threat to the West, to the countries in which they love, that they have pledged their fealty, is anti-whiteism. It's not liberalism. It's not progressivism. It's not any of these other names or monikers that are subsets of anti-whiteism. They can see very clearly that it is anti-whiteism that threatens their standards of living, the law and order in their neighborhoods, the opportunities that they currently have. Section 2, restoration of right to civil action, in disparate impact cases under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So essentially, the anti-whites back in 1964, and a very wise man who made us a magnificent, epic piece First Last calls this the Swindle-Whites Act. The 1964 Civil Rights or Swindle-Whites Act didn't go far enough, and of course, it wouldn't. It would only go as far as the public would permit, as law and the public would permit. I see Reptile has shown up. Promethean hails to you. Promethean New Year 2021. Yonash says a battle of Royale video games. Well, that sounds absolutely titillating. If you are, I cannot play video games, so I wouldn't even be able to look at that screen. So that would be for those video gamers. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, 42 U.S.C. 2000D, is amended by adding at the end of the following. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this has already passed the House. It is now before the Senate. And if you wanted to know how important it is to have more victims for the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats rather than fewer victims, ponder this. If these two senators who are running in the runoff election, the two Republicans, both of whom are anti-white, but who are also victims of anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, if they do not make it to the Senate, how easy will it be for this to become law of the land? And as I said, I will say again, if you think this is, if you're listening to this live or in replay, you are, for those of you out there who are maybe not bright enough to quite understand this, and the way I have to say this, I can tell you certain things on the YouTube, and then there are other things I have to ask because we like to continue to be here. And that is this: will this amendment have the effect of putting white business owners out of business? And we can go into detail about how that could be the case, but you might be able to understand this as I read through it. Of course, this is available at congress.gov, but don't even trust your lying eyes. Make sure you ask the chickpea-brained imbecile anti-whites at CNN. They'll tell you what it really means. Section 607. The violation of any regulation relating to disparate impact issued under Section 602 shall give rise to a private civil cause of action for its enforcement to the same extent as does an intentional violation of the prohibition of Section 601. I'll read that again, and then I'll tell you essentially, I will ask you whether or not it means what I say, and following what I say. Section 607, the violation of any regulation relating to disparate impact. So you say, well, what exactly is this disparate impact? You can look it up and see for yourself. But essentially, what it meant all the way back when they passed the Swindle-Whites Act was that you could not create conditions that were fair for everyone. Because if they were fair for everyone, and as a consequence of being fair for everyone, ended up with a different outcome for non-white races than the white race, you could be sued. And there have been a great many suits as a consequence. There is a great amount of money, and this is when we talk about when we say that we are forced to harmonize the diversity, which radically diverts our resources, time, talent, and money. And that massive consumption of our resources radically reduces our quality of life in all spheres of our lives. What would we be able to do and cure, especially during this pandemic, and prevent, if we had all of that time, talent, and money that is wasted on harmonizing diversity, which is impossible, that is wasted by us on that impossible task, what would we have? Well, a great deal amount of that effort, time, talent, and money has gone into the crippling of businesses, specifically white-owned businesses, because those are the ones that are targeted, crippling those businesses. And then what happens on a global scale when you cripple those businesses, when you make it difficult for them to do business? Well, they lose. And when you have free trade and open borders, and they then cannot compete with countries that don't have, especially non-white countries, that don't have onerous burdens like this. The violation of any regulation relating to disparate impact issued under Section 602 shall give rise to a private civil cause of action for its enforcement to the same extent as does an intentional violation of the prohibition. So what this does, what this brand new HR 2574 that was secret. Why was it secret? Well, if you were to have become aware of it, if the general population were to have become aware of it, that the Democrats were pushing this, not the Republicans, for all of those out there who continue to say it doesn't matter who's in office, it's all the same, it's all the same at the end of the day. Maybe for those folks, it might be true, because all they care about is whether or not some country somewhere gets foreign aid. And as long as those two parties in power are going to both give money to the country, to this little country in foreign aid, well, then they're the same. But I'm afraid you are unable to see beyond the tip of your nose, because you are going to go out of business. Your white family members, whether they be actual kin that you can name, or a little further afield in relations, those white business owners are, and I ask the question, going to go out of business? You hear the little upturn there, Susan, in my voice? I'm certainly asking. I'm not telling. It's not fake news. But of course, everyone check with Susan and MSNBC and Snopes to find out. But you can also look this up at congress.gov. This will amend the Swindle Rights Act of 1964, Civil Rights Act. And now, instead of it just being a disparate impact, so maybe you didn't know, maybe you didn't understand that what this Swindle Rights Act did was force businesses to have a identical outcome for all of the races, irrespective of providing an equal opportunity to all of the races, which means, and which we in here Going Free focus on the fact that you have to discriminate against white people in order to achieve identical outcomes for all of the races. That was already in place. It's been in place for many years. Now, ask CNN, of course, ask Snopes, but that is the law. That's how it's written. You can read it yourself. You can be sued as a business owner, particularly a white business owner. Those are the ones getting sued out of existence because you do not achieve an outcome for all races that is identical. But now, the problem was for the anti-whites in their effort to destroy white-owned businesses. Remember, the white-owned businesses, these are the businesses that could provide the financial wherewithal, they could provide the connectivity, they could provide the productivity, they could provide many of the elements that we need to recapture our destiny, but they won't be able to because there are brainless wonders out there. I'm trying to be careful, 2021, brainless wonders out there who think there is no difference between having a Republican or a Democrat in office. Now, with this amendment, which get those Democrats in office at the Senate, this will go through. Now, it won't have the action that resulted in a disparate impact won't have to be intentional. Did you hear what I just said? In other words, business owners, prior to this amendment, had to ensure that there was an equal outcome for all races, which meant they had to discriminate against white people. There was difficulty in suing them, white business owners, out of existence because it was difficult to prove that they intentionally took steps to prevent there from being an identical outcome for all races and actively discriminating against white people. Which, who are those white people? They are you. They're me. We're the employees. We're the students. We're the home buyers and the rent payers. They're us. We have to be discriminated against. But now with this amendment, it doesn't even have to be intentional by the business owners. It can be unintentional. So in the past, it was difficult, although they were successful very often because of the anti-white climate we live in, difficult to successfully sue them. Now it will be a breeze once this passes the Senate. It will be a breeze because you don't have to prove that the white business owner intentionally created the scenario that resulted in an outcome that wasn't identical for all of the races. Is that clear enough? What will the white business owners have to do? They will have to go beyond bending over backwards or bending over and grabbing their ankles to make sure that they are anti-white. They will have to discriminate against Western kind with an absolute ferocity because it will only be by the demonstration of wildly zealous anti-whiteism that they will be able to hope to hold off lawsuits, civil lawsuits, crippling civil lawsuits, which will be supported by the federal government of the United States. They will have to be beyond zealous in their anti-whiteism, in discriminating against you and me and the people you care about, in an attempt, a feckless attempt, I imagine, to hold off civil suits about failures to achieve identical outcomes, even when they're unintentional. So there's no more after this goes through and becomes law. Those business, perhaps you're a white business owner. Perhaps you are a content producer who has been saying, or an organizational thought leader, or rather a thought leader or organization leader who has been saying, well, it doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. And you are receiving your financial gifts that keep you in whatever state of, I don't know, sitting on your ass, luxury, whatever it is that you're doing, that keeps you in whatever state that you're in. Those business owners are going to be going out of business because of your asininity, because of the shallowness of your thought, because of the total lack of nuance. They will be going out of business swiftly if this goes through the Senate. And it will go through the Senate with Democrats elected to the Senate, absolute abject dumbasses out there. Here's the other problem. How much worse could it get? Well, let me ask you. This opens up, and there's only a little bit more of this. This opens up the definition of what is equity. And who do you think gets to decide what equity is? Of course, it is subjective in the minds of anti-whites and is absolutely protean. They can change it from one day to the next, what equity is. So perhaps you're a white business owner. If you're having a hard time comprehending, I know that there are a lot of content producers out there, thought leaders, that have a tough time wrapping their heads around some of these issues. And then they make these just colossally backward recommendations, diagnoses, prognostications of just absolutely idiotic. But what you have here is a definition, a word that the anti-whites will be able to decide the definition of at any given moment, at any law, in any lawsuit, at any university, in writing the codes for your corporation or the university or the college or whatever it might be. But remember, it doesn't really matter whether it's Democrats or Republicans in office, right? Well, if you are a white business owner and you have 51 of 100 employees that are non-white, so you've discriminated against who knows how many white people to achieve that number. Certainly there are going to be non-white employees that are going to be magnificent. They will have deserved the job. They will have the talent. They will have paid their dues. And they will have deserved whatever job they were hired to. But you're going to have to go beyond those. You're going to have to discriminate against a great many white people in order to achieve the 51 of your 100 employees as non-white. Again, we can also talk about what that's going to do and try to keep all of these different things in your mind. I know maybe the old content creators and organizational leaders that you used to follow, they weren't able to do this, but we're able to do this here. This is the advanced placement. So try to imagine what's going to happen to the productivity and the ability to compete of these white-owned businesses with the non-white owned businesses in the United States and abroad. Well, if they have to have employees that are unable to do the job simply because they are non-white, and it will protect them against lawsuits by doing so, their ability to compete is going to plummet, and they will, of course, go out of business. More white people entering the poverty rolls. This is identical to South Africa, ladies and gentlemen. This is identical to Rhodesia. Well, what's going to happen when you think that 51 out of 100 employees is equity because you have favored non-white people and discriminated against white people? But then an anti-white person decides, well, equity is not achieved until you have 75 of your 100 employees non-white. Because, and then here comes all of the justifications, the miss of pretexts. Well, this group had members of it that were enslaved. That group over there has had mean things said about it. This group over here has been misrepresented. There is no end. It's a race to the bottom. The anti-whites get to decide what equity means. Do you fully appreciate the reality of that? And how this amendment to the Swindle Whites Act could put an end to white-owned businesses rapidly. But before it does put an end to businesses owned by white people, you will lose your job. Because they will have to fire you to prevent themselves from being sued into oblivion. Section 3, designation of monitors under Title 6 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title 6 of the Civil Rights Act 1964 is further amended by adding at the end the following. each recipient shall designate at least one employee to coordinate its efforts to comply with requirements adopted pursuant to Section 602 and carry out the responsibilities of the recipient under this title, including any investigation of any complaint alleging the noncompliance of the recipient with such requirements or alleging any actions prohibited under this title. And 2, notify its students and employees of the name, office address, and telephone number of each employee designated under paragraph 1. So you're a university, you're a business. You have to make sure that every non-white person, and just imagine some of these people that you will have to give a job to. They absolutely won't deserve the job. They're not going to have the training. They're not going to have the ability. Some of these people, they're not going to have the character. And imagine these people with bad character coming to work for you or your brother's business or your wife's business or your friend's business. And you are required by law to tell them exactly how to sue you for unintentionally arriving at disparate outcomes for the races. How might they use that information to absolutely destroy you? How might you, and how does this imbalance the relationship between employee and employer? Look at what happened in the home, in all of the homes of white people, with this massive empowerment of white women, socially and legally. It has destroyed the family unit, because it takes a very good woman to not use all of that power to destroy her husband. This will effectively do the same thing to the employee-employer relationship. The employer is going to have to bend over backwards, do everything they can to make sure, and imagine what that will do to your workplace or your place of education. Already, there are massive efforts to make every single workplace and school environment comfortable to non-white people, and it doesn't matter how uncomfortable it gets for us in the process of making it comfortable for them. Well, you haven't seen anything yet, because these businesses are now, once this passes through the Senate and is amended and amends the Swindle Whites Act, those employers are going to have to deal with some people with very bad characters and are going to have to jump through flaming hoops or do whatever they might want to keep them happy at all times. Well, you didn't do your work. You didn't come to work. You stole from work. It's okay. It's okay. Don't sue us into what you stole from your white colleague. It's okay. Oh, you punched your white coworker. It's okay. We understand. Just please, with all that information that the government forced us to give you, do not sue us for unintentionally. That's the bar, ladies and gentlemen. Do not sue us for unintentionally arriving at a disparate impact. And again, what is equity? How do they define it? Well, I imagine some of these anti-whites will decide that, well, even though they might be working in the mail room, the boss of the mail room makes a little bit more money and happens to be white. And so equity demands that everyone in the mailroom make the same sum of money, because here are the excuses. Remember, the excuses don't matter. We don't talk about them. We talk about anti-whiteism, whether it inflicts injury on Western kind. That's what matters, because inside their narrative, they're always going to have excuses. They ignore, and it's been demonstrated over the totality of your life, that reality has nothing to do with the excuses they make. They will argue contradictory positions with passion and verve as long as it gets them to anti-white conclusions. So they will decide whether or not their feelings have been ameliorated by the business owner's acts. That's what it comes down to. Subjectively determining what equity is and where it ends. And I'm going to tell you, this is a goalpost, not only on wheels, but on wheels with jetpacks attached to it so that they can move it anywhere they want, and they will. How can you argue in a court of law that their feelings have been properly assuaged? Well, you can't. They get to decide whether or not they have been pacified. And we're going to see, you will see. And all of these idiots who said there's no difference between Republican and Democrat, you will see when they decide there is an end and their feelings have been properly assuaged. In this section, the term recipient means the recipient referral to, in Section 602, that operates on education program or activities receiving federal financial assistance authorized or extended by the Secretary of Education. Of course, in business and in education, virtually every single body is in some way taking money or having taxes forgiven or is in some way accessing federal aid or funds, especially in an environment where you have endless grants, tax forgiveness, and loan forgiveness to non-white businesses. You have to access these things as a white business owner if you are going to stay in business. You cannot compete otherwise. That means they will all be subject to all of this. And how about to toss this in, because there just isn't enough at the bottom of the hour. Anti-Semitism considered discrimination. In carrying out the responsibilities of the recipient under this title, the employee or employees designated under this section shall consider anti-Semitism to be discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin as prohibited by this title. Now, of course, what is the error that so many will make there? They will become these Yehudi huffers, and all they will want to do all day long is huff on all things Yehudi and talk about all day long a particular group instead of focusing on the white people who will lose their jobs, who will become destitute, who will be like that sad spectacle that we all are coming to know everywhere across the country and around the Western world of the white man hugging his dog, sitting leaned up against a building somewhere because everything has been ripped from him. And his white wife has most likely taken up with some non-white male who's getting preferential treatment at the expense of other white men. And the children are with her until at least the sons can join their fathers on the goddamn street with the dog that they will barely be able to feed because they won't be able to feed themselves. That's what matters. The fact that they tuck some more of this into law is just another element of anti-whiteism. If you're not talking about anti-whiteism, you're dead wrong. Special Assistant for Equity and Inclusion. Section 202 of the Department of Education Organization Act is amended by redesignating paragraph 4 as paragraph 5 and by inserting after paragraph 3 the following. There shall be in the department a special assistant for equity and inclusion who shall be appointed by the secretary. The special assistant shall promote, coordinate, and evaluate efforts to engender program compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Do you got that? They're going to be making sure that everybody is complying and inform individuals of their rights under the Act, including the dissemination of information, technical assistance, and coordination of research activities in a manner consistent with such act. The special assistant shall advise both the secretary and deputy secretary on matters relating to compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That has already passed the House in secret. They kept it secret during the election. I wonder why the Democrats would keep that secret, because people might have voted Republican if they had heard about this. Who knows? Of course, we know that there are some who would not have either way. But again, I'll point out the important item here in this amendment that you can take to your friends, family, and strangers, because that is what is important. It is to help people go free of the anti-white narrative, go free of the mean pathogens that they are infected with, so that they can get into our story and be part of the elect, be part of this glorious struggle, service to white well-being and the recapture of our destiny. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act 1964 is amended by adding at the end Section 607. The violation of any regulation relating to disparate impact issued under Section 602 shall give rise to a private civil cause of action for its enforcement to the same extent as does the intentional violation of the prohibition of Section 601. You already have the broad middle class, business owner class. And mind you now, when you're a business owner, and when business owners, this is how they actually look at it. If you check in on your business twice a year, most business owners will say that they are owners in the proper sense and not an employee of the business. Most of these businesses, where the great wealth lies in Western civilization, is in these businesses where the people are, in a colloquial way, not only the owner, but also considered an employee, because they are checking in on the business either every single day. They've got to work there as part of being the owner, or they have to check in at least every quarter to make sure that everything is on track. These are people who are working for a living. These are not people sitting out on $13 million yachts. These are the people who are going to be driven into poverty. And they will be replaced by a new, and it's been happening for decades, non-white, almost 100% anti-white ownership class that hates you. Some of these peoples coming from places in the world where caste systems are very natural for them, and they will have no problem putting your white ass at the bottom of the caste system and treating you like a member of a lower caste. We have grants that are going to non-white owned businesses, loans that are being forgiven, taxes that are being forgiven, making it very difficult for white-owned businesses to compete. That in and of itself, nationally and internationally. Those white-owned businesses employ you. They employ me. They employ your cousin that you like and the other cousin you love. Even the cousin you really don't like because he got really drunk one Christmas and puked in the living room. When these businesses, already stricken with anti-white regulations, as they say down south, out the wazoo, already stricken with these anti-white regulations, can barely do business. Now, remember, when it comes to these funds that was just passed, the spending bill, the states have to find the non-white owned businesses. They have to contact the non-white business owners, and then they have to help them do the paperwork to get their money. That doesn't happen for the white-owned businesses. They have to try to do it themselves with the minutes in the day, and there aren't enough. They have to try to figure out how to do it. They have to hire people with money they don't have. So they're barely holding on. And now with the country and countries across the West on lockdown, they're seriously barely holding on. Your paycheck has their name on it. When they get hit with this, when the reality changes to this amendment so that they can be civilly sued into oblivion with the help from the federal government to do that to you by accidentally not discriminating against enough white people, they will go out of business. And then what happens to that paycheck that their name was on and used to land in your account? And then how easy do you think it's going to be for you to get a job someplace else? These are the kinds of outcomes. And this is why at the end of 2020, I was getting so angry about many people in what, and I'll talk about this when we go into hour 2. I used to generally refer to everybody inside the white positive sphere. I don't think we're going to do that anymore. But I was getting so angry with people because I have successfully argued my positions decade after decade. And I have been studiously ignored by dullards, by pompous assholes, by selfish individuals, by self-aggrandizing, self-celebrating punks. And as a consequence of this practice, these viewpoints, these lenses not being utilized by the general public throughout the white positive sphere, and then influencing the greater general public in our countries, as a consequence, we have this bête noire outside of our door, banging on the front door. The big bad wolf, the big bad anti-white wolf has shown up at our houses, including mine. And that is why at the end of 2020, I was so furious with these people. But the reality is that the West has long been defeated. Nobody alive today was born in a Western country controlled by Western kind. So we're just going to have to get strapped back in and continue to work on the process of going free and bringing as many of our brothers and sisters in as we possibly can, and absolutely abandon these people who refuse to make use of success, who absolutely intractably want to stay monomaniacally focused on a method, a vision, a lens that fails. So that is why I was so angry. Now we have this. Now we have this brand new HR 2574, the Equity and Inclusion Act. And it's the fault of these people. It's the fault of those who could have helped to do something. You know, maybe it would have come to this anyhow. But if the house is on fire and I have some extinguisher that works, and I'm running around telling others in the house, stop pointing fans at the fire, that doesn't help. I know the fan makes you feel cool when the air hits you, but it doesn't help fire. Stop doing that. Use these fire extinguishers. And I'm running around trying to put the fire out and successfully defeating anti-whites, the fire, everywhere I come in contact with it. Well, when the whole house is engulfed, I have a right to be angry. Especially when I was aware and articulating that the fan pointing at the fire would only make things worse. And I have been proven right as a consequence, or as a result over time. So I definitely have the right to be pissed off at those people, but we're going to move forward, and you can thank them now. Everybody who wanted to give you interesting takes, everybody who wanted to just talk all day long about statistics, everybody who wanted to use all of these other methods, you can thank them for this. When you lose your job, make sure not only do you recognize that it's the fault of anti-white people, but it's also the fault of those people who studiously ignored me, waged war against me, silenced me, locked me out, iced me out. It's their faults too. When you can't pay your mortgage, when they come and take your car away, when you don't have the health insurance, make sure you know who to blame. Let's have a look here. You're wondering about these things. Well, are they always at a distance? Or do they ever come home and hit you right in the gut? Well, how about this? This is from, everyone knows I live in Northern Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. And in Northern Virginia, there's a very rich county, and it's per capita rich, not like Hollywood rich or New York City rich. In that county, I was given this. This is suddenly their local. These are the locals who are wondering in this one area in Fairfax, and they're going, "Oh my God, what the hell is this?" Several months ago, I brought to your attention ZMOD, Zoning Ordinance Modernization Project, on December 1, 2020. The Fairfax County Board of Supervisors voted to authorize public hearings on a total revision of the zoning ordinance. The first public hearing will be the Planning Commission on January 28, 2021. The ZMOD is intended to, quote, modernize the zoning ordinance, making it easier to understand, removing gaps and inconsistencies, and create a streamlined, user-friendly document, close quote. The anti-whites, everything is cherubs with them. However, the proposed ordinance would introduce provisions that would destabilize single-family neighborhoods, and it goes to name the different neighborhoods, to run the trendy, of course, this writer doesn't know to say anti-white, because so many in the white positive sphere. I know that many now are finally picking up anti-white. That's the one thing that most, but not all, but most are finally starting to pick up. This writer should have known, but it didn't reach them. Not for failure of my efforts, Lord knows. Instead says here, where did I lost? Okay, streamline user-friendly, however, the proposed ordinance, okay, to achieve the trendy objective, a la California, of creating more housing, remove citizen input to applications, provided many by right decisions with zero county monitoring, and introduce home-based businesses like they do in El Salvador, like they do in Tijuana, to residential areas. Now remember, this is, I think, the second richest county per capita in the country. If they are going to introduce, which they are, the bills that we were talking about being made into law because Democrats were voting on them, if they are going to introduce this sort of thing so that your property in this second richest county or third richest county, whatever it is, in per capita in the country, they're going to make it so that families who feel, it's a little bit more natural for them biospiritually to say, hey, this single family home property here, let's rezone this. Let's rezone this and make it into multiple family. We'll have about 20 people maybe live on this property, and we'll run a business out of it. If they can do that in cookie cutter, clean as hell, lawn manicured, second richest county in the country, Northern Virginia, oh, they're going to be able to do it to your neighborhood. Yes. Yes. Some people have called this predator to prey. Predator to prey. So we've been reading about these things, ladies and gentlemen, and now you see that they're happening everywhere. This is the bête noire that I argued against so many hundreds, if not thousands of times in meetings, in conferences, in after parties by people who now, based on reality, have proven me genius and themselves dumbasses. For all of those years, I was very polite and I said, look, even though with reason, logic, and evidence, I have a very solid case and you're on very slippery ground there. Seems like you're motivated by something else. Well, we now have the goddamn evidence in our faces. You'll get to live beside the barrio, buddy. I'll get to live beside it. The good people out here who work their asses off trying to protect their wives or their husbands or their children, they're going to have to live with it. What if you hadn't been so goddamn selfish over all of these years? How about this? The Pope, now, instead of having a proper, healthy resistance of people who have treated and are treating themselves for their mean pathogens, their infections of anti-white ideas, and thereby have a proper resistance that could fly under any flag, that could fly under any party name, that could fly in any club name or lodge name or religion name. Instead of having a proper and healthy resistance, you have the Pope telling Joe Biden that the number one problem in the world today is this anti-white slur that doesn't even exist, this anti-white slur called racism. Well, Joe agrees. He waged his whole campaign from under his house, because for some reason, for the first time in history, you can wage a campaign from under your house, come out just like only a little bit more often than that groundhog in February. What's his name? Patunksy, whatever. Phil. So Joe comes out only a couple more times a year than Phil does. And he told you when he came out that they were waging a war and going to wage a war against the anti-white slur, white supremacy. Well, what does an anti-white mean by the anti-white slur, white supremacy? It has always meant, in fact, in outcome, white people. In every case, it has always meant, in fact, in action, in outcome, white people. He told you that throughout the totality. Now, what are we going to have 6 months from now, a year from now, with this wonderful, that our sister AI Big Sis is listening closely. So in the foreseeable future with President Joe Biden, and they're waging war on white people under these different names, under these different titles, like whiteness, when they're waging war on us, and these folks all come out that were saying 6 months earlier, 1 year earlier, 2 years earlier, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who gets in. They're all the same. Well, what should we do with them when they show up 6 months, 1 year, 2 years from now, and they're squealing about how horrific it's gotten? Well, I think they should be invited to eat their meals through straws for the rest of their lives. Because I have been battling with these people in one shape or another over all of these years. And now it's come to this. That's what the Pope says. How about this? Raphael Warnock, the future face of the Democratic Party. No difference between the two. Both are anti-white, we know. Both parties are anti-white. All politicians are anti-white. You're going to get the same when it comes to whether or not they're anti-white, because they have the anti-whites have the money, they have the connectivity, they have the nodes of power elected and appointed across all of our countries, don't they? Don't they? Dumbasses out there. Who are you going to appeal to? That both parties are going to go ahead and fund that little country on the other side of the world? Yep. But there's a great big difference in whether or not war is going to be waged on Western kind by the government of the United States of America. What was standing in the way? Well, something that didn't care whether or not people who were white positive or people who call themselves white nationalists or whatever they call themselves, they really didn't care that folks like us were harmed, but they saw themselves, because it was legitimate, going to be harmed as well. And those people usually went by the name Republican. And so they voted against these things. But here you have the future face of the Democrat Party, Warnock. He hates America. He hates white people. How many times does this guy down in Georgia have to say that? Now, he is in the Senate race against Kelly. We'll just call her Kelly, because Kelly is anti-white. Kelly probably has done the same sort of thing that Democrats have done, where she got inside information, totally illegal, and enriched herself and her family with that inside information by being in the federal government. They all do it. They were all scum, everyone. There might be a few. I can't tell you, because they'll be targeted. That are a few that are not scum. A few that are Patrick Henrys. Genuinely. But if Kelly gets into office, she is going to have to vote with the rest of the Republicans against things like the bill we just talked about that's already been passed by the House. Passed by the Senate, it would be signed with fire by President Biden. And then it will be law, and you will suffer the consequences. What do you have to say now for all of those content creators, thought leaders, organizational leaders who told you it didn't matter when you get the proverbial pink slip? Warnock says America needs to repent for supporting Donald Trump and its, quote, worship of whiteness. Worship of white. You need to repent. What he means by that is you're going to be punished. You're going to be punished for your whiteness. Their word, an anti-white slur, ladies and gentlemen, whiteness. Their word. You're going to be punished by the anti-whites. And you can thank the content creators who have stood against me for all of these years and who stand against me now. You can thank them. You lose your job, your brother loses job, your sister, maybe she's got half a dozen kids to take care of. Her husband gets fired so they can hire somebody who's unqualified. Maybe she had a job as well because of the way the anti-whites have rigged the economy. So she gets fired as well. Then they find it hard to get that support from the federal government because after all, that social welfare net, they find it hard to get that support because after all, they're part of that whiteness, which means white people, oppression, and white people don't exist. I actually have to say, there was a lovely girl I saw posting about how she's going to continue. I don't remember exactly. Maybe it might have been the word whiteness. Some people have suggested to her, hey, maybe you shouldn't use the word whiteness. It belongs to the anti-whites. And she said, no. She stomped her little foot and said, no. It says right here in this book I have that it means X, Y, or Z. Maybe she was talking about the anti-white slur racist. I don't know. It doesn't matter what it says in your book. It matters how the word or phrase is actualized in the minds of hundreds of millions of people. That's what matters. Whiteness, racist, white supremacy, etc. These are all defined by anti-whites, written into the laws of our states and federal governments, written into the corporate national and international codes, written into millions and millions of essays and theses, doctoral theses and the like, to mean what the anti-whites want them to mean. And most importantly, it's been put into entertainment to mean exactly what the anti-whites want them to mean. That means that the definition that matters is the one in the heads of the people who act on those ideas, not in your rule book, sweetheart. And I can say this for everybody out there, where maybe you deadlift 450, you rep out on maybe 550, I don't know what it is, and you think you're badass. If you're still pointing to a rule book, you're my little cupcake, and we'll get you around to the truth one way or another. One more, we're at the top of the hour, wondering again whether or not this will make it to your home, wherever you live across Western civilization. Jason talks about these bills. He talks about, and let's give a big round of applause and a big atta girl to Carlisle for her help in that respect. Jason talks about these bills. He talks about these bigger picture things. He talks about how to reach in to the hearts of those around you and make a difference, make a change, improve people's lives, and have evidence of it. I have so many testimonials that I can't even get to a fraction of them. In the future, I'm going to have 7 days a week shows to get to all of the testimonials. Jason talks about these big things, but will it ever actually make it to where I live? Does it ever actually land on where I live? Well, we just talked about Northern Virginia. Why don't we talk about Northern Virginia and that second richest county per capita in the country one more time? Fairfax County. Judge from El Salvador, who was once granted U.S. asylum, now promotes anti-white hatred in his courtroom. Now, for some reason, I don't know who this. Again, on all of these things, everything I'm talking about here, I'm not speaking for YouTube. I'm not making any apodictic statements. Everything I say is subject to change. It's subject to your verification. It's subject to whatever Snopes might say, whatever Susan might say. So I'm reporting on what others have reported. In this case, I'm reporting on something called, where's the name of it? A news company. I have this copied and pasted. An El Salvador-born circuit court judge in Virginia. And by the way, this author put anti-white in the scare quotes. So not really a real thing, I guess. Not really a real thing. An El Salvador-born circuit court judge in Virginia has ruled that that a courtroom having pictures of white judges is unfair to non-white defendants. A courtroom lined with portraits of white judges could impede this author says black, will say non-white defendants' right to a fair trial, and ordered that the images be removed before his next court appearance. So how do you like that, ladies and gentlemen? This is Judge Bernard, is his name, so-called judge, who in his late teens was given asylum status from El Salvador. So this country saved him, ostensibly, because there was something in El Salvador that was going to take his life, that in one shape or another, murder him, jail him forever. In some way, he was going to suffer irrevocable harm by being in El Salvador. And so this country, created by white people, Western kind, took mercy on this piece of human waste. And now he wants to use the power that he was given. And how did he become a judge? Equity, ladies and gentlemen. Equity. Antiwhiteism. Didn't have enough of those non-white judges. Had too many white males. So where is the white male working that should have this guy's job? Where's that guy? Did he become an alcoholic and blow his head off? He worked for many years to study law, to be the best. He had the talent. He knew he was the best. He went into the competition ready for a fair fight, as is supposed to be the case in Western civilization. And then he knows, like maybe some other things on a grand scale that are taking place, that he was illegitimately undermined. Knowing that the system at its highest levels at deciding who becomes a judge is able to do that to a person at that level, and here we're talking about the law, something that is obviously he would know is discrimination. What happened to him? Do you think he just shrugged it off? Do you think he shrugged off all of those dreams, all of those years of work? Did he have a family? What happened to them? No, the job had to go to this Judge Bernard from El Salvador, who was shown mercy and his life saved by white men in a system created by white men. And then this human waste, having been given a position almost certainly based to some degree, or we can say certainly based to some degree on his race, because there is no way in the modern West that a non-white applicant comes before, whether it's somebody hiring or a voter, there is no way that a non-white comes before them and the race is not considered something that is positive in Western civilization if they're non-white. No way. So either in toto, this guy was chosen for his race and his origin, or to some degree, in part, by those who made the decision. So to some degree, his race had something to do with his asylum, his life being saved, and him being able to get a six-figure, maybe even with all the rest that comes along with being a judge, a seven-figure position. And then he's going to use that power and that wealth to white erase the people who showed him mercy. The people who lifted him up on their shoulders and who threw money at him. And almost no doubt white women threw themselves at him. And he says, white erase those white males. On the absolute, and remember, you never discuss their pretext, the myths of pretext, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized. Because that is total Bravo Sierra. You know they will make any excuse to get those portraits taken down of those old white male judges that used to line the courthouse, that this anti-white bastard is going to have taken down. Oh, and if you end up in his court, you end up in this guy's court, how do you think you're going to be treated as a white person? Oh, the white males need to be white erased. So what's going to happen to you when you end up and he is the judge deciding your fate as a white person? Final thought on Bernard here that I don't think the article touched upon. And of course, nothing of interest here that he happens to be not El Salvadorian, but from El Salvador. He does happen to be Jewish. Final piece of news I will read here. Something positive, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to have a short break. What shall we listen to? Oh, I know. We have the wonderful Olivia Key. And I have testimonials. I have news for you, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting things, 2021. We're going to be starting off with a great song. I think I have it here. Olivia Key, and you all know her beautiful voice. The song is titled If I Told You, and we will be hearing, listening to that, imbibing that in just a moment. Final piece of news, good news here. Winter Aid in Oslo 2020. It appears that somebody called the Nordic Resistance Movement went out for their yearly this yearly activity of finding homeless people, our people, on the streets in Oslo. Could you imagine the temperatures there? And there'll be more homeless white people on the streets of Oslo. And they bring them care packages, blankets, socks, mittens, hats, coats, food. And I know that I think the PA, Sam and Laura were doing something similar, and good on them for all of the hard work that they are doing for the homeless in the UK. And with that, we will be right back.
told you, you wouldn't believe me. And I don't blame you for wanting to be happy, but these people would hurt you and me. It's a minefield, any move you make is wrong. It's a ballroom, melancholy swan song. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. If I told you, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. And I don't blame you for wanting to be happy, but these people would kill you and me.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was
of course, first we let me fix this mic because you'll be hearing a little bit of, should be fixed now. First was Olivia Key with her brand new song, and what a magnificent piece that is. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis for Olivia Key and that beautiful song, and we hope this very talented young lady continues to make music moving forward. And then we had Richard Wagner's original piece, and I'm going to take the video that I uploaded and put it in its place here on StreamYard so that we can play that one instead. Shows that wonderful little that piece, that work of art that our very own glass blower had made for us, and delighted in both the artwork there of the glassmith and then of course Richard Wagner's magnificent original piece as a gift to White Wellbeing, saving him, by his own words, he says, from ending up playing the villain, and also being able to bring his sister around. Who knows what would have happened to her, where she would have ended up if she had not been presented the practice of going free. So again, I'll just say, folks, a big hello to all of you, and I will speak to you now. I do have D Live open, so I will be able to see you all over there as well. And when you gift points over diamond points, then your comments or name I will read. And I will say, I see Horatius 763 is with us. Oh, that was for No White Clips. Great to see you. Naterific is with us. You have the flyers tab, but no flyers, it seems. You mean on the website. Look down into the description in this video, and you should see a link to my P-Cloud. There you will see the flyer that I will be speaking about, excuse me, in just a moment. Yes, the website, if you all recall, came under several attacks, was completely destroyed by the anti-whites, and we got it back into this state, and we are going to be building a new website very soon here, 2021. It's going to be completely amazing. It's going to be totally amazing, and much improved from where we were before. So just closing out a few documents, and as I said, very busy here because we're getting ready for a very big week, and then we'll see how things move thereafter. Now, if you want to tag me, I will say this for all of those who are new: if you are on No White Guilt channel, tag me as No White Guilt with your comment or question. I will speak to it or answer the question. You can also jump on over to Entropy, where you can put your comment or question in the question widget, also known as the Tall Kevin widget. You can financially gift there on Entropy as well at a cost of 15% to you. Those financially gifting will, of course, be given preference to those who do not. But ultimately, everybody's comments are read before we wrap up, and if not, we get to them on the subsequent week. So we have a few announcements I will be making. You can also financially gift by cryptocurrency by going to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the cryptocurrency tab at the top. That one does work, and you can financially gift that way. And finally, you can financially gift over on Cash App, which you will find in the description below as well. And you can there ask questions or make comments. Again, you are given preferential treatment in both cases, wherever they might be, when you financially gift your questions or comments. I always want to make sure to get to those who financially gift for the obvious reasons, that they are, on top of participating in whatever way that they might be participating, they're also putting their money where their mouth is. And I don't want to overlook any of those people, obviously. So let's take a quick look at some of the notes I scribbled here. And just quickly reading what I have. As I say, we were getting everything together, and unable. We didn't have the time to fix the camera computer link, and so we are not on video this time, but you all know what I look like, and I'm in the same place, so you can imagine. Just imagine what it looks like right now in the office. Actually, it's a little bit messier than normal, so imagine it in its normal immaculate state, not its maculate state. You probably haven't heard that word used very often. Maculare, immaculate state. The announcements. Tomorrow is Kayla Mayer would have been 14 years old. Tomorrow, it is her birthday. You all know the story of young Kayla, one of our young daughters, a child girl of the West who was excited about finally being able to go to the beach, lived in South Africa with her mother and father, and she had heard about the beach for many years of her young life. And just prior to being able to go to the beach, Antiwhiteism brutally murdered her in the form of anti-white animals who were able to become empowered. And we can follow, my mind automatically does this, but and many of yours will as well. But you can follow immediately the logical chain. How did it get to this point where this angel was sadistically butchered and ritualistically murdered along with her parents by these anti-whites? You can follow that chain back to people who didn't have the courage, white people who didn't have the courage, or they were selfish, they wanted to aggrandize themselves or whatever it might have been, rather than do the right thing by our people in South Africa. Listen to those in South Africa who were undoubtedly going to them and saying, we need to do this or we need to do that. They didn't listen to those South Africans. And then you ended up with a government that calls these sorts of things robberies gone wrong. That'll be the same thing that happens across the rest of the West. And so all of you out there who ignored the butchery of our brothers and sisters, the children in places like Rhodesia and South Africa, you'll not be able to ignore it anymore. She would have been 14 years old tomorrow, and we know this only because a grand champion by the name of Traditional Mike, an Australian-born Westman, decided that he was going to take up her story and give her his voice so that she could speak through him to the rest of the world. And she continues to speak to us from the grave long after her untimely murder, loss of life. So we salute Mike in Australia for the good work that he's doing. He's writing a book. The family has given him permission, and I have written the foreword to that book. We're looking forward to that book being finished in 2021. So let us remember on this day and tomorrow that Kayla, one of our own, would have been celebrating her 14th birthday as a daughter of the West. And we remember her, and we remember her family, and we remember all of those across the West who have lost children to anti-whiteism and to the spineless cowardice of those in the West who wanted to make excuses and who wanted to look the other way and who wanted to selfishly focus on themselves, their careers, and the rest, the like. And as a consequence, we have lost those we care about. So we remember all of those who have lost their loved ones. And we also remember the heroes, the actual heroes, like Traditional Mike. He's been on the show several times with Jared, George, and myself. And he doesn't, he's not a power lifter. He's not a bodybuilder. He's not a kung fu master. He can't hold 2 M60 belt-fed machine guns and deliver a bunch of lead downrange and then have photos of himself taken doing that sort of thing. No, all of those are pretenders. He is an actual hero who is dedicating his life to something heroic. And we love Mike for doing that. So we also remember Mike and we celebrate Mike. And let's give a big round of raucous emojis to that hero so that we know as things continue to get worse in the West because of the failures, because of anti-Whiteism, of course, but because of the failures and the willful refusals to turn away from what succeeds, that as things get worse, we remember people like Mike, and that in the trenches, this is what heroism actually looks like in the modern world. It's not baseless bravado and getting drunk and running into mosh pits and talking crudely about other races of people. No, it's about stepping up with love in an era that can call your love hate and crucify you for that. Let's see. We also have next Sunday. I will be doing the I will be sharing the honors roll call, and we just simply did not have time to get to it this week with so many things going on. But nonetheless, we have a magnificent gathering for everybody that is lined up. But we will get to the honors roll call next Sunday. So that's happening next Sunday. Let me get a drink of coffee here. Just think when we recapture our destiny and we write the history and we write the scripts for the movies and we write the scripts for the TV shows and the made for TV movies, and we write all of that. How are we going to, how bright will we make the star shine for somebody like traditional Mike? And how easily will we erase those who collaborated with the anti-whites by playing the villain? All right, so it's great to see we have so many people here. Before I get on to the next announcements and so many wonderful testimonials and other items of news that we have here, some exciting things to talk about. I see Nancy Drew is here. Wonderful to see you, sweet lady. White Healing. Nathaniel Nelson. I know. I think it's Nathaniel. Can I say that you and Naderific are doing a magnificent job, and we will have these men have decided to take the bull by the horns, and they are making Q&A. Well, I guess it's frequently asked question videos for many of the questions that are just repeatedly asked, or allegations, I think also these two wonderful gentlemen would admit are really going to head off a lot of these baseless allegations that are made about going free, that are made about yours truly by malefactors, low-brained, midget-sticked malefactors who are just jealous of success, and they want dearly to play the villain. And so they misrepresent. These are going to be going up on the channel and elsewhere. And we're going to be also looking into broadening the footprint as well. We'll talk about that more as we move a little bit further into 2021. Exciting things coming along. And so these will be out there. They're magnificently done. They're beautifully written. They are magnificently delivered. With a great pace, and which is really so important when you're having to listen to somebody explain something. They need wonderful enunciation and a great pace, and so we're delighted that these are absolutely fitting the bill. So they will be up, and we'll be able to point people in the direction. You've been misread in on what actually takes place here. Have a look at this. I see the wonderful Elaine Sabatino is here. Not anti-white enough. Great to see you. Bartleby, the great Bartleby is with us. Alleluia is with us. Art Acrobats, another great champion. Rambling Rattlesnake. That's a great name. The wonderful and heroic Brant Danger, who's going to be is stepping into the gap of the educational system that the anti-whites have left there, and so magnificently with a team of others. So we're very proud of that. Let's see. Tiger Man. Jamie, hello, sweet lady. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Magpie, hello to you and welcome. Catherine, wonderful to have you with us again, sweet lady. First Last is here, ladies and gentlemen. His ears were probably burning as we bragged about him. Jim is here. Hello to you. White Wolf, hello and welcome. Jesse Link, the great Jesse Link is here. Great to see you, giving a bunch of roses, I think, to our dear lady with her brand new song, and we're so excited about that. Let's see. Pacecraft, wonderful to see you. Go Lightly, welcome, welcome, sweet woman. Asking about who composed the wonderful piano piece. Well, that was our very own Richard Wagner. And he says he's going to be contributing since going free, the practice of going free is doing so much for him in his life. He's going to be contributing these exquisite talents that he has, just like we have First Last contributed his exquisite talents. We're going to be seeing more. In fact, I will read more about from one of these testimonials. You all just get ready. You're going to be very excited about these things. Nitrogen is here. Is that after my coffee? Let's see who else is here. We mentioned White Wolf is a great name. The magnificent reptile. This is a very astute mind Reptile has. I'm sure I think we have one of his comments today. You probably have heard me read some of his comments before. You've probably seen them in the threads. A very clever and sharp-minded gentleman. Glad to have you here. The wonderful Southern Bloom. Hello, sweet lady. Hungarian Spectator. Great to have you. Anglo-Saxon. Hello to you. Beef Swellington. Hello. Blue-Eyed Bear. Mr. Blue-Eyed Bear. Hello and welcome, my dear brother. Are we ready for 2021? Are we going to make some changes? Are we going to see a year better than the previous year? What have they been telling you on other channels, on other platforms? What have other thought leaders been saying? I've had a bunch of clips sent to me. I barely have time to do anything. I'm driving down the road, and in Virginia now they have implemented this hands-free, can't touch your phone policy. So making things a little bit more difficult as I retrieve these messages. But nonetheless, we're going to make it happen. We're not going to let it. Hey, listen, if the law can allow people, the likes of Hillary Clinton and others, to break so many laws that they just go free, nothing ever happens to them. How many people do we see? Of course, not Hillary Clinton, because we know that she's a goddess from hell. But I know she's a goddess nonetheless. And you could tell because of the smell. But wonderful people, they can break all the laws in the world. Nothing happens to them. I've been saying for many years, there is no law. Never rely on the fiction of a legal defense in Western civilization. So if they can break global-sized laws, well, I can probably get away with a few minor here and there. But of course, I would never actually, that's all just for entertainment purposes. I studiously obey every single law. I'm the most fastidious law observer. Horatio says, talking about the No White Guilt clips were professionally done and exposed the anti-white government information kept from the American people. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you for complimenting No White Guilt clips. And thank you to No White Guilt clips for making clips. And please tag, do I not see all the clips you make? If I'm not retweeting them, if I'm not getting, are you on Gab? Where are they? Where are these things happening? If they're on Twitter, make sure you tag me. If you tag me, I will always retweet and do my absolute best, my level best to get as many people to follow your account as possible. The magnificent Kevin is with us. Simon JJ, saying Olivia Key is awesome. She really is a stupendous talent. And that's what we have with Going Free. What a difference. We talked about this last week, didn't we, folks? You know, in the past, what kind of art was engendered in the body politic by the vehicles and the locutions that were used by those who care or who cared about our people in the past? Well, they were really ugly and they were really terrible. I mean, yeah, there were a couple of bands, a couple of, I saw maybe less than a handful of paintings that were other than something macabre and gruesome, like somebody fed things to a wood chipper and sprayed it onto a canvas. That's the kind of stuff that the locutions, the position, the kind of people that were drawn and, you know, swimming in that like a priest through the swine. I tried to talk people out of their absolutely self-defeating attitudes, their self-undermining lifestyles. Some came, some I learned from many as well. I was just saying this. I was on the phone with a wonderful woman, and I was telling her that it doesn't matter how educated or intelligent you are, your perspective of reality is still going to be only a tiny sliver. And so even a person with a very low IQ and little to no education may well have seen a part of reality that I need to know in order to make proper calculations that will serve our people, that will serve white well-being. And so I have always given everybody of every educational level and IQ level the absolute respect they deserve, and my ear, especially when there was something potential that could help our people that was coming out of their mouths. And I did. But look at the kind of things that they engendered in the past. And now look at the kind of works that we are producing. Every kind. I mean, you have everything from like the guitar riffs and singing that is on the level of Iron Maiden, on the level of Professional from Imminent Rain, and then classical music. It just so many beautiful works of art being created, and that comes from a beautiful soul. That's how we'll win. That's how you attract the good people. That's how you'll attract the millions and millions that we need to recapture our destiny. Andre Boston is with us, one of the good people. Heathen Reckoning, great to see you. So is the great Ezra St. White, a magnificent artist. Talking about artists, ladies and gentlemen. Who else do we have here? The wonderful and heroic, fielding her own baseball team with her children, Mrs. Jess Horse, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you. She says, be right back. So she wouldn't have heard that. That'll be great. She might be back by now. So is another wonderful lady by the name of Althea is with us, adamantly promulgating service to white well-being with every breath of her living. Thank you so much, dear lady. Thank you for being here. Grayman the Gray is with us, and what a great treat it is to have that hero with us week after week. Promethean Promulgation, another magnificent champion in service to white well-being. What an honor and pleasure it is to serve with you all, white well-being, and to stand side by side in our struggle against anti-whiteism. Just moving through the community. If I don't catch your name, it's not because I don't like you, even though I might not like you. Who knows? But it might be because I just didn't see you. The great Jerome is here, who gave us a wonderful testimonial out by the sea, a video that we played a couple of weeks back, and no doubt will be reaching a great many people. Fantastic to see you, dear brother. Great American, was it Chestnut? It went by. Hello to you and welcome. Morgan is here. Hello to you, dear lady. Welcome to this wonderful gathering of heroes where we change our lives, we change the lives of those around us, and therefore we change the lives of our families, which changes the lives and destinies of our communities, and our communities together, then our countries, a single people, with many countries, a great white ring circling the globe, recapturing our destiny and moving toward that glorious sunrise in the west. Streaky Bacon, he'll be with us right up front. So is the great Slots and Sterling Price. No White Guilt clips. We'll all be right at the front with Nordic Iron and Greek American nationalists, making sure that we reach that glorious destiny in the west. Mr. Blue, whoa. Get your raucous emojis together, ladies and gentlemen. Break out your raucous emojis, because Mr. Blue-Eyed Bear, I always get this vision. I don't know why. Maybe it'll change one of these days. But I get this vision in my mind that I'm standing at a sink in some picturesque environment, maybe like a cabin that is built just perfect. Looks like it's in the heart of nestled in the heart of one of our many wonderful valleys across Western civilization. And then from the woods, the magic of the dark forest, this magnificent beast strides with bright blue eyes. I always get this vision. It's wonderful. Well, this is going to be your vision. Get those raucous emojis, raucous as ever, because to start off 2021, Mr. Blue-Eyed Bear wanted to make sure that everybody knows that we're going from here to there over 2021 with a financial gift of $600. $600 financially gifted to the service of White Wellbeing by Blue-Eyed Bear. God bless you, my dear brother, in this service to White Wellbeing, right up front, not wasting any time, wanting to make sure that it happens this year. God bless you for your grand service to White Wellbeing. We are absolutely going to make it there, and your name, sir, you are going to be in the stars. $600, working man, financially gifting $600 on this, the third day, only day 3 of 2021. Everybody else that all these clips I've been sent, and I haven't been sent clips of everyone, but everybody else talking about, well, like the best case scenario I heard from these people is, well, we lost and everything's going to hell in the handbasket, as the saying is. Maybe I should do more of these sayings like Bull Hansen, since I'll just do sayings and we'll see. Maybe the view count will go up into the hundreds of thousands, just like his. And they're saying all the way up to, well, we lost, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay, because even though we have no plan, God will do it for us. Well, God's not going to do it for us. We have to make it happen. And then if it comes down to that moment when we need the help of divinity, then it happens. That is the only way it has ever happened throughout all of recorded history. No God has ever come to people who get down on their knees and say, do it for me, or let me complain loudly enough, and then you'll do it for me. No, you have to be metaphorically and regrettably, in some cases, literally losing your life, giving your life in victory and in death in service to the glorious cause that divinity steps in at that moment when it's needed and puts you over the edge. So I'm hearing these comments about, well, it's maybe everything's going to hell in a handbasket, but God will do it for us, all the way down to absolutely apocalyptic predictions. The prognosis for the patient. They might go on and on about how they're not going to fall fall into their grave from some epidemic, but they're going to fall into their grave nonetheless, because of all of these different reasons. And then what's your plan for opposition to all of these? Well, how are you going to make things better? Well, much of what we've been doing. We can keep doing that. You see right here, this is where the men are separated from the boys. And of course, that saying is applied, is a generalized. It's like saying mankind for women aren't being excluded. So this is where we separate the men from the boys. This is the advanced placement. This is where people who not only have intelligence and integrity, but they have the courage, the ingenuity, the tenacity to make it happen. And they do. And Blue-Eyed Bear is one of those heroes stepping up with a working class lifestyle, working class paycheck, which if all these things go through, the anti-whites want to go through. How will heroes be able to continue to financially provide the liquidity that is needed in a world where money defeated religion, where currency is exchanged for the things we want and the things we need? How are they going to be able to financially gift if they are fired under a discriminatory scenario so that the business owner can get somebody in their place who is non-white and doesn't deserve the job, didn't do what had to be done to deserve the job, but the business owner doesn't want to be sued? Now now what Jason is saying, whoa, that does make sense. Yeah, we will need money, and we will need to be able to come together, and coming together requires money. You have a thing like an electric bill or a phone bill. You'll need to power up your phone. See, you're going to need money. You're going to need a job to be able to do anything in service to white well-being. Maybe these people over all of the years shouldn't have been pushing back so hard. Maybe we wouldn't be where we are today. Maybe we would still have 20 years. And then that would be enough for us to recapture our destiny, for things to not have to get as bad as they would have gotten. A big salute to Blue-Eyed Bear, my dear brother. Thank you. What a way to start 2021. Everybody else talking about the apocalyptic nature. Hey, there are a few people out there that I heard said that they still have they have some hope for 2021. They feel good about 2021. Well, I'm going to tell you what. We have more than hope. Hope is not a plan. We have more than a feeling of feeling good. Maybe, when somebody gives you a little gift and you have that little feeling of maybe one of your loved ones, they give you a gift and you feel good about it. You come home and I don't know, let's think about something romantic. Okay. Maybe you're a lady, you come out to your car and there's a note on your car. You come out of work, or you come out of, maybe you were somewhere else. You come out and there's a note on your car and you think, oh God, somebody hit my car. And you looking at the car, you don't see any dents or scratches, and you open the note and then you find out, no, this is a note from your boyfriend or your husband with some maybe cute little sketch on the note, just telling you that he loves you. That gives you a good little feeling. That's not a plan. We like good feelings, but that's not a plan. We have a plan. We have a practice that works, that's been demonstrating that it works for decades. And that in the past 3 years, because we decided that it was time to get on to the social media, start making videos on YouTube, we've been able to reach far more people. I would never have been able to talk to you people because content creators, many content creators, thought leaders, organizational leaders would have prevented you from knowing who I am if it wasn't for this. You would have never known. If you would have been waiting for me to be invited as a speaker to your favorite conference, you just would have waited forever. You would not have known that there was a guy running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to get a practice to you that could radically change your life. The only way you would have had an opportunity to see me is if it was one of these smaller meetings or smaller conferences where I've been asked to speak over the years. A couple of them have been bigger, at least until they found out that I had this practice that was going to help people, and the heads, the presidents and the chairmen and all these great names they give themselves of these different groups, they realized that I wasn't just going to be their tool to aggrandize them. Then they said, well, wait, you got a practice that you're not speaking ever again. It was fine when you were lauding. It was fine when you were lauding everything that this particular leader or that particular leader was doing. But no, you all would have never known about any of this. We would have never saved the lives we saved. In just 2 years, 6 lives
that we know of. 5 produced. 6 lives saved that we know of. 5 produced that we know of. How many glorious things over the past just 2 years have we achieved here that we could go on and talk about endlessly? And we do, and we should. So I'm going to swivel back around here. I'm going to take a look at entropy really quick, and then we're going to get to some kind of important announcements about what's going to be happening here in the next, 2021, and certainly for the immediate future. We jump over here to entropy, and great to see everybody over there on D Live as well. Help me to remember, won't you, to open up that treasure box at the end so I can distribute some of those points back to you. But we're going to run over here and we'll see that we have Euronomics that financially gifted 5 Canadian bacon dollars. Thank you so much, brother. When a brother or sister is dead and we can no longer thank them with words, we hail their soul with deeds for white well-being. Rest in peace. Synthesized. Very well written. That is a beautiful sentiment. Thank you so very much for that. I still have, and it chokes me up every time. I mean, I wasn't synthesized, and I mean, you all will remember. I mean, he came to Going Free. He was kind of a bit of a tortured soul. He came to Going Free, and from my conversations with him, was making big course corrections and was producing magnificent music. He made some magnificent music where he added my voice and some of my orations, and I still have the last communication from him. I'll never get rid of that because I can only answer him now. There's no use in sending a message back over that platform. I can only answer him now in my heart. And Euronomics says beautifully here, when a brother or sister is dead and we can no longer thank them with words, we hail their soul with deeds for white well-being. Rest in peace, Synthesized. One of the more than a handful that we lost over the course of 2020. And I noticed, and perhaps some of you will have noticed, I mean, maybe I can pull the microphone up a little bit closer to my face and we can get a little bit more intimate, I guess. That's not exactly the right word, but 2020, perhaps many of you noticed that throughout the white positive sphere, what we refer to it and outside of it, and even the greater anti-white regime on the sort of the global scale across the West, everyone had a difficult time and failed to articulate the challenges and the setbacks of 2020. I know I could not have been the only person that observed that. And that's because the human animal can only grope with so much adversity at once. And it takes special people, like the people that we have here in service to white well-being, to remain even-tempered and retain their composure when so much is going bad in the world, so much is going bad around them, and that they are able to stay the course. Being able to stay the course is also a function of the lens, the compass that you use. And for us, the compass is going free. So we were able, no matter how bad 2020 got, to look down at that compass and find true north in every case. And what did we see elsewhere? We saw people coming unglued, coming unhinged, deciding upon very self-destructive courses. So let this be another proof that you have found the right place. You have to practice the practice of going free, just like you have to eat right to have the good diet. You have to work out to be in shape. It's not enough to know how to work out or to know the food that you should eat to be healthy. The same holds true for going free. It's not enough to know how you go free. You have to engage in the practice of going free. And you learn that in the book, Go Free, A Guide to Aligning with the Archetype of Western Kind. Iteration 2, I'm working on that and going to be able to dedicate more time to it just after the 6th, I believe. We have Promethean Promulgation, financially gifting $25. Thank you so much, dear brother. When an anti-white says, I'd like to see you say that in front of a non-white, do you focus on them suggesting that non-whites are violent or that they have a right to victimize Westmen? So many get this wrong. Well, brother, jump in the question widget and give me some more of your thoughts, because this one is a variable. It depends. It can depend largely on the person or people you're speaking with about this. But I would say one of my first thoughts for most cases, I would think, would be to say, wait a second, you're not suggesting that non-white people are violent and that white people deserve to be victimized, are you? And I've used that kind of thing before, that kind of response before. I've also said that I do say these things in front of non-white people all the time, all the time. And if non-white people are white positive or they're neutral, they either don't care or they celebrate, they laud and support what I'm doing. They only have a problem when they're anti-white. So thank you. That's a great question, Promethean Promulgation. And maybe we just helped somebody with a conversation they've had and they can go back to, or a conversation they will have in the near future while remembering this. Thank you. $25. Hey, let's get those raucous emojis out again, ladies and gentlemen. I know they're fighting to get out of your pocket, especially since it's 2021. They know they want to start the year big and make it happen. Mr. Bloom, who has entered the scene like he's wearing a suit of fireworks over the past couple months, financially gifting $100. Mr. Bloom just financially gifted on Entropy $100 to the service of White Wellbeing. God bless you and thank you, brother. And I'm going to point out again, am I the only one out there who gives an entire message, who gives you an point by point of what the financial gifts are spent on? Am I the only one, or do any others do that? Because you all know that I've done that, and I'm pointing that out because it's very important. Since we get these idiotic allegations from some who are, and we'll refer to this, I think we'll refer to this as maybe the white nationalist sphere, maybe these people who want to come in and make these claims to misrepresent us and the good work that we are doing. I think we're the only one who gives a detailed line by line, here's what's done with the financial gifts. But one thing that's not done with the financial gifts, Mr. Bloom and everybody else listening, those $100, I don't pay for thousands of dollars worth of protection when I go places. So I don't have to take your money and then spend thousands and thousands of it to protect me. I am my protection. I could probably beat the hell out of the vast majority of people that I could hire to protect me anyhow. But I don't pay for many thousands of dollars worth of protection because I'm not saying these people, all of them. I mean, they have some of them, they're not necessarily cowards, but if you are unable to get through a wet paper bag, then you need thousands and thousands of dollars worth of protection. I don't use your financial gifts, not yet. I would like to, as I have articulated. be able to use it for travel, but I don't use your financial gifts for the travel to these events yet. So not even that is being used. So if there are any others that are giving a detailed accounting of their use of the financial gifts, my hat's off to them, and good for them, because that's the way that people should be treated. They're valuable. Their dollars are, every single dollar is extremely important. I know how much effort it takes. I worked at blue collar jobs where I had to stand in the same place all day long, doing the exact same thing over and over in outdoor conditions. So I know how hard it is to make a buck when it can get as bad as it can get. Thank you very much, Mr. Bloom. Over here on the question widget, we have Celtic Princess. Hello, Celtic Princess, and welcome. Is it okay to fly an Irish flag in service to white well-being in America? And is it okay to print flyers with an Irish flag? Well, it depends. Certainly, you can fly an Irish flag. You're proud of your Irish lineage, but maybe you're from Ireland and you are, or your parents are from Ireland, and you feel like this attachment is very close for you. When you are advocating for white well-being, so let's say that maybe you're going to start a vlog, maybe you're going to be on YouTube, and you're going to advocate for white well-being. If you are an American, then the stars and stripes should be on display, and it should be higher and given more respect than any other flag that is visible. If you are in Ireland, the Irish national flag should be given the prominent spot. It should be there for your audience to see. But you can absolutely celebrate your Irish heritage. And when you are, and I assume you're talking about the national, the current flag, yes? If you are advocating, say you're leafleting, and you know for certain that your audience, this is the Irish neighborhood, and you know that everybody there is going to be Irish descent, maybe somewhere up in Boston, then yeah, put the Irish flag on there. Remember, you give the stars and stripes the prominent spot. This is America. If you're in America, and when you're doing this, not just at the moment that you're asking this question, but when you're doing this, then yeah, add it, just like you would add anything else that could be lovely on the leaflet that would appeal to the people in that area. So maybe if you are, I don't know, if there is a historic spot and everybody recognizes it, you could add that, whatever it is. Maybe if everybody recognizes the state butterfly, you could add that. And you could, so these sorts of things, think of the Irish flag in that sense, are added to make a contact with people, make a touch with them. You say, look, I'm just like you. This going free practice, this really works. And you should have a look. Maybe it'll work for you. It probably will. But if you want to go elsewhere, then good for you. Good luck. You should do that. If you are going to be leafleting elsewhere where you're not certain that everybody is going to be Irish, don't use the flag, the flag of Ireland. They're just going to think that you are excluding those without Irish descent. They're going to think in some way it's going to be, it represents an exclusion of other parts or other white people or non-white people. It's some sort of dog whistle. People will think crazy things. You have to meet them on their terms. And so that's how you use the flag of Ireland. Looks like she came back. Celtic Princess says, my grandparents are from Ireland, and it is the current Irish flag. I'm born and raised in America. Well, that's wonderful. And we are delighted to have you, sweet sister, going free with us. And I find it to be splendid that you are going to be promulgating the practice of going free to those around you. I'm sure your family, your friends, and now these strangers are going to be reaching out. And that is a wonderful thing. So thank you so much for having a heart big enough to love all of Western kind and reach out to them with this practice that is working for you and working for so many others. And thank you for that question. It will help others. I mean, you have the same exact scenario if you are in a neighborhood that is 100% whatever of European descent, and one of the symbols you might want to put on the leaflet would be the national flag, because that would make sense to them. They would feel a connection there. Then do so. But remember, if you are, whatever country you're in, that flag is what gets the prominence. That's what goes on top. We are Westmen, M-E-N and M-A-N. It means both men and women. Collectively, we are Western kind. We have many countries. We have a glorious biospirit, the spirit of the West inside of us. And that is what we are endeavoring to release by treating ourselves and treating our kin for the mean pathogens with which they are infected. Because if we can get enough of us to release enough of that powerful, that unconquerable Western spirit within us, there's nothing the anti-whites could wield that could stop us. The earth will shake. So thank you so much, Celtic Princess. Roy Danton, the great Roy Danton, is with us. Another one of those heroes. Yesterday, I saw a post on Facebook where somebody used the term triggering people. It's, quote, triggering people. I think I did a good job explaining why not to use it. But do you have any advice for a good MC? Could you give me a little bit more info on that, Roy? Because I'm not just generally trigger is speaking to something has caused something else to, what's the proper word? There's another word for that. Well, it's like catalyze. Something has catalyzed something else. And so generally speaking, it's not a mean pathogen. But give me some more info and I will gladly assist any way I can. Greek American Nationalist is here. Hello, brother. What is your opinion on the alt-right? And do you think the rally in Charlottesville was a win? Well, big rearview mirror on Charlottesville. I will say that when it comes to rearview mirror items, we need to almost never look in the wing mirror if you're in the UK, side view mirror if you are in the US, or the rearview mirror, the one in the middle of the windshield. What do you all call that in the UK? We rarely look there because there is no future in the past. And that sounds like a cool thing to say, and it is. But there's truth to it. There is no future in the past. So when we only look there when planning something for the future. Were there lessons there to be had? Certainly there were lessons there. Many lessons to be had at Charlottesville. It's a big subject. And maybe we'll get into it. Leave that question up there, and maybe I will be able to speak to it a little bit more as we move a little bit deeper into the gathering today. We're going to step up the pace a little bit here. Thank you for that. Alt-right was a fad. It was a fashion. It was mod to be alt-right for a time. Not for me. I was never alt-right. I was always white positive. I was always serving white well-being. I was always going free. When alt-right was first suggested, when it was first used, and then afterwards suggested as a moniker to be utilized, I argued against it being utilized because I said it's on a spectrum, and if you put something on a spectrum inside the well, first of all, anything in the anti-white narrative is doomed to failure, right? Everybody going free knows that, right? But on top of that, if you put something on a spectrum, then the anti-whites can undermine it. And I predicted long, the anti-whites really didn't even have to ever break this out. The alt-right killed itself because of its leadership. Fashion killed itself. It wasn't a movement. I know there are a lot of people that came into consciousness when the alt-right was the fashion, and that it seems like it was a movement, but it was only a fashion. It was like bell bottoms, and it was misled. Anyhow, I argued against it. I argued that the anti-whites could kill at any moment they wanted with the creation of something that would be totally fictitious, the alt-left, and it would go nowhere. And then, nonetheless, what ended up happening was and then it wasn't used, by the way. It was not picked up and used at that point by the individuals who ended up being the de facto leaders of the alt-right. They ended up picking it up because it gained its own success. It was out in public discourse, and people liked those bell bottoms on the people who cared or who in opposition to anti-whiteism in one shape or form liked that particular pair of bell bottoms and the big butterfly collars or whatever. And they said, hey, let's put this on. And I knew it wasn't a good idea, but there was nothing I could do. Nobody was listening to me. And then the de facto rulers slid into place, and they misruled, misled, and you ended up having a lot of people who ruined their lives, lost their lives, killed themselves, went to jail forever as a consequence of following advice, burning their reputations and everything else that I argue against and have been arguing against for so long. But, who am I to just have reality prove me right? So thank you so much for that. Leave that question there, brother, and I will try to get back to the Charlottesville. Promethean promulgation. I was mocking people that just stick to talking about non-white violence. Uh-oh. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Thinking that will save them. Ah, yes, I see what you're saying. So anti-white people, yes, just like I had in junior high school. The white anti-white students would taunt me. They would say, oh, you are going to say something positive about white people. Well, we are going to tell, and then list some non-white names of some violent non-white students, anti-white non-white students. We're going to tell them, and they'll set you straight. So I had those threats. Absolutely. And of course, every time it was an admission. And you can really see the pure soul, the pure demonic soul of an anti-white in those moments. So thank you for bringing that up, Promethean promulgation. Yonash says, looking back, how would you rate 2020? What do you think 2021 will be like? Well, leave that question there. That's great. And we will work with that over the course of the stream. And if you could, give us every now and again, give us a check-in with us and let us know who's winning the gaming. What did you call it? Like these Super Bowl of gaming or whatever that they were having. I imagine it was a bunch of folks together that were playing some sort of video game where you can compete against each other. Fortunately, I can't play video games because they make me sick. And I wouldn't have anyhow, though, because I can't abide sitting and just entertaining myself for, especially by way of a fantasy, for very much of any time at all. I just can't do it. So maybe that comes from being a star athlete. Maybe it comes from standing up for myself at a young age. I don't know. But I would rather live life. You know who else decided to live life and be a champion? Roy Danton. Roy used to be no one was a bigger hardcore gamer than Roy, or few. I mean, I think Roy will probably admit to that. And he said, what am I doing? I'm wasting my whole life. I'm going to eventually get put into a pine box, and I will have essentially been born over top of my grave with my wonderful mother having essentially straddled my grave to give birth to me. He wasn't going to do that to his mother. Don't you dare do that to yours. He decided to take a hold of himself and grab his own lapels and shake himself and be that hero in the real world that he was pretending to be on a video game. And all things in moderation, of course. That's not to say that all gaming is terrible. But certainly if that's consuming your life, it is terrible. But Roy is out there making it happen, like many of you. And he says here, my idea was that we do not intend to offend people and make them feel uncomfortable, but rather educate them. If they get upset anyways, then because what we tell them is heretical against the anti-white narrative. I thought that the original meaning of the word triggering people suggests that we're somehow the bad ones. Well, no, you can simply take, and great thoughts there, brother. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. If the person you're speaking with or people you're speaking to say in response to you that, oh, you're going to trigger people with your concern for white well-being, my response in that situation has always been, because I've heard the same thing in many different iterations. You'll trigger people, you'll upset people, you'll whatever. My response has always been, they should be triggered. They should be upset. They should know that this is happening. They should be shocked. They should find out how sick they are, because if they are shocked by me caring about the well-being of white children, about me caring about the well-being of our most vulnerable members, they need to know how sick they are. So my answer was always good in those scenarios. All right, let's keep rolling. I'm going to swivel back around here. We'll get to these announcements, which I want to share with you all. Let's get the raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen. Break out the raucous emojis once again. 2021 is going to be the year of the raucous emoji. And you'll go to have your people will break out their tarot cards, and they'll put them down in front of you, and they'll read your palm, and they'll say, I see raucous emojis in your future. Very raucous emojis. Go Lightly Mama has financially gifted $100. $100 to the service of White Wellbeing. And that's a lovely picture of you, sweet woman. She says, thank you, with an exclamation point. Well, thank you, sweet lady. Thank you for being with us in service to White Wellbeing. Thank you for starting 2021 with a bang. Go Lightly Mama. Great to see you. And we also have over here a financial gift. Which one shall I call you? Can I call you? I will call you Nature, because I'm not sure if you use this with friends or family, and I don't want to give that away, but then the name, I will call you Nature until you tell me otherwise. Nature has financially gifted $10. Thank you so very much. And writes with it, we have to make it happen. We have to make it happen. That is responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. That is how we think here. We take the responsibility to make it happen. We have to make it happen, and we will make it happen every single day. Every one of you, all of us together, and we are growing. We are the apostles of a new age, of the roaring 20s. We will be able to look back. Our youth, and some who aren't even born today, will write in those history books about 2020, 2021. And they're going to be talking about us, the apostles of going free, and how we dug in. We rolled our shirt sleeves up, and we dug into the mess, accepted the reality of our world, and dug into the mess and decided to be something outside of the anti-white narrative. And what a paradigm shifting thought and revolution that was for Western civilization. Thank you so very much. $10 from, we shall say, Nature. Art Acrobats, financially gifting $5.14. Thank you so much, brother. And he writes here, 200 watchers times $5 a piece equals $1,000. So I think what Art is saying is he's calling some people out with his $5.14. $5.14. Art Acrobats writes here, hint, 200 watchers times $5 a piece equals $1,000. Thank you so very much for that, and for being the hero that you are in service to White Wellbeing. It's an honor to serve with you as well, good brother. So many magnificent people, ladies and gentlemen. We're all here. I see Melissa's here. Pants Monster is here. Jesse is here. Who else? Who have I missed? Pants Monster says, salute to no white clips. Amen to that. Jonas says, how did it happen that caring about the environment became? It's not anymore, brother. It's caring about the environment is what Westmen do. That's us. Always frame it that way from now on. Some of those Westmen are anti-white, and we'll do our best to bring them over to something that will serve their well-being and the well-being of that civilization that they need to have in place so that they can do things which ultimately are frivolous, which is caring about the environment. Jesse, no offense, is here. Hello, dear lady. How are you? Hi, Jason. Hope you're doing well. I'm definitely not ready for 2021, she writes. Well, get ready, because it's going to be a hell of a ride. How do I know? Because we are going to make it a hell of a ride. We and everybody in the world were taken by surprise with this pandemic. And our community was smaller. We had absolutely had hardcore dedicated apostles, but we have more hardcore dedicated apostles now. The people who are forming the elect of Western kind. And I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit later as well. There is going to be a natural leadership. We refer to that natural leadership as the elect. And that doesn't come from the drunken rabble-rousing of ignoramuses who are playing the villain in another people's story. That will come from this community here. Oh, Jonas says, Mark's gaming stream ended about an hour ago. Well, who won? Don't hold us in suspense. We need to know who won the gaming championship. Roy says, speaking of gaming, I, by accident, wiped the hard disk of my old gaming laptop on Friday, trying to install Linux on it. Damn, I'm sorry about that. Especially, Roy spent good money on those video games. You all know what that's like. Ian is here. Great to see you. AC, hello to you and welcome. Charles, hello to you. Welcome. Piazzi. Was that how it flew by? Was that what it was? Richard Wagner is here. Did you read the Mr. Bloom super chat, brother? I did, and thank you so much. You two are magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. They are leafleting for Patriotic Alternative and magnificently making this great music, going free, helping people to the practice of going free. Very proud. Kayla is here. Christy is here. Welcome to you two ladies. And another lady, Coconut. Hello and welcome to you, sweet woman. All right. Let's keep this great gathering rolling. Naterific says, do you think, quote, forget history and you're doomed to repeat it is an MP designed to make us think our history is so bad that to repeat it will doom us? Well, no, not generally. It's a colloquialism. It's been made into several types of sayings now, or several versions of the same saying now. I think generally speaking, it is a worthwhile admonition when you seek to do something new, to look back on what has been successful and what has failed and learn. But you have to see, though, and this is where I think that people maybe who don't make it all the way to the advanced placement like you all have, they get mired there a little bit. Maybe they don't have enough horsepower between their ears, or I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. But then they think that, well, if something worked in the past, then it will absolutely work in the present, without considering the context. You know, if we lived on a planet in the past that was all water, and so the only thing or one vehicle or tactic for survival worked perfectly in that world, and then we found ourselves in a planet that was increasingly of less water and maybe nearly none to sail the seas, just enough to survive, to drink on. Continuing or attempting to implement those same strategies, of course, would be euphemistically foolhardy. You could say other things about such people. They definitely wouldn't make it to the advanced placement. Yes, Rambling Snake is saying to tag me as No White Guilt. That is the @ symbol, No White Guilt, or you can just type out No White Guilt. It should turn orange if you do that for me. And thank you for helping out there, brother. The great Donning Armor is with us. And we found out from Donning Armor last week that he got the name Donning Armor because he viewed going free as donning the armor that he would wear against and would protect him against anti-whiteism. And it absolutely does and has. And I'm trying to remember, if you tag me, I don't see it, it goes off the screen. Then paste it again or put it in the question widget on Entropy. Don't put the same comment every couple seconds in the chat, but give me an opportunity to see it or miss it, and then post it again. Just a way to keep things polite. We're white. We do that. It's the way we do things. And we should be proud of it. I thought I saw a comment that I don't see now. Philosophy is here. Hello to you. And he writes, great stream. Well, thank you so very much. And it's in part great because you're with us. Thank you for being here. Elaine Sabatino says, I'm leaving the chat to paint rocks and stickers, but I'm all ears, Jason. I'm painting with absolutely no white guilt. So remember, we had that going for a while, a couple of months back, the cleaning the house with no white guilt, working out with no white guilt. You have painting stickers and rocks with Elaine Sabatino. You couldn't have a company of people do more than this lady. It is so, she is so fecund. It is unreal. You and Miss Jess Horse must be related, because Miss Jess Horse is fielding a baseball team with children, and you have made more material to bring people's awareness to going free and service to white well-being, nowhiteguilt.org, than I can even articulate. Bless you, dear woman. Thank you. So we have cleaning, working out, working on the car, painting rocks. What was the other one? Oh, studying with no white guilt. I think, we have giving birth with no white guilt with Naderific and his wife in the delivery room, giving birth with no white guilt. So if the only thing left, I think, is to reel it the other direction and be making babies with no white. Wait a second. Maybe don't use that one. I think that might have an unintended meaning. I definitely think that might have. And I actually choked on some of my own saliva when I realized what I was saying. Somebody called Leftist Cuck is here. That's got to be the first time that you've been here. Hello and welcome. We can answer your questions. We can turn your life around. We have some people getting their messages deleted. And because their messages deserve to be deleted by the great Roy Danton, saying, talk of money, that they are out of here. Really? Yeah. Anybody who supports shames is aiding and abetting the anti-whites. There is no support shaming for anybody producing white positive material. You know them by their fruits. Are they out there making it happen? Are they out there doing good works? They need the liquidity to continue doing good works. So who would impoverish? How much sense does that make? You don't see, I mean, usually these people, by the way, who love to come in and support shame are the same ones that talk endlessly. They are the Yehudi huffers. They want to talk endlessly about some other group and how they have so much money and how they can accomplish so much because of having so much money. And then they show up here and they want to support shame. You should do it all for free. There shouldn't be any organization that advances white well-being that has the liquidity to compete with the anti-white groups and all the money they have. No, there shouldn't be anything like that. They should just be shut down. Natarific says, mucking out the chicken coop with no white guilt. Oh, that's nice. Hey, whatever, you got to muck it out at some point. So it's got to be done. You might as well do it with me in the back. Oh, yeah, cooking. Althea's right. Cooking. Why did we put mucking and cooking? How did they come together side by side? You don't want to do them side by side. Muck at one point, cook at another. Joe also said cooking with no white guilt. Thank you. That was one of the other ones we had going on. All right. Alex Simpson is helping helping folks to tag me. And that's what this is about. Hey, if you're new, you can stand up on the wall. You can be a wallflower. You can just stand there and be handsome or pretty. I don't mind. We want you to go free. You don't have to say a word. You can just learn from the conversations we're having here. You can ramp up the process of becoming a better you by participating. You can begin that participation by acquiring for extraordinarily inexpensive price, Go Free on Kindle. And you can get started there. You can get a Kindle app on any electronic device to be able to read your Kindles over there. Or you can get the actual book. We want you to take notes throughout the whole thing. You have to practice the practice of going free, just like working out or eating right. But we would like, if you want, I invite you. My hand is out. You can come onto the dance floor with me. Ask a question. Pose a statement. What's going on in your life? Tag me. And I will speak to it. Maybe some of these other great champions who've been going free longer than you have. If you're not here right now, you're listening to this, and I am in the past for you. Write it on the thread. Ask people there. I have this situation. What should I do? Or I feel this way because of X. Am I feeling this way because the anti-whites taught me to feel that way? The more we help each other, the more we teach, the more we learn, the faster we will go free. That is one of the principal points in Go Free. So we will do that more, and we'll talk more about that as well in iteration 2. Jesse No Offense says, it'll be a ride, all right. The 2021, yes, it'll be a ride. Jonash giving us an update. They won a few times in the first hour. Then I switched to your stream. So I don't know the end, but I assume they were doing well. Well, wait a second. Were our guys competing against like somebody else? I had no idea that any of this was happening. You know what's going to end up happening though? So somebody who knows Mark and whoever else who was participating, Sam, I think he is a gamer, isn't he? You better reach out and tell them what we actually said here, because you know what's going to end up happening is some of these Yehudi sniffers or Yehudi huffers, they're going to run back to Mark and anyone else they can and try to say, oh, well, you know what No White Guilt said, and then misrepresent me. Greek American nationalist says, what is your opinion on the term patriot or patriotic? What's my opinion of it? Use it. I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking about those labels. You can, for example, you could say, you're an American citizen. You can say, I'm absolutely a patriotic American. That is why I go free. That is why I practice the practice of going free. Well, what is going free, Greek American nationalist? What is it? Is assuming this, of course, is your name your parents gave you. I'm sure it's on your birth certificate. And very creative. They say Greek or Mr. Nationalist, or when your mom's really mad, Greek American nationalist, get in here. What is going free? Well, it's merely a practice. Friend, mom, whoever you're talking to, whatever you're talking to. It's just a practice. It's like working out or eating right. And it's really straightforward, and it deals with all things that are tangible, things that you've learned over your life to hate yourself. It addresses those sorts of things. So you're just, the idea, the phrase go free is just making an action, because it is an act. We want people to act. See, for so long, folks, and I'll get out of my character vis-a-vis Greek American nationalists, for so long in the white positive sphere, what I refer to the white positive sphere, and what now we know many are just not going to be part of, was this inaction. Everything was inaction. And I complained vehemently about the inaction. And yes, even holding a rally is inaction if you're not making a difference. Even holding a conference, inaction, if that's not actually changing anything. So we needed, part of the idea here is to be right from the start and action. It's like working out. When you say working out, for example, or eating right, these things are activities. They're actions. You're not squatting and maybe squatting surrounded by people out under the sun with a placard, or squatting in a ballroom somewhere for a conference. You're not squatting here with going free. You are active. You are making it happen. You are not going free by just getting a flag that says your new group's name. You're not going free by getting together with a handful of other people or whatever it is and getting drunk and then talking disparagingly about every other race of people. I know very well, I came to the realities of the world long before a lot of these Yehudi Huffers were even born. I came to the reality of the world. You all have heard me talk about it on YouTube when it was a little bit safer place to speak. How I discovered it on my own. Nobody came to me and said, you got to look at this group or that group. No, I went and started writing names down. I was like, all right, who are all of these jackasses? And I started writing names down. This was when the internet was still young. You couldn't just get online and do it. I had to go to the library. And then I noticed something. But you know what else I noticed? Because I'm not a midget stick, midget wit, jealous imbecile, I thought, well, if they can be so successful, so can we. So talk about the difference there. Talk about the difference. One mindset says you got to just endlessly Yehudi huff. And that's substance of what? Of action somehow, of accomplishing some objective. And then you have another mindset that says, if they can do it, we can do it. And we could do it better. And I've always been of the mindset just of myself that if a human being could do something, I can do it. I've told employers, I've set records in business, records in sports, excel wherever I put my mind, just like you can. If a human being can do it, you can do it. The spirit of the West is inside of you. Tap into it. That's the difference. 1:31 a.m. here in Europe. I hate the time zone difference, writes Yonash. Just think, brother, for as much as you hate that time difference, you always get to see the sunrise with us. Not everybody gets to say that. All right, let's see. Okay, yeah, we had the cooking. The chat jumped on me again, so remember, hit me up again with a question or comment if I miss it. Joe says, feeding your baby with no white. Oh, that's lovely. Are you really feeding your child right now? That's lovely. Brand Danger writes, knowing them by the fruits with no white guilt. Well, precisely. Thank you. That's an insight. Thank you, brother. We got such smart people. You know what a lot of these other so-called leaders really hate is that we come along and we pluck out the best they have, don't we? We're like, all right, we're just going to cull out. Boy, look at that one. Shines like a supernova. We'll take him. And look at that lady over there. She's magnificent. We will take her. And those folks just come to do what is best and what's working for our people. And thank God they do. Let's see. So if we're going to do the other one, it's making babies while listening to no white guilt. And we'll be careful not to make the error of making babies with no white guilt again. Hey, guess who's here? Talking about great ladies. Philosophicat is with us. Hello there, dear sister. A great woman, musician, singer, thinker, and magnificent. Great to see you. All right. And okay, Greek American. Should someone consider themselves a nationalist first, or what nationality and race? No, you are a Westman first. Before all things, what are you born with? This is absolutely fundamental to going free. Absolutely fundamental. You are not born with a country. You are not born with an ideology. You are not born with a religion. You are born of the spirit of the West. You are a Westman first. Whenever anybody asks you, you say that's first. That comes first in all things. I am a Westman. You don't exist without being a Westman. If you're a Westman, you do not exist without being a Westman. That is fundamental. First and foremost, that's what you are. That is what you're loyal to first. I've said it with absolute passion in many of occasions. And if folks want to disagree, and this is how it's just going to be moving forward with 2021, and I'll look at this announcements I have. You guys are going to be absolutely amazed at the testimonials we have. Very exciting as all hell. Very exciting. We have Christmas cards. Now, the Christmas cards that came in the mailbag, I'll have to show them next week when we're on camera again. But I'll still go through the wonderful cards. But I mean, back to the statement. You're not born with a race. You're not born with a nation. You're not born with a religion. You're not born with an ideology. You're born a Westman. That means male and female. And that is your first loyalty to the spirit of the West. If we get that right, then it won't matter what other groups do. How much of a joke would it be to say, well, 2% of this group achieved this much damage to us or whatever it might be? Not possible with a population that's saying, first and foremost, I'm a Westman and I serve white well-being. I got worked is with us. Hey, brother, it's wonderful to see you. Magnificent. Says he's sauteing onions with no white guilt. In fact, we have a card from I Got Worked. This is a gentleman with a beautiful soul, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you so much. A Promethean New Year to all of you. That's what we're going to make it. Why is 2021 going to be different? It's going to be different. It's going to be a success because we are going to make it different. We are going to make it a success. We are going to do the yeoman's work. We don't sit around in Going Free and wait for things to happen beyond. We don't. I can't. For the life of me, I've never understood why anybody would call themselves a reactionary. I have always thought that is the absolute dumbest thing. A reactionary. I can think of some very, if I were just around a bunch of guys and we were being a little bit coarse around the edges, I can think of a bunch of ways that I would put this into metaphor. I mean, you're the reactionary? Okay. You're the reactionary. That's like the white person's version of walking around with your pants exposing your ass. No, we are masters of destiny. Those who are going free are masters of destiny. Sloth says here, I am playing games with no white guilt. It says a lot about going free, that I cannot do anything but something mindless while listening, or else I miss what's said. And you all heard Sloths last week. Sloths is a very intelligent man. This is a sagacious person. So when he says he's got to be doing something that is mindless because there's so much of value that would be missed, you can take that to the bank. Jessica is here. Great to see you, sweet lady. Eric says, opinion on Jesse Helms. You mean the late Jesse Helms? Jesse Link says, you should have a massive banner behind the plane saying no white guilt on YouTube. Oh, well, this is an idea for towing a banner. Yeah, could you imagine the power of that? And make sure, if you're going to do that, make sure you put the .org. We'll have that new and just amazing website, and we will funnel people in like you wouldn't believe. I'm going to tell you what. You all know that I made predictions about some amazing things, and do share with it when the new people show up. And this is the one thing, and I'm going to get to this announcement here that's about interactions and things like that, and moving forward into 2021. One area that I got really wrong was that I put too much faith, too much stock in people's ability to see accurate predictions come to fruition and then to narrow their focus to those who make accurate predictions. I thought over the years, and this is an area, and I admit I was wrong. And this does not hold true for individuals. Certainly it's more of sort of like a Gobineau type of thing where it's the group, it's the mass mind, where they don't see accurate predictions as something that should warrant more and more of their attention. It's amazing. It's amazing, but it's the case. And so for those who you think will respond when they say that an accurate prediction has been made, or all of these accurate predictions, they come to fruition, and you can use the same formula. This guy, No White Guilt's not saying he has a crystal ball. He's not saying that he is sitting up in some lotus position on the top of a mountain, but you can imagine that if it helps you get to sleep or whatever it is. But he has a formula that if you use it, you do have to toss in a dash of human understanding, then you'll be able to predict these things, predict what the anti-whites will do. If you come across somebody who after hearing about successful predictions will give more heed, then use it. But generally, I was wrong thinking that, well, I can make, over the years, for God's sakes, you all witnessed one of the biggest of, and of course I can't say specifically because it's real, but I made the 2 weeks out, I made the 1 week out, I made the 4 days out, and it happened. And then there were other predictions that happened that came to big ones, and ones demonstrating an understanding of the anti-white, their motivations, other ones about maybe connections and some knowledge about events that are not publicly known, and they came true. And I thought, if people see that, they'll all just congregate around where the predictions are coming from. Who's the prognosticator? But it's just not the case. I was really wrong about that. Misty is here. Great to see you, sweet lady. And who was the other I saw? Oh, you're Yankee, another sweet lady, and Euphemia as well. Great to see you, all three of you wonderful ladies. Euphemia was on the White Art Collective the other night, first time, and she had on these very cool, like Knight Rider riding the crotch rocket across the landscape. So it was like a crotch rocket version of Knight Rider goggles to protect her identity. And, you know, we have to protect our identity because don't you know that white people just run everything for the benefit of white people? That's why we have to protect our identity. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's keep rolling, and I will get to this. Maybe we'll get to a point when, what I was going to say though is that I know some things that are real and I simply can't share, and just connections that are real, and no one else that you are talking or to or listening to or imbibing material. This is just a fact. I don't give a shit. It's sorry about my French. Try to do better in 2021. I don't care if it's going to hurt their feelings or they're already make them say bad things or misrepresent me. I've got I am in places, and but I just can't say more. It's real. So some exciting things for 2021, and there are no doubt going to be real challenges. But we hold more cards. I'll say it this way: we hold more cards here than are held elsewhere. We hold more cards that if you too could see them, you would be more buoyed, perhaps, than you definitely would be more buoyed than you are. But if you're feeling down, you would really be picked right up. So Spike says, glad to catch the stream. Well, we are glad you are in the gathering, my friend. You are in the gathering of heroes that are going to change the world. Magpie says, some prophetess. I'm not predicting future with magic. I don't know if that's what this person. I have a formula, as you know, for understanding the anti-whites, since they dominate the systems. And also I have I'll just set that thought aside for a moment. An understanding of human nature. I've been a keen observer for my whole life. Now back to that thought, paired with that lens, I am able to very accurately predict, just like you would be able to predict the hunting strategies of lions. You see how they hunt. They do it without planning. It's just genetics. I have kept ant colonies before. Some of you may have known this in Formicaria. So professional, not like I have had when I was a kid, like the kids' ant farm, and all of their strategies. They don't hold board meetings. I mean, I never saw any holding board meetings. Of course, I don't use drugs, and they just do these things that are absolutely quite remarkable. If you maybe one of these days I'll tell you some of the amazing things they do. But the lions, the ants, they perform these strategies in a specific or in specific contexts. If you understand the motivations, the needs, the internal conflicts, and the conflict and the contexts in which those things are going to play out, you can predict how the organism will, or what decisions an organism will make in a given context. And so I figured if I'm showing people how to do this, and they then can say, now I see. I mean, I've had cases, and we've had it here, but over the years, remarkable cases where I've had conversations with folks, and I've said, what is that anti-white at your work going to do? Or that anti-white with your family going to do? Well, in this context, in this scenario, the anti-white will do X, Y, or Z, right? And then they'll say, yeah, that's true, X, Y, or Z. And then they come back and they're like, holy God, that's exactly what they did. At that point, I really could have charged them and broken out the crystal ball and said, oh, it's just my mystical powers, right? But instead I said, no, now apply this in your life, and then you'll know what they're going to do before they do it. And then you'll be able to retrodict. You'll be able to say, the same formula works to understand why they did the things they did. I can trip up, and that's what I'll do this year too. I'll do some of these response videos, and maybe we'll piss off a bunch of people. I don't know. And I'll trip them up with their conclusions about how the world functions, how economy functions, how governance functions, how the anti-whites function. And I'll trip them up right there while I'm watching, and there'll be no response. It's one of the reasons why. I'll say this loud and clear. You all will hear it. It's one of the reasons why people who are supposedly really good debaters don't like to be on streams with yours truly, because they know in their heart of hearts. Board Troll is here. Did I mention you before? Great American. Oh, we saw, the chestnut trade. Magnificent. Great to see you. Hey, Dominel. Hello. I refuse to get glasses if there's anything wrong there. Unless I somehow end up looking like really good in a pair of glasses, which, it's possible. Ardent White is here. We need white positive children's programs. We do. Thank you for mentioning that, sweet lady. And we're going to be making that happen. And we're already heading that direction with that compass, that white positive going free compass with Brant Danger and his team. Wonderful people. And we'll be churning out more of that. And as we are, and we're talking about 2021, we're moving into phase 2 of the OE. Phase 2 of the OE. We're getting closer and closer to doing wonderful things. Why? Because we don't tolerate things like these naysayers, because we don't tolerate road blocking, because we don't tolerate support shaming, because we speak out against shame extorting and virtue trapping. And people say, well, what are those things? Well, you don't need to have them on your lips like I have them on my lips. But if you get Go Free, especially iteration 2, they'll be in there. You can look it up and it will help to clarify your thinking. But for those out there who would say, well, what is shame extorting? I'm not going to learn that. Boy, he's got his own lingo. We're the anti-whites. Let them tell me what to say. I mean, that's such stupidity. They will memorize everything the anti-whites want them to say, how the anti-whites want them to talk. But you know what? That's fine. Let them do that. I want to draw the line even starker between us and them in 2021 and moving forward. I don't want the general public of our ordinary white people with normal sensibilities to look at us and then confuse us with these others. I want it to be very clear. No, there's a very clear dividing line. Let's see. Somebody laughing about the Yehudi Huffers that I made up. Yes, indeed. Southern Bloom is here. If you don't like glasses, just get contacts. Oh, my dear. Nothing can touch my eyes. Oh, you have uncovered one of my weaknesses. Kryptonite for Superman getting near my eyeballs for no white guilt. No, it can't happen. Nothing can get near my eyeballs. Sloth's making a great point here. Great at debating within the anti-white narrative. Yes, indeed. Okay, Eric was talking about the late Jesse Helms. I saw him in action, but I don't know that how necessary. Could you tell me how he was, how his life story, in what way are you bruiting his life and his life's story vis-a-vis going free. So if you could please clarify that, I will happily speak to it. Heidi is here. Great to see you, sweet woman. Hey, why aren't we moving? Achilles' eyes, Euphemia said. Exactly. It's my Achilles' eyes. You cannot get near my Achilles' eyes. That sounds brilliant. Well done. Well done. My Achilles' eyes. Yes, all you have to do is poke my eyes, as Brand Danger says. Now this is the thing. I've been in fights and I come away, I can feel my whole eye swelling, or even both of them. And then the blood pours into the white portion, and that I am not the person to have that happen to. It is most uncomfortable. But just to know that it's there. So I don't look at myself until it's healed. As long as I don't look at it, I can put up with most pain. So as long as I don't look at it, it doesn't vex me. Tall Kevin over here. This time in the financial gift widget. $5. Thank you, dear brother. Great to see you. This is the hero who can hang a No White Guilt banner on the balcony of what was it, like the 32nd floor or 6th floor? What floor were you on anyhow? And he didn't even have to go into the room to do it. He just stood there on the street and hung that up for all to see and said, screw it. Who cares what these people think? And they were immediately calling him, the hotel. What are you doing? What is that banner about? And he said, it's just 3 words. No white guilt. Don't worry about it. And he made it through. $5 financial gift. Champion, Tall Kevin. And he finds no white guilt signs all over the place. He writes here, what to say to those who deride going free when I try to spread it? I say to him, quote, hey, I see you're having trouble with X. Let me tell you about going free. It improved my life, close quote. He said, I'm not interested in activist crap. My problem has nothing to do with me being white. Ah, there you go, brother. He just gave you the biggest opening. Did you play football? Tall Kevin, American football? Or watch it at some point back. And I know we don't watch anymore, but when the offensive line, I played college football. For those of you who don't know, or unaware of it, played football all my life, played college football. And I played running back for many of those years until I got up to the collegiate level. And but when you're in the backfield and you take a handoff and the offensive line has opened a hole for you big enough, they say, to drive a Mack truck through. That's like the slang. That's what this guy has just done for you. He has opened the door. He has told you that is exactly his problem. And this is where you shoot the gap. You say here, but you think that it has nothing to do with you being white. This is not an activist activity. This is a practice to address these ideas that you have learned over the course of your life that cause you to have these weaknesses, that cause you to have these problems in life. Now, maybe some of these in your case may be stronger or less, and maybe some of it may be more external or more, but either way, they both are spoken to in the practice of going free. What specifically is the issue? Let me show you how going free can help explain it. Let's work through it together. That is the opportunity to shoot. What a brilliant question. Tall Kevin is always this is a hero. He's always like Sloths. He's like so many of these other heroes making it happen. And I salute you, brother, for that. Let us know with this individual. You can use the practice of going free, ladies and gentlemen, as I have, in every scenario in life. Health problems, economic problems, relationship problems, job problems, substance abuse problems. None of them have to be overtly socio-political. Going free is a psychological defense to the psychological warfare that is waged against you, whether you care or know or ignore that war is being waged. It helps in every area. And the further along that you are in going free, the easier it will become for you to put the pieces together and see, I see exactly how this fits with this person's problem or with your own problem. So we can work on this, and we should work on this, by the way. We should be talking about that more often. And I appreciate Tall Kevin bringing that up. $5 financial gift. Thank you, my dear brother. We'll do 2 other financial gifts, and then I'm going to get right into this. Some stuff you need to know for moving forward for 2021. And we have the great 41 BMC, but I think you've changed your name in the live chat. Have you, my brother? Tag me if you've changed it, and I will call you by that name if you would rather have me call you by that name. 41 BMC. But hey, guess what? The one and only Imminent Rain has entered the gathering, ladies and gentlemen. We were talking about you earlier. We were talking about your skill at producing music and singing the equivalent of Iron Maiden, of Metallica, of the very best. And this man dedicating these extraordinary talents that he knows he acquired from his biospirit, from that great connection to all of the glory and champions of our past, all the way back into antiquity. And he says, I recognize how important this is. He read Prometheus Rising, and he decided to create an entire album of 10 songs dedicated to telling the story of Prometheus Rising. Many of you know his work as some of the most amazing stuff that you have heard hard rock / metal wise in a very long time. And he's doing it almost alone. Think about that. You know, Iron Maiden had teams and teams of people, right? Great champions. Brad. Okay. So from now on, 41 BMC, Brad is C. Great, brother. He's Brad C now. I will do my best to remember that, brother. And the great Fornull is here as well. Holy Sierra. We have Richard Wagner is here. Look at all of these amazing champions. Slots, Tall Kevin, Mr. Bloom, Promethean Promulgation. I mean, the list just goes on and on of the best. You all know you were the best of all of these other groups that were out there. You all were the best. And now you have come where the best go. There'll be a poem or something about that in the future, I bet. Brad C. financially gifting $20 to White Wellbeing. He writes here, a Promethean New Year. Amen. You know, it's something, $20 financial gift. Thank you so much. Always here, always going free, always helping others to go free, financially gifting regularly. And we salute you for that. I think we should say from now on, I mean, we could start changing the culture as we are right around ourselves with saying a Promethean New Year, a happy Promethean New Year, a Promethean New Year to you. And that, of course, will get people to say, Promethean New Year, what is that about? Well, it's this novel called Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. It's about getting into our own story, getting out of the anti-white narrative. It's a great opportunity to make an entrance with someone. If they say, well, what does it have to do with the original Prometheus? Well, a little bit, but the story is largely rewritten. And I think you'll enjoy it. Here's where you can find it. Thank you so much, brother. And the great Slots here doing the same as Bradley. $5 financial gift, donating in the name of those insulting my financial contributions. Good for you. Good for you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Champion, in the trenches all the time. Hey, you know where the trenches can be found? They're found at your dinner table. They're found in the hallway between classes with your locker. They're found on the sports field, where instead of just being a cuck and watching others play sports, you actually play them. The trenches are found in Twitter. They're found on Facebook. They're found in Gab. Those are where the trenches are. So if you want to be a warrior metaphorical warrior, a real warrior for white well-being, a servant to white well-being, then you get in those trenches. You don't Yehudi huff and worship at the antique altar. Alex says, talking at lengths. Wait, no white guilt is a 100%. It is a 100% counterproductive endeavor too. Instead of focusing strictly on our victimization by anti-whites of all races, talking at lengths about how violent, particularly groups of non-white people are. Fully acknowledging all the great work and doing that, they undoubtedly, doing that they undoubtedly do, that would be some personal criticism I have of organizations like American Renaissance, for example. Well, precisely. And we take the good with the bad. We don't cut people down, or all of the recommendations, by the way. And there have been some individuals who, content creators, thought leaders, organizational leaders, who have seen or heard about my recommendations that would improve their work, and they've taken umbrage as though I intended umbrage. That is their problem, and they need to see therapists. I come from an environment where if somebody is doing something that you can see, or at least you believe, and in our case, we have a long evidence of things working better with the practice of going free, being outside of the anti-white narrative. Where an environment where you make recommendations, you care about people, and an expression of that care is that you reach out to them and you say, "Hey, brother or sister, this will work better if you try it this way. I think, why don't you give it a go and let me know." I've now had stories come back to me about people finding out that Jason said that we would do better if we this, that I would do better if I that. Well, you would do better, but you can say, a healthier position is, well, no, thank you. I think I'm just going to keep doing it the way I'm doing it. Or you could say, well, maybe I'll have a thought. I'll maybe try some of that and see if it works. Thank you for making a recommendation that you think would improve what I do. I have people throughout the totality of my life I invite to tell me where they think I'm wrong. In some cases, they're wrong. In some cases, they're right. In some cases, neither of us are right. And in some cases, both of us are right. In all cases, I'm happy that I received feedback. I don't need to see a therapist because I'm happy to receive feedback. Alex is absolutely right here about the talking just endlessly about the warts of other groups. There is, and that really comes from the old paradigm, which we have left in the dust, and now we're drawing a nice bold line between us and them. That old paradigm where you rely on the God of the gaps, where you think if you tell enough people about how horrible everybody else is, then God of the gaps, magic happens, and those other peoples are no longer able to do the horrible things. And then as sort of like one of the fallout consequences, white people are better off. Well, screw that to hell. That's no plan. And I have shown people from the most prestigious universities. I have said, look, this is the thinking. This is where you are. And then this, hop, skip. And then you get to this point. What happens here? How do you cross that divide there? Is there anything for there? And they have nothing. And yet they continue with the same platform. They continue with the same arguments. They continue with the same strategy and plan. I'm not the one, and especially these folks who end up getting angry at me, I'm not the one who has caused reality to be the way it is. I'm just smart enough to say we have to accept reality for what it is and then navigate our way to victory. You might not like, I might not like how we navigate to victory, For me, I always surrender to what is required to recapture our destiny. So it doesn't really put me out. Other people, they get really tied to the recapturing our destiny, or victory can be only achieved in this one way, and then any variation from that, and you get this big emotional response from them. That's how you know that it's not something that is based in reason, logic, and evidence of the Aristotelian, Baconian model, but something that is based in something that is usually or more so associated with women, which is a recourse to emotion. Works wonderful for women, not so good in men. Great American Chestnut says, if No White Guilt wasn't shadow banned, he would probably have 1 million subs by now. We need to fight for internet free speech for sure. Thank you for saying that. Without the anti-whites are absolutely, and I'm going to get into this right now, and then I'll get back to, because we have to keep rolling. I could chat with you all, just clearing the air, making things work forever, because your lives, your futures, your families, your loved ones, they matter to me. I don't want to see, I hurt when I see white people being hurt by anti-whiteism, and I want to reach out and fix that for every person, if I could, on a personal level. That's how I've been making the mistake of arguing with too many stupid people. And I just have to stop doing that. But the anti-whites are off the hook. I mean, if you all bother to look at my sub count, you'll notice that it goes 20.9 and then 21,000 and then 20.9 and 21,000 and back and forth like a, oh my gosh, like a hamster on crack on the spinning wheel. I mean, it's just nuts. The people subbing and the rate of them, the people subbing is through the roof. People are subbing to the channel like crazy, but then they're being deleted as quickly by the anti-whites. I mean, somebody is wearing out that key on the keyboard. No joke. It is covered in that orange dust from whatever Doritos they're eating or Cheetos, and it is worn out. They're going through keyboards just for the delete button on this channel. I don't know how many there would actually be. Maybe it still wouldn't be anywhere close to what, to what others do. Fine. But it would be a hell of a lot more. And the larger that number would be, the more people it would attract, the more folks that would say, well, there's a large, because for some reason, the metric for everyone, aside from you all, is what's the head count? I mean, can you actually believe? It's amazing. How did humanity survive? How did the white race, how did Western kind do so well when so many of us are merely looking for a head count? That's the metric. Does this work? What's the head count? You have very wealthy, and by I don't mean like the millionaires that the Republicans and billionaires that the Democrats have, but very wealthy compared to all of us, older white people, and they're giving money, big money, over to content creators and the like, because they look at a head count. How many hits on a website, how many people to show up at a rally, how many people to show up at a live stream, and that's it. Not whether or not what they're doing has changed anybody's life. Not whether or not it's creating an impetus, a momentum that undermines, neutralizes, and defeats anti-white ideology. They're not using a metric there at all. How many heads? I could not imagine. I think that's what a prostitute does. She counts by the head. All right. And on the basis of that joke, we will move forward. And I will say, let's see. Here's one of the announcements I wanted to get to. Many of you will have heard that I will not be appearing this coming Wednesday on PWR. Now, this is the first time in several years since I came to rescue PWR when it was suddenly left in the lurch. And I'm not going to cast any judgment on the young lady who was streaming PWR for Mark. Mark was unable to stream PWR. It had a different name back then, Tutar, as you all remember. And she just left him in the lurch. Maybe there was something in her life that caused her to have to do that. I don't know. She's a sweet woman, but left him in the lurch. He needed someplace to stream. And so I said, a guy who's now long gone, and he actually mentioned me to Mark. And all I knew about Mark, I had seen a couple portions of the show here or there, but not much of it. And I did know of Mark from all the way back in the Friends of the BNP days. So you can see I've been around, as I say, in the white positive, what I refer to as the white positive sphere, for decades. And I didn't meet him at a Friends of the BNP in the United States here, but I knew of him that he was a participant and played a role. And then I met him twice, very briefly, but spoke with, he was somebody who was brought along with the speaker from the BNP to conferences to the US, and didn't speak directly to him. So I didn't know him, but I knew of him, and he needed to, I knew what ultimately that the evidence or info that I had on Mark was that, I guess, post a certain period in his life, and that he was helping our people in a way that comported with my morality. And so I thought, absolutely, I'm going to help this person out. And I thought it was, I didn't know whether it was going to be like for 2 months, 3 months, 1 week. But I said, absolutely, I'll help out. And so we started streaming, and we streamed from my channel for months. And then Mark was able to stream again. And we went over to his channel. He said, hey, will you stick around? And we seem to be making a great team. And I said, absolutely. So stuck around. And we've had a lot of magnificent shows over the years. And when I say show, we're talking about helping people, bringing people, in my opinion, to going free, and to the work that he's doing over there, the good work that he's doing. He's helping people out. You don't need me to tell you what a hero he has been to so many in the UK. Stand-up guy over there in the UK. So without question. And we don't have any issues between the two of us at all. We're two regular guys. We both care about the white race. And so we care about the future for our people. We feel it's our duty because so many of our people did their duty in the past. So we're able to be here today and live in the West and enjoy that heritage that has been handed down, both genetic and the cultural. So doing our duty. And but this will be the first time that I won't be, I think, appearing. There might actually have been one time that I was out of town, but you all don't know that I didn't share several times. I was appeared on PWR when I was at the hospital at surgeries for loved ones, and during the surgeries, and still appeared because to both Mark and myself, it was very meaningful to be able to get together and be the sort of strong focal point for people, and sort of a static pole in the midst of the anti-white maelstrom, that we could be relied upon to be there. And we've worked magnificently together, and we will continue to work magnificently together. But this week, I will not be there this week, and this will be the case with all National Justice Party guests on PWR, as far as I have been told. And I may not be invited to appear with some other people as well. I won't know who those people are until I am told, though. So this coming 2021, there'll be times when I will be on PWR. Maybe it'll be most of the time. I don't know. But or maybe it'll be half the time. I don't know. But when I am invited, I will be there. This coming week, you're going to have a magnificent show because Laura Towler, everybody loves Laura. She's going to be guest hosting with Mark. That'll be 2 to 4 Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a absolutely splendid show, I assure you. And the guest is, what's his nom de plume? His name is Joey Jordan, but he's got I can't remember. I don't think he goes by the nom de plume anymore, although I'm not sure. Eric Stryker. Eric Stryker is the guy's name. He will be the guest, and Mark and Laura will be interviewing him. It's going to be a fantastic show over there on Wednesday, PWR, 2 to 4 Eastern Standard Time. And that is how PWR will play out for the rest of the year. And that brings me, and perhaps moving forward, I don't know. And that brings me to another topic for 2021, another announcement, and that is that it is safe to say that the content creators and organizational leaders throughout what I would call in the past, and I think I'm going to draw a distinction now in the moving forward, because quite frankly, I'm tired of the status quo. But it's safe to say that content creators, thought leaders, organizational leaders throughout the white positive sphere, that they all know at this point about going free. It's safe to say that they've all heard to various degrees about the successes that we have with going free. I mean, it must be, even though there aren't people who are just falling over themselves to want to speak with me about, wait, why is this such a success? What is going on that's making it work so well for our people? We do have a couple, by the way, and that reached out to me. Funny that two people who have reached out to me. One is non-white to talk about going free. One is non-white. One is half white. And then we have, I think, 2 others. And I will be getting to you all the election and my involvement has really taken a lot of time. So I will be getting back with all of you and getting to those conversations, hopefully early here in 2021. And we'll make those things happen. But it's safe to say, you all can chime in if you'd like. It's safe to say that just about everywhere in the sphere from now on, I guess, where people know or rather where people care about whites or Westmen, they care about Western civilization. They know what going free is. They know who no white guilt is. They know about some of the successes, if not many of the successes that we've had. And some content creators, thought leaders, and the like have decided, hey, they're going to go free. One great example is Full Moon Ancestry. I mean, I hope he's doing really great right now, and hope he continues on the path of the practice of going free and doing a splendid job. He got right on board. There are some others who decided that they're not interested in going free. And let me just quickly say that I'm going to take, before you go, Mr. Bloom, let me say this. Don't go to sleep yet. And we will take your call now and then get to the other call. So let me just hold tight. Don't fall asleep. Let me just finish. I'm almost done. If you can stay. If you can't stay, then I understand. But I want to get to your call. So I realize you're well ahead of us. So these folks know, and the rest of them, or I was going to say right at the point where I was saying that some of them have decided, well, they see that, well, anti-white does work a lot better than calling people, the opposition, the real racists, or calling them just the communists, or just the Marxists, or just the whatever. And they've picked that up, and great. That's what we want. We want to continue to filter, to percolate the lexicon and dialectics of going free up into the ether, so that people who want to defend our people, Western civilization, want to recapture our destiny, will be empowered, whether they hate me, whether they hate going free or not. We want them. I still want them to be empowered, even if they hate me. I still want them to be empowered, even if they misrepresent me. I still want them to live better lives, even if they want me to live a worse life and they want me to be worse off. Because I want, and that's not, this is the fruit that of my labor for my whole life, not a trite statement that could be said now because it would serve now. This has been the past, it is the present, and will be the future. So that's good. I want them, even if they don't like going free, they want to do their own thing. Maybe they think that whatever they're doing is even though not been working, at some point it will work. I don't know, right? I don't care. I'm glad that they're at least picking some of the verbiage, the arguments, picking it up and using it. But then the vast majority, even knowing about going free and knowing about the successes, are just not interested. They're not interested in going free. So be it. They're not interested in talking about the successes of going free. That's a little odd. They're not interested in using the lexicon and the dialectics. Fine, I get it. You're doing your own thing. You want to keep doing your own thing, or whatever. What's been handed down to you, more power to you. And good. Please go your own direction. But the ignoring, the intentional ignoring of the successes, the colossal successes, and we'll be reading some of these after we get off the phone if Mr. Bloom has stuck around. The level of the successes, to ignore that is really something obscene. It's really something of bad character. And that's just it, period. It's really something of a bad character. It's something that might be revealing that the main motivation is not really the well-being of our people. I don't know. But you can't look at people getting off the path to suicide and children being produced because of going free, not because people met at a gathering. You can't look at all of the changes in the successes that people are having, changing their families' lives. It's just endless drug abuse, alcoholism, everything. You can't look at all that and say, no, we're not going to talk about that. Let's talk a little bit more about playing the villain. Let's talk a little bit more about some, what would Nietzsche do? Let's talk a little bit more about, let's be a little bit more cryptic and a little bit more arcane, and not say a word about what's happening here. So I think now the demarcation point is going to be the end of 2020, the beginning of 2021. I've heard the message, and I think you all will have heard the message from these content producers. They are not interested. So we will leave it like that. I will say, in addition to what many of these people are doing, is this icing out business, and because of you have a behavior that you engage in, or an argument that you make, and those are defeated. The first is criticized by me, the behavior, and the argument is defeated by me, and the recourse is then to ice me out of the conversation. Well, they make their positions known very clearly. And so I will ask you all this. Now, I control no one other than myself. I'll ask this question. I'll ask this of you with a suggestion. And that is, do not please do not waste your time anymore, not another minute, of trying to convince a content creator who is in, I think from now on, we will call the rest of these folks in the white nationalist sphere, even though I have told them that the federal government in the United States has put that name on as the equivalent of you saying that you are in an international gang. It's the same thing as saying you're in Los Votos Lacos or whatever. They still want, so they're like giving me the bird. They're like, this is what I think about you, and you're warning Jason. Okay, they're the white nationalist sphere. Do not, I ask you to not waste any time on reaching out to thought leaders, content creators, organizational leaders, webzine leader, whatever they might be. Do not reach out to them anymore and suggest going free. They have proven that it's a total waste of our time to try to empower them. They can't even do a single article on all of the accomplishments that we've had. Don't waste time on them. Also, when you are in, and this will be the end of it, and then I will reach out to Mr. Bloom if he's still around. If you are in in a live chat somewhere, on a thread somewhere, and people are there for the doom documenting, or they're there for the doom dissecting, or whatever it might be, and they relish it, they love it, no use in suggesting going free to them. They're making it clear that they have a path that they're on, and that is very ugly, and it will lead nowhere good, at least perdition, yes, but as it always has. So let them go that direction. However, if you're in one of these live chats or thread or whatever it might be, and somebody in there says, okay, yeah, all this is bad. There's a lot of doom to document. There's a lot of doom to dissect. But how can we fix it? Why does it have to be this bad? Why is and they talk about how their life is bad or whatever. In those scenarios, they're opening the door to you to make a suggestion to go free. And at that point, you can say, hey, you know what? There is something that fixes this. It's a practice called going free. It's like working out, and it can benefit you as it's benefited many others. Let me tell you about it. In those cases, yeah, go ahead and offer going free and give tips. But otherwise, these people over the past several years in the white nationalist sphere, and we can go ahead. They've largely rejected me over the years, saying white positive sphere. So fine, they're not positive anyhow. When all day long you're just talking about the warts of other groups and saying how awful they are, there's not much positivity there. So we're white positive. They can be white nationalists, and if they want to stay there and they want to be objectionable. Okay, Mr. Bloom will be we'll take the calls before he goes to bed. Just 1 second, brother. Then we'll just let them continue down that path. Let them go ahead and be white nationalists. I wish they wouldn't, but you know what? If you see somebody that you think maybe this person will come around, keep your eye on them. And the moment that they say, but is there a way to fix this? If they start saying things, you'll hear their leaders, thought leaders, organizational leaders, they'll say wishes for which they have no power to achieve. So they'll say, we should be able to drag the group X to the table and demand to know what X, Y, or Z, or why won't, when they say something like that, they are giving you a wish without a means. And that is nothing. That is nothing. That is a child screaming at the ocean and telling the waves where to stop. In their audience, however, if you see somebody say, yeah, but how do we do that? That is when you have an opening. I can help you. You can go free. There is a way to change this. Now, what do you do with the rest of your time if you're not going to be trying to bring over people from the white nationalist sphere who have objectionable behaviors and courses of action. We need to be going to ordinary vagues, ordinary white people in our lives, on other threads, a First Amendment, a Second Amendment. These people don't necessarily need to be overly political. Your judo class, your at the shooting range where you're learning how to shoot the new whatever it is, blunderbuss you got, whatever it is, these are the people we need to be reaching out to. Stay away, of course, from the leadership of Tea Party movements, the leadership of MAGA movement, the leadership of nationalist movement. Stay away from the leadership because they have a vested interest in gatekeeping. But the people who are participating are looking for answers. And those are the ones we need to go to and bring over to going free. The white nationalist sphere has known about me for a very long time. They've known about going free. They've had now 3 years almost of going free online. When YouTube, longer online, and then 2 years of colossal successes, and they've made their positions known. We understand they want no part of going free. Got it. I've heard your message loud and clear. No reason to continue that conversation. So I wish them well on their way. I hope that they have success, even though I predict that they will not. Prove me wrong. I think we now, I think in a very real fundamental way, kind of diverge from those who have demonstrated that they're zero interest, that even in our successes, zero interest in what we've been doing and how we've been changing lives, and even becoming upset at a recommendation, at a mere recommendation from yours truly to improve themselves. So let's stay away, from the antique nationalists, the abstractionists, the hardcore abstractionists, the leaders, as I say, the sectarianists, those who want to break up Western kind into numerous different groups. That we're not one people, we're all of these different peoples, or want to break up all of the religions, and to stay away from the leaderships there, of course, the cravens, the leaderships. But when it comes to their following, if they have somebody that is, as I say, looking for answers, you can be there for them. Otherwise, it's just a real waste of time. And you know what I really think is funny? I just am thinking about this, about these people who love to Nazi LARP, is that throughout history, across the West, and you all can look at, you don't need me to tell you, you all can ask other people who are veterans, or you can look up the history for yourself. You always see these people who are sectarianists. They want to divide the white race into different groups, and they say, no, it's only like this one particular group of white people, that's the good group, or something like this. But meanwhile, they'll still claim the lineage of like Greece and Italy and etc. But they'll say there's only one group, and meanwhile, while they're saying and restricting, I don't know, the honor, or in some cases even membership to different groups over the years, while they're doing that, they themselves, the leadership, are not white. Not totally. So it's an interesting phenomenon. And so something that maybe if you were hearing my voice now, you might reconsider an allegiance that you might have. But it's a very peculiar thing. And that has been the case for the LARPers. So now I think the final thing I'll say is from now on, there are those who are inside the anti-white narrative, like white nationalists, who speak with the anti-white tongue, and those of us who are in our narrative and speak with our tongue. There's a big dividing line there. That's how you will know the difference between the saved and the forsaken. The protagonist in our story and the antagonist in the anti-white story. The elect, those of us who are the rightful aristocracy of Western kind, the elect, know the difference between the elect and, in our story, and the puppets in somebody else's story. And that is all I will say to that. We will take, if you have questions, hold on to them, or any comments, hold on to them, because I'm going to take the call from Mr. Bloom so that he can go to bed. And then we will talk about Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen. And I have some things to reveal that might interest you, might excite you. So let's jump over to that really quickly, out of turn, but we're going to make it happen anyhow. We have a lot of interesting things yet to talk about, and we're going to pick up the pace to make sure we get to it all. But first thing we're going to do is we're going to reach out to Mr. Bloom. Here we go. I cannot hear you just yet, but you did answer.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Sorry?
I can hear you now, brother. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's an honor to be speaking with you.
Oh my gosh, the honor's all mine, brother. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for going free and all of your service to White Wellbeing.
No problem at all. And big shout out again. I've done this probably about 5 times now on the streams, but again, big shout out to my friend Richard Wagner. He's watching, observing, and yeah, we're both in our journey to going free together. He's actually someone who encouraged me immensely to watch your content, check out your books and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of the credit goes to him.
Well, that's fantastic. We cannot love Richard Wagner enough. The coming into the scene, when I have to tell you, I'll be honest with you, when he sent me this video and he said that how emotionally Crucible had hit him, and then he wanted to send this gift to me, and he's got Crucible up on the piano, and he sends this piece of music. My eyes were shining. It was so beautiful, and it was so meaningful because I knew the place it was coming from. It's really coming from a very deep injury, a very deep wound that we experience. And we need to talk about this wound, this injury that anti-whites inflict on us, because if you don't address the wound, it's like actually being wounded on the battlefield. If you don't, what do you all call it, plaster? If you don't clean it up and put a plaster on it, you're never going to heal. You're going to continue to be broken. And it was just such a beautiful thing. So yeah, he's absolutely one of our best. And so are you. Thank you for coming to the service of White Wellbeing. What do you want to talk about tonight before you go to bed?
Well, one of the things I'd like to address, and it's actually pretty funny, what you were saying before the call here is about the antique nationalists, because I think, from my own viewpoint, I actually am someone who is a perfect example of one of these, of a person who could have potentially went down the wrong path. I think I might have mentioned this on the show before, but I am, I guess, guilty of watching these antique nitwits, I guess you could call them, and in the past, and I'm not going to lie here, but their content did appeal to me. I did, find it entertaining. Even now, that's, I still find some of it entertaining. I don't watch anymore, but I see the odd clip. And someone as a young person, it's like very easy to see how that could drag someone into going down the wrong path. And it's sad to see, because I'm seeing a lot of people making excuses about, oh, they're getting millions of clips, views on Twitter or something like that, or BitChute, and it's just, again, that's not the factor that we need to be focused on here. We need to be focused on the fact of whether it should be allowing people to go free. Someone can get tons of views just for primary shock factor, and that's all these people are there for. They're not as you said on your show before, they're not going out into the real world preaching their message. They're purely on to provoke and to cause a reaction, and that's going to lead young people down the wrong path. They're gonna see that, they're gonna act in the same way, and they're gonna just get themselves in trouble and lose opportunities to enrich themselves in the actual message of white well-being and into going free. So I just would like everyone to take home that, you know, I'm a perfect example, and I think, you know, Richard Wagner is someone as well, and other friends of mine who have seen this and who have luckily, even though they might find it mildly entertaining, have realized that these people are not serious people, and they're essentially honeypots for the anti-whites in some ways, because they're literally playing into the anti-white narrative, and they're playing the villains that the anti-white media has set them up as. So yeah, that's I just want everyone to take that point home with them.
Brilliantly said, brother. And I'll just say, I mean, I get the, really quickly, and I'll let you get right back to it, that the satirization of only the white race is something that is oppressive, and the satirization of only the things that we care about is oppressive. And when we come upon these individuals, I get the draw to want to laugh at satirizing other groups of people, and you know, sticking the finger, you know, or slaying the sacred cows of anti-whiteism, and how that can be funny. I don't, you know, if somebody wants to watch and have a laugh at something like that, I'm not so doctrinaire that I'm going to say, well, there's this that you can laugh at, or that you can't laugh at. I mean, if you laugh if it's at something that is satirizing and irreverent about anti-whiteism, and even in a way that average folks might find pretty objectionable, if you want to do that in private, but know the difference between, this is something that's just comedy. This is just like a bunch of jesters being comics, but in the real world, we're going to be focusing on love, focusing on improving ourselves, focusing on our families, addressing the mean pathogens that we've been infected with it. And in the real world, that's how we make real change. Then that's fine. That's it's like I say, all things in moderation. But this idea that these folks, they have an actual path to go from where we are to where we would like to be by way of this gross irreverence and iconoclastic behavior inside the anti-white narrative is just simply not going to serve. It's not going to serve the stated objective, whether it's real for those content creators or thought leaders or not, I don't know. But it's also going to ruin your life. You are not going to become a good person by having this sort of focus in your life. You're not going to become a successful person. You're not going to become a great father. You're not going to become a great lover. You're not going to become a great mother. You're not going to become a great husband or a great wife. You won't help to recapture our destiny in any way, shape, or form. You will just be a stooge for the anti-whites. They love white people acting like the antagonist in their story. So the fact that you and Richard Wagner, so talented and young and heroic, and the fact that you can see this, know the difference, and choose the right path is a glorious thing. It means that you all have something special in your characters, that you're able to do this, and we are delighted to have you with us. But please continue.
No, yeah, I think you just hit the nail on the head. It is actually very relieving in some ways that we have managed to essentially find the right path at such a young age, and then just continue to push the message on for our people. I will say this though, that when you do realize you're on the right path, it does become distressing knowing how much anti-whiteism and how much I guess I don't know, people sleeping are to like the message of going free. So for example, me and my friend Richard Wagner, we know each other, so we have a lot of mutual friends who have unfortunately and I think again this has been mentioned on your show before, are not taking things seriously as they should be, and I think that has again, even though that's distressing, I guess me and Richard Wagner will have a lot of work to do in trying to essentially convince them of the message of going free. For example, me and Richard Wagner, I think I mentioned this on PWR. We tried our luck at leafleting recently, and when we mentioned that to our friends group, I suppose you could call them our vague friends group, because they are unfortunately a group of vagues. One of them essentially looked at us and laughed at us like we were crazy and that we were like unreasonable, and even used the typical term cringe. And then when we confronted him on it, he was just essentially playing into this ironic facade of complete denial, and just pretending like everything was a joke. So it is unfortunate that that's something that a lot of people, especially young people, have to deal with when we are awakened to the message of going free. But we do think, we are confident in that with this awakening, that we are able to recognize who the right people are and who the vagues are, the anti-whites, even if they don't actually consciously know it. It's very relieving that enables us to essentially identify who is good and who is bad. So again, that the credit for that again all goes to you. So I can't thank you like enough, and I'll speak for Richard Wagner here as well. When we say we can't thank you for enough for enabling us to recognize this. We are, literally in a world where essentially on our own. But I say with full confidence that as long as we keep striving and continue to strive, then we will essentially retake back our destiny. So,
amen to that. And I can't thank you both enough. That is beautifully said, a wonderfully warm sentiment, beautifully articulated, and you are the exact kind of young men that I want, side by side, shoulder to shoulder with me in this service. We are going to succeed, and we're going to succeed because we have genuine champions like the both of you. Now, I will tell you this before I let you go, and again, at any point when we have these programs, if you want to call in, just let me know, and I will reach out with a call to you, and happily give you and Richard Wagner the floor anytime he wants to call in as well. And I will say this though, when you have this situation where a person might laugh or giggle or snicker or one of these sorts of snarky things, you're seeing a person who is in their weakness afraid of the challenge that you're putting before them. And it takes a lot of maturity to understand that that's what you're actually seeing, because especially in our youth, there is no maturity, and children and then young adults, and then regrettably, some people remain this way for their whole lives. They have this great lack of maturity, lack of wisdom, and in their shallowness, in their weakness, they will snicker and snark and remain inside of the anti-white narrative, where all there is the sarcastic, paralyzing, mocking and ridiculing of the powers around you, and you end up doing exactly as they want you to do. So if you recognize then that these friends are really feeling in that moment a great weakness, it will better help you to understand, okay, what part of going free might I be able to kind of make an entrance, make some headway with this person or that person. And I will tell you this, you'll see a lot of resistance. There'll be these moments of resistance, and it will ebb and flow, and then they'll listen a little bit, and then resistance. The resistance that builds, that you'll witness being built in someone, is the cognitive dissonance, because you are persuading them. So don't give up just because somebody, after hearing you out 2 or 3 times, they throw out some big laughter and they try to dismiss. Remember, they want to get the thing away from them that's making them feel insecure in that moment. And so if it's going free in this case, you're talking about going free. They want that thing to go away quickly, and they'll say whatever they have to say. And being immature at any age, they'll say something like, "Oh, it's cringy, it's whatever," until it actually sinks in and they see it working. So don't give up when they get to that point. They want to quickly dismiss the thing. Know in your heart that I have just actually persuaded this person. That's why there's this big emotional response right now. And so just take a step back. And as I think it was with Richard Wagner, I mentioned, teach with your own behavior. So where you show it work, where in society, for example, you demonstrate with like a shop owner that you can get just some general shop owner somewhere to agree that, hey, we're not going to be anti-anybody, including anti-white, right? You don't want to be anti-white. You can get a shop owner to agree somewhere in front of these people with some of our precepts, but you're not going to get anybody to agree with any of the precepts that are articulated by a lot of these antique nationalist clowns who I've challenged to go out on any street corner with the banner of the Third Reich and wave that around all they want and see what happens to them. Because that's their argument is that, well, everybody's coming around to this. Well, it's the exact opposite. So this is what I suggest to you when it comes to your vague buddies. And some of them, the reality, this is like war, like a real war. Sometimes people don't make it. Sometimes people are so injured. Sometimes they won't make it now, but they'll make it later in life. Something needs to happen. Some will come right through and they'll be like your, I don't know, some like in the United States, I don't know if you've all heard of like Audie Murphy and Sergeant York and these great war heroes for the United States over the years. But some of them will be like that. They'll suddenly take up the lexicon and dialectics. They'll use it successfully. And you know what? It's like a domino effect where it's working for one person and then another and then another. There's a momentum and folks will pick it up. But also let them know that if they want to snark, like I said, a little bit of watching some satirization of other groups and finding it goofy and funny because you're getting to give the middle finger to the system, then do that, like the same way, I don't know, you might watch pornography almost, let that be like a private thing. But then when it comes to the world and actually recapturing or just making a change, we all want to see the UK again. And so let's make it happen, and we can do it with going through.
100%. And again, another big shout out to my friend Richard Wagner, he's already read your great book, Go Free, but I'm a first time reader. I'm loving every word of it. And he's actually we're going through it again together, making notes, bouncing ideas back off each other, which is always a help. And I could only wish that I was as talented as him to send you a magnificent piece of music that he sent you. But you should have, you can imagine what I enjoyed. I went to high school with him, and he was always in the music room playing pieces like that so easily. He could do it with his eyes closed. It was unbelievable. But again, I can only just say thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you, brother. And you have, I guarantee you, you've got talents you don't even know you have yet. You treat yourself for those mean pathogens that are deep, and the deeper they are, the harder it's going to be to really get at them because they get intertwined with your identity. You go after those MPs, you'll see exactly how to treat them and go free. Do like you're doing. It's magnificent what you're doing. The two of you together will make it go far faster, and you'll be able to go far further than others, and certainly far further and faster than you would have by yourself. You'll suddenly discover abilities that you had no idea that you had, because it is all of that garbage that is blocking you from your destiny. So thank you so much, brother. We'll have you anytime. We love you both. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails, Jason. Thank you for having me on. Thanks
right.
to the chat and everyone watching. So God bless you all.
God bless you, brother. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Bye.
That is a magnificent testimonial
And this is the exact kind of thing. This is the exact kind of thing that has been happening for us in service to white well-being, going free, the practice of going free, over and over. So a repeated success story of champions like this, and you can see that real stark dichotomy between those who are going good and those who are going bad. And this has been going on, and the entire, what now we'll refer to as the white nationalist sphere, has been studiously ignoring it in favor of all of these other things. So if they've made it clear. I've heard your position now when it comes to going free. I hear you all loud and clear. You want nothing to do with it, nothing to do with the successes. You don't want to tell your audiences about the successes. I understand. Thank you. Sometimes, folks, in relationships, the person you're with will tell you more with what they fail to say than what they actually say. And that is the case here with content creators, thought leaders, organizational leaders in the white nationalist sphere. I've been there for decades. I'm tired of trying to convince you all. I'm tired of trying to help you all. And I now hear the message loud and clear that you are not interested in being helped. So, or at least being helped by me. We have the great Richard Wagner. We were just talking about that champion. Financially gifting $5 here. Thank you, my dear brother. I have told people in the D Live chat to come from a place of love and not focus on other groups. And I get told, ironically, quote, yup, never name the, and I'm not going to say the name of the group of the people because we have our big sister AI listening closely. So, yep, never name the puppy, never ever might be, and then they put in a number of parentheses the word alienating, close quote. For no can attest to this, writes further Richard Wagner. Very disappointing. Yeah, it is really disappointing. And it's a great demonstration also of several things. And when you come across people like this and they say something like that, don't waste another breath on them, brother. You're just wasting your time. Move on to a better quality person who can hear the message of going free, who can actually be a boon to your life, to my life. More importantly, brother, and I know this matters to you, to the lives of those white babies still in the womb, to the lives of those white children still running around in their parents' living rooms who have an absolute hell that is aiming right at their hearts and heads. Move away from these people who want to be in another group of people's story as their bad guy. That's what they are. They're the antagonist in another group of people's story. And if you want to say to them, you can give them a bit of a sort of a litmus test. You can say, hey, we focus on ourselves. We are in our own story where we are the heroes, where anti-whites are the antagonists. That means that anyone who is anti-white is a bad guy in our story. And if you think that this entire litter of puppies are all going to be anti-white, well, then guess what? They are caught up in the net of being anti-white. No group of people are going to be able to succeed against Western kind in a society where we are serving white well-being, where we are focused on our people and the well-being of our people. Because the moment that anybody transgresses against that, they will immediately demonstrate the transgression. So not a group that is 2%, not a group that is 10%, not a group that is 50%. No one would be able to transgress without being called anti-white. So if they're so sure that every one of these puppies is going to be anti-white, well, then they'll be caught up in the net of being the antagonist in our story, and they don't need to worry about it. But on the other hand, if they want to talk about puppies all day long, well, then you can call them Yehudi huffers. because they are busily spending their entire lives focusing on some other group of people and being a bad guy, a villain, an antagonist in their story. The same group of people who will condemn Christians for being Christian because supposedly you didn't make that religion, white man. I'm not going to get into the battle back and forth about the religion, but they'll say you didn't make the religion. You're practicing this religion that they made. And these are the same people who will in the very next breath call themselves Goy, Goyim, and names like this. So these are not always the healthiest people. Now, there are going to be folks who get caught up in behaviors who are healthy, and they will hear a better message and come away. So give a person an opportunity, and then if they still want to say, oh well, if you're not just going to Yehudi Huff all day long and make no difference in the world whatsoever, then you're not legit. Then say, okay, have a nice day. Have a nice day. You can go focus on them all you want. You can go, as I said, some of these people, they're 15 years old. As I was saying earlier in the stream, I studied all of this and discovered it I didn't have anybody come to me like they have had. And I saw the success of the group they're talking about. And my thought was, we can be more successful. We can do everything that they are doing, working together and etc. And we can be more successful. All I had to do was find out how they were successful. And then we can do the exact same thing. And you know what? It's not something that is patented. It's not a process they own. In fact, it's a process that's natural if left to our own. If we only had enough people for a single white tribe somewhere, we wouldn't have any issues. But you do have to cerebrally go further if you're going to have a larger population, because global population, because then you can end up in these ethno-masochistic wars against each other, which we don't want to ever have happen again. So we do take it a step further to secure our well-being against that. But there's no way that I would spend my entire life detailing and observing and watching and talking about some other group. What's the difference between that and talking about the black athletes on the football field all day long? What's the difference? What's the difference between that and rather than blowing the mind of the woman you're with, rather than doing that, watching porn all day long? What's the difference? I don't see any difference. Everything that harms white well-being is a threat. And period. That's it. Period. So some of those people will never come around. But thank you for asking, Richard Wagner. And this will come up from time to time, especially now. And I think we're going to have a clearer understanding by really designating a white nationalist sphere and a white positive sphere. They are those who will speak with the tongue of the victimizer. They are those who live in the story of the victimizer. We are outside of that story. I mean, you can almost think about it like peering into a lower dimension. Like if you were, some of you might be mathematical geniuses. You'll know the discussion about the 2D universe, where you can move forward and backward and left to right, and the beings and the structures and all are infinitely flat, so that they can't see 3 dimensions. And if you could come across that dimension and move through it, they would only see slices of you as you moved through it. You would be extraordinarily alien to them. And you could attempt to tell them that, look, I can see, I'm in a higher dimension. You could say in this mathematical scenario, and you say to the Flatlanders, I can see inside and outside your house at the same time. And they would say, no, that's not possible. And then you could take it to the next level. I can see outside and inside your body at the same time. And they would say, that's not possible. So in some cases, speaking with people who are in the anti-white narrative is like this mathematical problem of confronting the Flatlanders and being a three-dimensional being and moving through their world and trying to tell them that there is another dimension. They're just not going to be able to get it. Some of them will right away. Some of them will be able to get it later, but some of them may never. And you just have to let them go their own way. Casual cruising, financially gifting, $5. This must have been a hard decision. However, it is not worth engaging with other thought leaders to inoculate their audience with Go Free. Is it not? Oh, is it not worth engaging with other thought leaders to inoculate their audiences with Go Free? I'll support you regardless. Just wish we didn't have to split up so often. Breaks my heart every time. Well, it's not casual cruising. Thank you for asking that question, because I don't mean to imply that I'm not going to continue to have guests like on tap, other thought leaders. We will. And I will be on all of the PWR episodes on which I'm invited to participate. And if any other, if other content creators or thought leaders ask me to appear with them and to talk about maybe the work that I'm doing or in all the success that we're having here, I will gladly do that. I'm not turning my back on any of those people. But what I am saying here, and so really thank you for giving me this opportunity to clarify. What I am saying is that I have heard their position loud and clear. 2 years of great successes here in service to white well-being as the world burns down around us in so many ways, and they are not saying anything about the successes. I get it. You don't want to go free. Now, when it comes to you don't want to use our lexicon, you don't want to talk about our successes, which really boggles the mind. You care about white people, but you don't want to talk about a practice that is doing all of this for white people. Okay, I understand. You're making your point. And those, of course, who have disparaged and misrepresented going free, despite our successes, I get it. You're making your point. So what I'm saying is that I'm not going to, I have no desire to convince, or I have no hope anymore that those in the white nationalist sphere are ever going to be interested in going free or our successes. At this point, I think it's pretty clear that they are going to absolutely do the opposite. They are going to ignore as much as they can. They are going to badmouth as much as they can. A lot of these people, they think that the people they speak with, that, I don't know, maybe they're speaking to the wind or they're speaking into a bank vault and no one will ever know what they say. That's just not how human beings work. These people come and tell me what you're saying. I mean, these content leaders and these organizational leaders, the folks you talk to, and of course, I don't just take someone's claim at face value, because people misrepresent me all the time. Things have to come to me from various sources, and they have to be supported by something that is observable. And then I can begin to come to some conclusions. So I'm not one of these people, like some of these content creators, organizational leaders, who have had like a single person show up and say, oh, well, early on, Mark actually had to ask me if I had started a pagan, a neo-pagan religion. He actually had to ask me that because a bunch of imbeciles ran off to him, and I don't know who they are, but they ran off to him and they told him, oh, you don't want to work with this guy because, and then just totally misrepresented me and the work that we're doing here. So, but in most of these cases, these people, they might share niceties, and I'm fine to share niceties. I have thick skin. You all know that. And so I'm fine to share niceties. They can say all they want behind my back, and they do. And it ends up making its way to me. But ultimately, it has it's finally to the point where I need to act on it. And we are not, I am recommending to not try to convince any thought leader, content creator, organizational leader. Just, they have made it clear that they're not interested. So don't try to convince them of going free. Now, when it comes to, as I say, the people who might be reading them, listening to them, watching them, whatever it is, if those in those audiences, I mean, you can hear, we have these two heroes, Richard Wagner and Mr. Bloom, who they were starting down the bad path. They were going bad. If you come across people that seem like they're quality people, like you toss it out there. Hey, there's a way to fix this. There's a way to be a better you. There's a way to convince your mom. There's a way to prevent your sister from XYZ. There's a way to, and if they say what, and then you say, well, it's called going free. I can tell you about it. And if they say, nah, I'm good here with just doom documenting, doom dissecting, and just being as irreverent and snarky and disgusting as possible, then just say, okay, have a nice day, and move on to them. Don't waste any more time on them. If they have a misunderstanding of go free, you can address the misunderstanding. You can say, look, no, you must have somebody must have misrepresented it to you, because it's not that at all. It's this. And if they still say, no, not interested, you can say, well, if you ever become interested, I'm here. Send me a message. And then move on, go on to somebody else. We don't have enough time. Not everyone, and I've said this before, it's unfortunate, but not everyone is going to make it through the bottleneck that is coming for Western kind. There are many who are not going to make it. And we won't be able to take everybody with us, unfortunately. And if the past failures of argumentation, locution, dialectics, if that is, and given the same context, if it continues to hold true, well, then they're not going to make it. And that's just, so they're the forsaken. They have to be allowed. Sometimes, I guess, with forest fires, to prevent them, the big ones, you have to do these controlled burns. You have to lose some ground to save more, and that's going to be the case with people too. We would love to be able to take everybody along, but everybody's not going to make it. So I absolutely have heard the response, but we will continue to march on. I will continue to work with people where they are interested in collaborating. But as far as seeing us, I'm not going to see us in the same spheres anymore. I mean, we are solidly white positive here. The white nationalists, who they are solidly not that. So best of luck to them doing whatever that is that they're going to do. And all I can say when it comes to that is I will only really speak to their decided courses of action if those courses of action are saliently going to undermine the good work that we are doing for our people. So if a group of people want to get together and they want to dress up in Klan outfits or whatever, I'm going to speak out against that as pure idiocy. And if they don't like it, they can foxtrot themselves to hell for all I care. I don't give a damn. Their lives become far less valuable than the lives of those whom we can save. Certainly our most vulnerable members. Most important of all are the generations to come. Many of you, your fathers, your grandfathers, your uncles, or good men in your lives, my father and grandfathers and on, they fought for our countries. They did the right thing when duty was thrust upon them with the information that they had. Now we have more information now. We can see further. It's our time to do the duty for our children, for the generations yet to come. If you can look down into the bright eyes of a white child and not feel compelled to step in front of them to prevent the bullet or the dart of anti-whiteism from reaching them, if you don't feel that compulsion, if you want to go snark somewhere, you're defective. And I'm sorry that you ended up in that state, but I'm not going to suffer you. Promethean Promulgation says here, can you give a rule of thumb for catching wind with drawing larger personalities into debate for publicity and keeping things productive? Like an actor, you mean? Or give me some more info there so I can provide a more accurate answer for you. That would be magnificent if we could have those kind of outcomes. Now let me have a quick look over here at what's happening over here and in the live chat and see if we have any questions or comments about the things I was just saying. Nancy says, someone I know who is familiar with many of these other channels says that it is thought that, and then a person's name, I'm not going to say it, has government connections and is a half puppy. Well, that, I don't know. I can't speak to that. I'll say that it's probably not the case, but I don't know. I have not, even though, many of these people have like openly alluded to me and the work that we do in ridicule, I won't do the same. But I don't know that. Maybe get back with him and see what more information you could glean. But thank you, dear sister. And let me see what else. Pseudo Popcorn Power has arrived. And who was that? This artist something just leapt by. The chat has leapt a couple times, so I apologize if I missed your comment. You might have to make it again. And Artist Life is here. Great to see you. I think you were here earlier, and I was going to say that I saw you, but something came up. Let's see. As I move through the great champions that are assembled. Lee Van Cleef, hello to you. We have a bunch of number ones. I don't know what that's about. Oh, it's Machiavelli Sucks is here. Hello to you. Writes, who here has Jason's back type 1? Well, thank you for those who typed 1. I haven't had anybody having my back over all of these years, just living it and trying to convince people who were very determined, so determined that they don't even care about all of the successes that we've had. Not interesting to them. Very determined. So I wish I had known back then that there was just no hope in all hell, I was I was a guy on the team essentially who thought, well, surely the team wants to get into the end zone, right? We want to get the points. And maybe that's not always the motivation. And maybe even if it's the motivation, some people are so defective, or so misguided, or so broken, or whatever, that they're not going to be able to get there. I mean, just same case with work. You see it at work. You see it at school. You might have gone to school. You knew somebody that was brilliant, but something about their character, they just would not put the time in, and so they were failures. You don't go down with the ship in those cases. Evan says, hi, folks. Hope you all had a great new year. Let's hope it gets better. Jason, you've shown me how to use this invaluable tool, a way of speaking and a way of thinking. Cheers. Well, thank you so much for that grand testimonial, Evan. Your testimonials, these magnificent testimonials, they should have been shared all over the place. If these people's motivation was really what it is, they should have been shared everywhere. That's a beautiful testimonial. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that success. And we hope more for you. We hope you go even further free and come into all of those abilities as much as you can attain that anti-whiteism has prevented you from tapping into, and that you change a great many lives. Thank you for being with us. All right. Artist Life says hello. It jumped on me again. I'm sorry. Swiftly move through the gathering. Jesse says, is it the guy selling the patches? Give me a hint. I think he's a Fed. The patches? I don't know anything about selling patches. Who's selling patches? It isn't an account dedicated to anti-whiteism. So I think some vagues might come over. Okay. Well, I see for your question on the other platform. We'll goad them. One of their beliefs that they think is sound. If you can find a hole in it, in the way that we observe the world with the lens that we use in Going Free, then you can say you're wrong here and here's why. And if you do that but do it politely, because you don't want to be banned from the channel, then maybe you'll be able to get the commentator, the content creator, to engage. We all remember that. I think it was Roy Danton who did that beautifully, and I shared the back and forth that Roy was able to engender between he and this content creator. So give that a try and then come back and let us know. Okay, so you write a little above this, I'm debating a larger anti-white account on Twitter right now. He tweeted a clip and a link to this stream, and it has almost 2,500 impressions. Well, tear it up, brother. I know that you are brilliant and that you are steadily working on Going Free. So have at them. And then maybe when I'm done here, I'll see if I can join you. Natarific says, there was a hit piece calling to a puppy shill on World Truth Videos. They are rallying the troops against us. There was a hit piece to a hit piece on Going Free on something called World Truth Videos. I've never even heard of that. Can you provide a link to it in Entropy on the question widget there? And let me just take a quick look. And this is the thing, and I'm going to read about this. Somebody wrote a great, who was that? Darn, the name is escaping me right now. I'll get to it in a minute, about some of these kinds of characters and how they always respond. And they are rallying. So they're rallying get this, these are people who supposedly care about whites, about Western civilization, and they are rallying each other and to come after and misrepresent yours truly, and to ice me out by telling folks that they won't work with them if they work with me. That is the character. And mind you, these are the people who will, the Yehudi huffers, they're huffing all day long. And you know on what part they're huffing. The Yehudi huffers huff all day long, and they complain about that this group over here, they don't debate, that they just get you fired, they ice you out, and then that's what this group does. Nancy Drew says the other channels don't discuss the proposed laws. That is crucial for us all to know, so we know what we are dealing with. Precisely, Nancy. Thank you so much. Precisely. We have to talk about these things. Instead, talking about what a philosopher said 100 years ago, 300 years ago, whatever. It's been done. It's been done. Making art that has nothing to do with our victimization, with our service to white well-being, with our desire to recapture the destiny of our people, so that we can express ourselves again. So our right of we regain our right of self-expression, so that we're not marginalized in our own societies, so that we're not disempowered and disenfranchised. Making art that's just for the sake of art. I mean, I get it if you're an artist and you want to, maybe you want to make a couple of pieces here or there that have nothing to do. You're just maybe demonstrating your artistic talent. And beautiful. I want that. Like live it, man. Bring it forth. But do you really think that the non-white peoples who, if victimized, would make art that had nothing to do with their victimization? All of their art would just be something else. Like, you so obviously running away from the standing up for our people, that it's just a great demonstration of the pusillanimity of such people. So yeah, telling us everything we need to know about them. Artist Life says hello. Natarific says the UK has regulations that prevent people in groups with links to white nationalism from starting legit political parties. PA will likely never be certified. That's a real shame. Yeah, that's a real shame. I'm not going to make a suggestion about. Forget about it. I'm not making a suggestion. There's donning armor. Mantis is here. Great to see you. I had to turn off the AC because the machine, it's gotten cool enough in here, and I need to let the machines room the warm back up. If you can believe it, it's not quite 0 Celsius, but we're close. But I still have to occasionally run the AC because of the machines, how hot they get. Patrick is here. Great to see you. Well, that's a real shame about, I know that PA, I think, as Mark has mentioned, they've tried at least twice, and they even used another group's verbiage that was successful. We're definitely in a different era, and where anti-whites hold just too many nodes of power for the traditional methods that did have some success to achieve the same success. So that's a real shame. I would like to, although maybe, it ends up working better for the folks in PA. Maybe they end up, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. By not being allowed to be a political party, they are able to do X, Y, and Z. Maybe they grow faster because of it. All things I want for them. So we'll see. All right, let me check over here. And we got to get back with a move on here. I Love Jesus Christ has just financially gifted $3. Thank you so much, sweet woman. I really appreciate that. And she's gifting this $3 in the name and memory of Kayla Mayer. Well, thank you so much. That's very meaningful and really heartfelt. Thank you. So it looks like we're good over there. We haven't missed anything. I'll swivel back around to here and let's keep rolling. Draven Blaze, save on air conditioning, just open the window. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. The opening of the window requires that I put a fan in the window, because if I just open the window, the air comes in and sits on the floor and then slithers out the underneath the door. I guess I could try to block off the door, but what I end up with this very uncomfortable phenomenon of having frozen feet at like 32 degrees, and then up around the chest and head area are like 107. It's just a strange place to be. Fiddling with the fan is a pain. Let's see, what do we have over here? We have, ladies and gentlemen, get your raucous emojis. We haven't been able to get them out for a while. We're going to be able to get them out in just a moment, though, and we're going to have more. I'm going to start reading these. You're going to be so excited when you hear about the great success that we have lined up for us, the great real changes in the world that we have lined up for us that no one in the white nationalist sphere will mention. But we will continue headlong toward victory, hell-bent and headlong toward victory. But get your raucous emojis out for the wonderful, the magnificent, the one and only For No, financially gifting $50 US. God bless you, brother. 50 US to the service of White Wellbeing. And these financial gifts are not given to the service of White Wellbeing because of anything other. I was going to make a bit of a ribble joke there, but I won't. But for any reason other than the fact that these working class men and women have seen the practice of going free work in their lives. They've seen its contagiosity, if you will, its ability to be spread from one person to the other. In other words, you don't need that great organizational leader sitting on your shoulder or that great so-called historian sitting on your shoulder everywhere you go to be able to argue in favor. And I will show you a great example of that, to be able to argue in favor of our people for you, that you're able to learn this and then pass it on to somebody else, and that it changes lives. $50 from Fernald. Listen to Jason, folks. The man has given us a great gift! Exclamation point. God bless you, brother. I appreciate you writing that. That's a meaningful testimonial. I really appreciate that, Fernald. $50 US. And this guy makes art extraordinarily creative, makes music very intelligent. Another white man that would have been another great leader in our community. Think about yourself for a moment. Think about people like Eminent Rain. Think about yourself out there. If our societies weren't corrupt with anti-whiteism, then these people would be the natural heads in our societies. They would be the natural leaders in your community. They would be the people that the youth would look up to. I would like to be like that. They would be made better by the fact that they were being looked up to. They would know that they have to behave in a way that they would like to see the next generation do better than they did. Fernald is another one of those great heroes that this society has not only overlooked, but actively discriminated against because he's a great white man. Casual Cruising back with another $3. Well, this time $3. Thank you, Casual Cruising. And writes, I think I know who the patches seller is. The guy plays the villain to the point of goading federal agents to come after him and won't shut up about the negatives in non-white groups. Stay away. Well, I have no interest in any of these people. They're in the white nationalist sphere, and I would be just as happy if they just go away. Fine. I'm not going to respond to their provocations. I'm going because I have our people to worry about. I have to be using my time to try to bring the only successful practice to as many of our people as we can while we have time to do so. And so they'll get bored. I'm not nearly as interesting or will be nearly as fun to vex as some others because I really don't care about them. I would love for them to be redeemed and go free, but many of them won't. And so they can just continue, I don't know, telling their gross little jokes to each other, and good for them. So thank you, though, Casual Crucible, and anybody. God, good grief. Could you imagine trying to vex the federal government with the laws, the bills that we have been reading? They can already put you away forever. And the bills that are coming forward that will be made law with a President Biden and a Democrat Senate, they will very easily be able to make such people disappear. And if they don't disappear with these new laws in place, what will that tell you about all the noise they are allowed to make? It is exactly what the anti-whites want them doing. So why hire a federal agent to be an idiot when you have idiots that will do it for you? All right. Where did we leave off? Well, you know what I want to do right now? I want to bring your attention to the magnificent sloths. Now, where is this? I know I have a note somewhere. I'm having to just grab from memory at this point. He made a video. It was you, sloths, wasn't it? Made a video about how to produce timestamps for clips for YT, YouTube videos, and I think Twitter as well, maybe. It is one way. There are other ways, of course, but this is one way. And I'm going to go ahead and share that with you really quick. I think it's a short video. And then we'll do a song, and we have some very exciting stuff to get to. I will share with everyone, and we're going to keep this rolling. What time? Oh, Lord. It's almost 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The time really flies, and I've got to get ready, and I've got to share the big news with you all right after this. But Sloths, big round of applause for Sloths doing this. He just doesn't give up. And let me see if I can grab it right now. I can, you know what? I want to change the audio, though, so I will have to go quiet for a moment to be able to do that. So we will do, let's see. We will do this, and then the video will play. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
While the stream is going, if you hover your mouse over the timeline bar of the stream, you can see how far back the beginning of the stream is. That is how you can make timestamps of the video replay as the stream is taking place. When the replay is up, you can download OBS Studio, open the video replay, and go to the part you want to clip. In OBS Studio, you will have to set it up so it's previewing your own screen, and then use the screen record button to start recording what you want to clip. For Twitter, clips can only be up to 2 minutes and 20 seconds long to upload. Any other service should allow any length clips.
That was the great Sloths. Thank you so much for doing that, brother. And if you have a favorite way of clipping from the videos that we make here and that you can then share with others, especially if it's in those cases where, maybe somebody is misrepresented going free, and you want to grab a clip and you want to be able to show it, then maybe this will be the way for you, and you'll be able to learn it quite easily. You maybe already know some of the software. You'll pull it up and you'll be able to then present that to your friends, family, strangers by way of these different platforms. And so share that. Make a video if you have a favorite way that's easy for you, like Sloths did here. And maybe he even has more there he can tell you about. But that was one way on how you can clip videos and out of the work that we do here, and then share, promulgate, and magnify our labors here for White Wellbeing. Thank you so much for that, dear brother. How about we listen to, what can we listen to next? How about, why don't we listen to Jared George's brand new song, Far Away, and then we'll come right back and share the exciting news.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Seems so far away. Many lived and died to find the light away. I was sleeping rather peaceful, but sure as sunlight starts the day, something shined and brought me to my feet again. I saw mountains rise and crumble in a day. Time was just another play, and she said far away. You're so close that you wouldn't believe it. Out away, now come undone. Far away, you're so close that you wouldn't believe it. Out away, now come undone. Seeking all the pieces, but it's not just what you say and what you do. If you're not letting the heartbeat breathe through you, step through shadows and I'll see you better, dear. Feels so good to be this clear. And she said far away, it's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Now the way have come undone. Far away, it's so close that you wouldn't believe it. Now that we have come undone. Circling again. No need to look back from now to then. I love being here with you. I know you and you me too. Far away, it's out here and we plainly can see it. Now the way have come undone. Oh, I'm a stowaway in a world that you wouldn't believe. It's not far away. I've come undone, oh, far away. It's so close and I know you can feel it. Now that we have come undone.
And that, of course, was the magnificent Great Order. So let's jump right into this so we can keep rolling things right along. We've had some big stuff to talk about, some kind of heavy things. Can everybody hear me okay, first of all? Let me take, actually, damn. I have great big on this monitor over here to my left, properly radiating me so that I don't catch any pandemics. D Live. We have, let's see, diamond points from Advance Australia, and says here, we'll get there yet. Amen to that. Thank you for the diamond points. Diamond points from, is that Depeche Mode Wolf? And writing, only hire family friends, give copy of Go Free. Amen to that. Only hire your family and friends and give a copy of Go Free. Thank you for that. Very well stated. That's over on D Live. Diamond points. And we have diamond points from Fledgling writing here. Hi, Jason. Will you upload this somewhere? My live stream? It'll be on my channel on No White Guilt. And I will be saving them. I save them all, but as far as loading them up someplace else, do you have any recommendations? Because it's an enormous pain in the ass, especially when I get with you all for 8-10 hours. And it just takes a long time, and platforms have issues. In fact, I just discovered that, oh, great. I just forgot what the name of I always forget what the name of this video platform is. But I discovered that they've been shadow banning me for some time. Nobody sees my videos over on that other platform. And so I'm not going to upload there anymore. And so we've got to be observant of that as well when picking a platform to upload things to. And we have Angharad Celtic. Hello, dear lady. Diamond points from her. And she writes, we are living in the end game now. Well, we've been, I think for some, and maybe not for you, but for some, end game might sound like we are on maybe the verge of being defeated. We've been defeated. When you were born, we were already defeated. We are, I think, very clearly, we are in a position to have to remake a people out of a deracinated and dying corpse of a race. That's the position we're in. So this sort of fear that some people have that, and it's what ends up driving people to adopt these and say these crazy things like, well, it's going to be bloodshed or whatever no, it's not even for you, because you are not going to do any, you're just going to talk big, a lot of bravado, and no, you'll just end up going to jail for the rest of your life. So no, it's not going to be that way. The people are living in fantasies. They don't know how the world works. They don't know how humanity works. They don't know how power works. But you probably mean it differently than those folks do. Thank you very much for the diamond points. And we have Depeche Mode Wolf, I think it says. Maybe my vision's coming back. And diamond points and writes, Q, is that scratchy recording of, and then I don't know what that is, so I'm not going to say it just in case it's something AI might be interested in, even though I would probably butcher it to pronounce it. Angharad Celtic, whoa, back with a Lamborghini points. Lamborghini points. Thank you very much. And she writes this time, this is for that beautiful, exquisite music, sublime. Yes, so much sublime music coming out of the white positive sphere, which is us. We have diamond points from Simp No Mo. Simp No Mo. Diamond points. Doesn't write anything, but I think it says everything that needs to be said with that name. More diamond points from Pebble in the Pond. Pebble in the Pond. Pebble in the Pond. Okay. I just thought of the grossest joke. Absolutely not sharing that. Diamond points. So happy to catch Go Free live stream. Well, thank you so much for writing that. I really appreciate it. That is, that's great. Thank you. We have Simpno Mo back with some diamond points again. Everybody wins when we prevail. Well, precisely. I agree. Lamborghini points over here on D Live from Summer Lee and writes, happy to be here as always, with a little heart emoji. Well, thank you so much, Summer. I'm going to guess that you are a young lady, so thank you. Summer Lee. All right, let's see. Diamond points from... No, I'm definitely not saying that. We'll just say world immigrant. World immigrant. It's funny, but I'm not going to be saying that. Diamond points. Thank you so much. More points. Diamond points from Angharad Celtic. Thank you, dear lady. This is for not playing video games past age 16. Well, I absolutely could not even up to that age. I was out and about. Diamond points from MMA Groiper. Thank you so much. And finally, more diamond points from MMA Groiper. If you're going to have a Groiper with you, it should be one trained in MMA. My personal feelings. Because if you're out and about, I don't think the snark is going to beat back the anti-whites. I don't know why I know that. Maybe it's from having to beat them back. Maybe I don't think the snark does it. So the MMA Groiper type, that's the one you'll want to have with you. Diamond points. Thank you so much for that. And that's happening over there, ladies and gentlemen, on D Live. You know what's happening here? In fact, I should have checked to see if you all could hear me. I guess you can. Kimberly is with us. Hello, sweet woman. What was an awesome voice? What did I do? That was did somebody do a voice that I missed? Or did I do a voice? Downing Armor says, absolutely, thank you, about something. Let's see, Roy Danton. I'm just checking. I guess you all can see me, or hear me, rather. Jesse Link, I think. Massive beef stew, Gypsy. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying he's saying, commenting to Nordic Iron, that he thinks that a massive beef between gypsies and me. I have nothing against gypsies. I mean, personally, I don't have any contact with gypsies. I've heard of some stories about some bad behavior of gypsies. You really don't see those in Northern Virginia much. But, oh, wait, maybe you mean, wasn't somebody from last week that I was asked about given that name? Or they call themselves Gypsy or a Gypsy? I don't know who this person is, but if that person is playing the, well, wait a second. Somebody wrote me about how this person's life was ruined by anti-whites, and now they're like venting. Is that the person? And if that's the case, then I know I get it. I understand where that's coming from, but I would recommend getting onto a healthy path and not just try to shock teenage girls and boys, because it's not going to help you. It's not going to help white people. It's not going to help anything. In fact, it will make things worse. So you don't want to do the work for anti-whites, right? You don't want to make it easier for them to make things harder on us. Promethean Promulgation says, did you get the speaker script I sent you? Is it on... I didn't. Is it on email? Is it on Twitter DM? Oh, okay, good. So you can hear me. Excellent. Wonderful to see you all still with me. We're having a hell of a good time rolling into 2021. Jesse Link says, LMFAO. I'm sure that means something wholesome that you could say in front of your children. And he writes, the quote, Gypsy Crusaders. That's right. So this is the person. This is a person's name. Somebody who calls himself Gypsy Crusader. I can't have a big battle with somebody I don't even know. Is this person having a battle with me? Because apparently there are several groups who are of maybe less than reputable, who have decided the chat just jumped on me. Sorry, folks. Let me just try to fix this. Okay. Well, the gypsies. People are like, what's happening with the gypsies and Jason? I mean, how can a single individual have like a conflict with an entire group of people? What's going on there? I don't know. They have like little hate shrines to me, I guess. And every camper. And they're like taking him. We're going to curse him every day. We're going to curse him every day. I'm sure they're wonderful, hardworking folks in and among their ranks and objectionable people. But what we're talking about here is somebody who calls himself Gypsy Crusader. And I don't have a conflict with him. If he's, as I recall, he had the gun and he was pointing the gun, or there's several I was sent clips of people pointing guns into the camera, and then they're saying in fact, one of them, I have to say, this was terrible. It was like a teenage black girl, and the video opened up, and it's like this teenage black girl, and he starts immediately calling her these just disgusting names. And for what? It appeared to me that she was scared. It appeared to me that why would you do that? Why would you do that to someone? You're not righting any wrong. You're not making anything better. You're scaring some. She didn't look to me and she wasn't even like, she didn't look like she just rolled out of a rap video or anything. It was just like some black teenage girl. Why would you scare somebody like that? Even if you think, oh, I'm going to be just like an obscene comedian or whatever, then if somebody clips on this, you don't know who's going to pop up next on this platform, and somebody pops up and it's a teenage black girl, pass her. I'm sure you can press a button and just say, no, thanks. Why would you want to scare her? Call her a bunch of just despicable names. And then, of course, that is what is going to be shown in universities. That's what's going to be shown on all of the television networks. They don't even have to, the puppies don't even have to hire actors to be the nitwits. They have people doing it. They could just take the real video footage and then show that. This is what somebody really did. Terrified this black teenage girl. Just look like a normal person. Just stupid. Just you're only helping the anti-whites make things worse for us. Okay, let's see what else is happening here before we get to the Promethean promulgation. I'll send it to you again on Twitter. Thank you, good sir. Jesse, no offense, writes LMAO. Again, something that could be shared right in the nursery with all the children. Says, you're too funny. Well, thank you. I'm glad it made whatever I said made a couple people laugh. Kimberly, hello, sweet sister. You did the There Will Be Blood thing. There Will Be Blood? What was the There Will Be Blood thing? Vale says, I don't think it's just stupidity. You mean getting on the camera and then like cussing out some normal black teenage girl? Yeah, I don't know. If it was this person, and then unless somebody has more information, was this person specifically included with other groups of people? There were these sets of videos that have been sent to me of people pointing guns into the camera, using all these racial epithets, shocking teenage girls, terrorizing non-white and not the thugs. And it's very reminiscent of the of these absolute scumbag loser that supposedly is a warrior for white people. No, not a chance. An absolute dirtbag that if we had a healthy society, we would see executed for his crimes. That doesn't go to a place to find violent anti-white non-whites that are taking the lives of people around them. No, but decides to go to some place where he's going to find a bunch of innocent people that are going to be the most sympathetic to be killed, to be murdered. So absolute scum. So yeah, if people are creating conditions that are making life, as I said earlier in the stream, that are going to directly undermine our ability to do white well-being, especially, or to serve white well-being, especially when things are continually getting worse for us, then I have no patience for that. But I do have sympathy for those who have been railroaded, have their lives ruined by anti-whites, and I get that anger. I understand. I feel it myself. I've been absolutely shafted by anti-whiteism my whole life. So I know where that's coming from. And if those people are honest, then they don't want to help the anti-whites. They want to get back at them. And so I offer my hand to say, hey, look, you're benefiting the anti-whites by behaving like the villain in their story. You're not going to make it the least bit harder. You're not doing anything powerful or productive in response. You're not even just neutral. You're actually benefiting them greatly. I guarantee you, we will see that video of the teenage black girl scared while this person is using all of these racial epithets and yelling at her. I mean, that like hits all of like these powerful points. Bullying, cyberbullying, you absolutely uphold the anti-white narrative with the slur of the white supremacist and all, just the whole panoply. For what? Josie Ling says he's selling patches made in China. That means he has their addresses. The other one is a cat piss boy. He's nowhere near as bad as this person that Jesse is telling me is somebody who calls himself Gypsy Crusader. So wait, who's the one that's selling the patches then and getting people's addresses? And what are the patches? I guess it doesn't matter, but just out of curiosity. Jesse's asking if Mark betrayed me. No, we're still going to be working together, and I will still be the co-host whenever I'm invited to be the co-host. And I think the best of Mark, and believe that and I want him to do what he believes is best. For the show, for the work he's doing for PA, for our people in the UK, I want him to do what he thinks is the best in all cases. And I only spoke about it tonight because I know that people are going to see that I've been on PWR for years now, and that suddenly, what, Jason's not there? Well, why not? Did Jason have some kind of did Jason walk away? And did Jason, there'll be all these kind of, and I'm not going to have these rumors. I'm not going to have this ideas started that I have something other than the truth, right? Something other than the truth. I'm just not going to have that happen. I support Mark. We have a great working relationship, and I will 100% continue to be the co-host on PWR every time I am invited to do so. Fernell says, I think they are talking about Cat Piss Boy. He's a very popular e-celeb that hangs out with Nick Fuentes. Do they still hang out? This Cat Piss is an absolute what can you say? And Jesse No Offense says that the gypsies are selling patches. Do you have to have a patch to be a gypsy now? So I'll just say, and I'll point out what some of you all have discovered and thought about, and that is that, hey, if you send off for a patch and you give your address, then certainly this individual knows where you are. Maybe he's fine. Maybe he's just going through a phase of having been shafted by anti-whites, and now he's, he's pissed off and he's doing some dumb things. But generally speaking, if somebody is acting like the villain, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, you definitely don't want to give them any of your information. That's just sound advice that's been around for a long time. Yeah, the cat piss and whatever else, they're in another sphere. I have no connection to them, and they can continue to shock teenage girls as their contribution, with foul language and whatever else as their contribution. And I will, like when Cat Piss got out on the street and he did his gerbils rendition, yes, and I pronounced that the way I wanted to. When he did that, if he does it again, I will criticize it. And if I'm present when he does it, I will shut him up. Because I'm not going to have idiots making it harder for us to protect white children. For what? Because they're unscrupulous, uncaring, unthinking imbeciles. And so therefore, I guess I just should allow white children to be harmed by the consequences of these assholes' actions. Give me a break. Vale says, don't doubt it for a moment. This Omegle people has been shilled by the enemy, our victimizers. Okay. So I plan on 2021 to get onto that platform maybe and then just demonstrate how you actually talk to people, how you even talk to anti-whites about going free. The actual rule is people with links to prescribed groups can't start political parties. National Action was listed as a proscribed group in 2016. A few PA people were in that group. I see. So there's nothing they can do, according to Natarific here, to become a group because they have participants who were members of groups that have been banned in the UK. Well, that's a real shame. I hope they can find a way around that. Okay, now what I wanted to show you all is Mestizo was speculating over on what's that new the terms of service, the new Instagram, with their new terms of service that gives them control over your life, because why not hand that over to the anti-white Zuckerberg? And so remember to, when you are not using Instagram, when you're not uploading a photo, video, or audio, block the entire app to protect yourself. And if we can find out more about whether or not that's ineffective or it's enough, or we'll bring it to you. But block the app from accessing your photos, your audio, your camera, and any way that you can block it while still using it, and then undo the block to upload and then block it again. But Mestizo was over there on Instagram, and he was speculating about why Cross Eyes spends so much time writing about yours truly, especially when I'm not and have never been a white nationalist or a Nazi LARPer or a Yehudi Huffer or any of these other terms and groups of people. I've never been those. So he was speculating, and he created this little image with what he thought is the reason why. And there we have it. Cross Eyes on the right has a bit of a crush on yours truly. That's why he spends so much time here. Thank you so much, Mestizo, for creating that. That is magnificent. And I don't think he's with us tonight, but he'll be back. And that's what's the cause of it. Now he's a bit of a fantasizing there about maybe a bit of a romance with yours truly, and no chance. But that's why he writes so much about me. We also have, I just wanted to share this. I trimmed out, a gentleman sent this to me. Check this out. How about that, huh? That's what you like to see in a parking lot. Thank you so much for that, dear brother. We shall call you Jay. We will call you Jay. Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate that. I wanted to share that with you all. Now, what I want to talk about is this. I am going to be in Washington, D.C. on the 6th of this month. And of course, I'm going to be there, remembering that we are on YouTube. I'm going to be there to report on this gathering of numbers that are pretty significant. And there are estimates that are pretty colossal. Sometimes these things don't pan out, but I have heard that there could even be numbers as high as 500,000. And I don't know. I guess we'll see. But I'm going to be there to report on it. And if you might want to meet with me while I'm there, perhaps we could find an opportunity to be in proximity. If we are already communicating on Twitter, perhaps DM, you can reach me there. You could also try through the website's link, if that's working, the nowhiteguilt.org, and the communicate with me link on that page. You could try that as well. And also, of course, the store, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. You can write me through the mechanism there. That doesn't mean that I'm going to get to everybody's messages. I apologize. We are very busy, and there are quite a few messages coming through, but I'm doing my level best to get to everybody's messages. And so perhaps I'll be able to see you there on the 6th. Now, if you are going to go, whether you are going to attempt to say hello to me in person or not, please print out some leaflets. You will see a link in the description below that will take you to my cloud storage. And there is a leaflet there for Crucible, specifically a leaflet created with a QR code for the kind of people who will be at this event that I will be reporting on. I'm certainly not going there for the anti-white Donald Trump. We don't like Donald Trump. I'm going there to report on this rally or rallies or gathering or whatever this is going to end up being. That's why I will be there. And we also know that, obviously by the end of that day, we will have an officially certified president-elect, but we will see. And as I say, I'll be reporting on it. But please, if you go to my cloud storage there, you'll be able to download this leaflet, and you can print it right up. It does not have to be color at all. That will be expensive to make numerous copies of this leaflet in color. You can just make it in black and white, print it up in black and white, and you could. One thing you could do is you could download it, put it on a memory stick and a thumb drive, head out to the local, whatever it might be for you, Kinko's, FedEx, and office supply place, and use their printer, print out a bunch of cheap black and white versions of it. Take those with you, and then distribute them while you are there in Washington, D.C. I will, even though I have been distributing leaflets and business cards and the like since I was a wee lad, I will be doing that as well. You're never too old to spread the message of white well-being. So I will be there. I may also be there with a celebrity, but you won't know who that is until I'm there. And I don't even know. For some of you, you may not get to know who the celebrity is. Anyhow, even if you show up and say hello, but maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But I will be there with a celebrity, and I will be streaming at various points of the day to share with you all what's taking place. As I say, I will be reporting on the events, and I will also be earlier in the day on with Sven Longshanks, and I will be on with him talking about the events of that day and giving a brief report. I think it's only a 30-minute get-together on his show. That's early in the morning there for us, a little bit later, obviously, in the UK. And then maybe also on another show, briefly, we'll see. I might just be present while that's taking place, but I will come back and forth on YouTube with you all, and I will be, if you all have questions, if you all want to know what is going on firsthand, I will be all over the city, and for those who would like to hunt me down, nowhere in the city. But please grab a hold of that link. If you're going to be there, you might as well distribute leaflets. I will make these recommendations. Do not wear any Trump, Republican, Make America Great, Stars and Stripes type of gear, so that you can't be or are less likely to be targeted by the anti-whites who are given carte blanche license to maim, blind, kill, whatever it might be, make you into a vegetable. You can show up there. You can do whatever you're going to do. I'm sure you'll be there to support Biden, and you can distribute those leaflets at the same time. Be very productive, and you'll know who will be the most amenable to the leaflets that you will be distributing. So I appreciate that, and I hope to see some of you at least there on the 6th. It's going to be a hell of a day and a historic day for the United States and the world. We have a financial gift here from Keith, $25. Thank you, my dear brother. $25 financial gift from Keith, saying everything he had to say with that financial gift. And that's over here on Cash App, the link to which is in the description below. We're really starting 2021 with a bang. People are trying to guess who the celebrity will be. Somebody said Jared Taylor. Nope. Although I'm not going to go through because eventually I'm sure you all would be able to guess who it is. So I'll just have to say nope to everybody. Azimuth Clark is here. Great to see you. Brad the Impaler is here. Great to see you. Maybe I should start doing different like cartoon voices. Maybe that will increase viewership. And let's see, who else showed up? I saw somebody else. Zeiser is here. I saw somebody else I thought I recognized, but now you're gone. Fernol says he wants a no white guilt patch. I don't think we'll be producing those anytime soon. Could you just see what the anti-whites would do with that? Here's what the patch looked like in the 30s, and here's what it looks like now. Dun, 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 dun. All right. I will be making sure to befriend all of the gypsies that I come across in Washington, D.C. The Mordor on the Potomac. Rocky Balboa is here. Great to see you. Let's jump into some of these. You all are going to be really excited about these. But who's going to show up? Let me know. If you have some questions or comments about the 6th, let me know. Let's talk about it, and we'll see. We'll see what we can make happen. Maybe I'll try to do something funny while I'm there. Maybe we'll try to do something to get some attention for White Wellbeing. I don't know. We'll take a look at the opportunities. We'll read the crowd, and we'll see what can be done. Looks like, let me take care of these financial gifts here. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. I'm going to go back and forth between some of these comments I printed out and the comments that are live right now. So let's do that. That'll be like comedies writes here. Going free has been the best part of 2020. Best in all caps. The weekly stream with Jason and this amazing community. We may not have tens of thousands of live viewers, but we have the best people, like the 300 Spartans of yore. Hearing about the success of the organizational entity is exciting and gives me hope for the years ahead. Rather than rehashing failed antique strategies or endlessly naming a certain group in the hope that it will magically help our people, this is a real solution, a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. And we see the fruits now as the powerful term anti-white is finally entering mainstream discourse. Western kind can at last unite across the globe as the one people with many countries. And we will be unstoppable. I wish you all a happy new year as the good work continues to recapture our destiny. Thank you so much for that, like comedies. Beautifully written, obviously going free. Great champion. Peacecraft financially gifting here, $5 over an Entropy. Thank you so much. After 25 years of feeling like the villain, this is the least I can do in return for helping me to go free and for the community that kept me from the ultimate flight last month. Thank you. Please never stop. Peacecraft, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate white flight is suicide. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. Writes, after 25 years of feeling like the villain, this is the least I can do in return for helping me to go free and for the community that kept me from the ultimate flight last month. Thank you. Please never stop. I will never stop, Peacecraft. And it is for lives like yours. The good that we are doing here, the good that you will do as you pick yourself up, dust yourself off, address those mean pathogens inside of you, become a better you in all ways, and then take that as you improve to those around you and bring others into going free. And by doing so, you become stronger. God bless you. Thank you so much for that magnificent testimonial to the success of going free. Is this the first time you're sharing this with the community? If you're still with us, you can write in the question widget on entropy. Thank you so much for that, Peacecraft. $5 financial gift. Austin 316 writes here, Go Free actually really works, even with liberals. And of course, by that he means anti-whites, as long as you're friendly and not mean-spirited. Truth works! ! Nerium writes in response, yes, 2 exclamation points. Others who are against Jason don't understand that language and optics matter if you want to increase awareness. No other person is teaching us how to wake people up and not alienate. I believe this young man, no white guilt, is gifted and a visionary. Thank you both so very much for that. Both magnificently powerful testimonials, both going free, practicing the practice of going free and bringing it to those around them, both heroes to Western kind. God bless the both of you. We have Lee Van Cleef, which I know was here earlier today and may still be here, writes here, this is a very educational and engaging stream. Jason is one of the best in our sphere. I wish more people knew about this show. Well, I thank you for saying that, brother, and I wish more knew about it as well. Regrettably, not only do we have to face the anti-whites who silence the work that we're doing here, but we also have to face those in the white nationalist sphere who silence the work that we're doing here. But we will continue to plow forward and reach as many people as we can, so long as we can. Not anti-white enough. Financially gifting $10 over here on Entropy. Thank you so much, brother. Speaking for the 1964 Swindle Whites Act, there's an ad campaign in my city by an insurance company that determines your rate by tracking your phone location. The billboards show a proud, non-white woman and reads, quote, "Judge me by the way I drive," close quote. It shames whites daily using the MLK slogan. How despicable. Thank you for sharing that. And we see that all the time. It's one of the wonderful things, not anti-white enough, that you can use from going free to help our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there, to begin their process of going free. They see these things, and they are doing their absolute best to ignore them. All you have to do is mention it, and it shatters that for them. They're no longer able to ignore it. How many mean pathogens? This is the next thing I challenge, and I challenge everybody to do this. What I just read from Not Anti-White Enough, all that you know about this commercial is what I shared with you from Not Anti-White Enough, and there are several meme pathogens that are being communicated in that commercial alone. These are damaging you. They're damaging your children. They're damaging the people you love. They're damaging our environment in which we operate. And by damaging the people around us, damaging us as well. Because remember, your well-being is only achievable by way of our group's well-being. Thank you very much for sharing that. Not anti-white enough. Bulldog Boris writes here, standing simply for the truth, aka standing up against the anti-white narrative, is similar to the flat earthers versus round earthers back in the time of mythology, when claiming the earth wasn't flat was heresy, and you'd get skinned alive on a torture bench. The fact is, truth isn't important to most humans. We are mostly social creatures before rational creatures, it seems. Such sad realities. Please take me to Köhne's rational planet, where reason and honest science, evidence and rational and Western value morals roam. Before it's too late, my friends. Well, amen to that, and thank you, Bulldog Boris, for that. Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why my good friend, I won't say his name now. I almost did, but one of my good friends has said, very intelligent, educated man for many years, well, we just have truth. That's all that matters, and we'll just keep saying it over and over. And I have said, well, it obviously doesn't work. Truth is clearly, when we observe reality, truth is the equivalent of a virginal fair maiden, and she is easily abducted, deformed, murdered, raped. Truth needs to be protected by an absolute bristling, we'll just say, assortment of tools. Because without that defense, what I said just prior is her fate. So thank you for making that point, Bulldog Boris. Now, here's a person that had a criticism that I responded to, and I won't share the jackass's name. He writes here in as snarky a tone as he could manage, which I imagine caused him to drool profusely over that heavy bottom lip of his. Awesome advice. Question. If they are so wrong and you are so right, why are you not the one piling in all the fans, donos, and putting memes into circulation? I'm going to read this as it is illiterately written, but I'm not making fun of having a poor education or being low IQ. If you are low IQ, that's the way you're born. You can still have a fabulous life. If you have a poor education, you can get educated. But I will, since this person is a dirtbag, I will read it as he wrote it. Weird. I mean, you have this super duper thing that you claims proves itself by its results. What are those results? What are those results? I don't know. What are those results? What are those results? You haven't proven anything. You just haven't demonstrate. When are you going to show success? You've got this super duper thing that you haven't shown any results from. When will you show the results? The conspiracy guy, no-name shame, is doing much better than you. The edgy bros over at Unspoken Place are pulling way more than you, and they aren't even allowed on YT. What's your secret thing? Because this one here seems to be working backward or something. Where are all the people you are converting? People barely even know your name, but they know who I talking about when I mention ranch dressing. What's up with that? Well, where do I begin? Here's what I wrote to this individual. It is really quite simple, my dear fellow. It is the difference between the gold and the gravel. The opera has far fewer in attendance than the dens of iniquity. But it is these in the opera house, these elites, in our case, the elect, that are the natural, nature, and God-crowned aristocracy. We are a wayward people because their rightful leadership is ignored for the jester and the fool. Those of us who will survive the coming bottleneck will again know the difference between the gold and the gravel. I hope that your vision improves. See, the head count, when that's your metric, is simply a head count rather than the quality of people. You end up coming to these asinine conclusions. And this same person here saying these other people, they get more donos. I guess that's financial gifts. That these other people are getting more donos. In the very next breath, will say, "Well, you're doing it for the donos that you're just." Well, if I were doing it for the donos, the brightest bulb in the drawer. If I were doing it for the donos, then wouldn't I copy all of those other people who are getting the more donos? Yeah, that's what I would really want. I want a massive audience of individuals with that kind of quality that he brings. Here's the actual quality. Bonnie Blue Lass, a brilliant woman, writes, I thank God. This is a religious woman. I thank God for leading me to this work. I'm not clever enough to figure out the specifics of the OE, but I completely trust Jason and his ridiculously high IQ. Thank you for writing that. I didn't see that you had written that with a smile face. I would also like to add that one of our goals with the OE should be to pay Jason's salary. He really should be working full-time for White Wellbeing. By the way, for those of you who took a beating or worse at Charlottesville, thank you for your sacrifice. It was not in vain. It provided me with my final racial awakening and entrance into the white positive sphere. I saw the anti-white media, known as, quote, mainstream conservative news, calling you by numerous anti-white slurs. I realized that as a white person, I don't hate anyone for no reason. I knew you didn't, quote, hate anyone either. That's when I realized that my precious Breitbart, Fox, Daily Wire, etc. were lying to me. That's when I found Amrand and then eventually NWG. Well, thank you so much, dear lady, for that magnificent testimonial. And we have here Sound Killer financially gifting $10 over on Entropy. $10. Great to see you, dear brother. Promethean New Year. He writes, Happy New Year, brother. Keep it, Promethean. Absolutely, Kip. And if you don't know what that is, folks, you have to go free. It's only for us insiders, you see. Now we are going to recognize how we are the exclusive club instead of trying to have the door open to everyone who have turned up their noses and decided, nope, not going to talk about the successes they're having, not interested. Years of that now. We are now the exclusive club. Now we were going to shut that big oaken door with the brass and all of the fancy hinges, and you're not allowed in. But Sound Killer is. Thank you for being here, brother. Kip, indeed. Asuba writes here, I am a non-white teenage girl who happened to stumble upon this video. Now, I didn't set this up, ladies and gentlemen. Fate does this for us. We were just talking not that long ago about some person confronting on a video chat a black teenage normal looking girl and then calling her a bunch of racial slurs and terrorizing her. And clearly she was scared by this individual talking this way. And that is an image that is a contact now that is going to be captured and shown repeatedly to the world. And they're going to be saying, this is what people who support white rights, white history, and whatever verbiage they want to put to it, this is what they look like. This is how they behave. Look at the terror and horror on her face. What happens in service to white well-being? What's the difference? Now what is going to be obviously overshadowed by this terrorizing of some black teenage girl? Well, Asuba is going to be overshadowed. She writes, I am a non-white teenage girl who happened to stumble upon this video. After watching it, I want to know what I can do to support my white friends. What a difference. What a difference. The video was bloody anti-white fingerprints all over our dictionaries, anti-white and anti-whiteism. Her comment is on the comment thread. I've got a screen capture, anti-whites. So if you want to run over there and quickly delete it, I've screen captured it. Too late. What a dichotomy. Terrorizing a normal non-white girl. And now, how many people is that act going to end up reaching and turning them against us, people who actually care about white well-being? And in our case, a non-white teenage girl who comes to a video that I made in service to white well-being, who in response says, how can I help my white friends? I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what is the world you want to live in? What is the people you want to be? I wrote back to Asuba, if you are under 18, please share this communication with your parents. And I warmly thank you for showing concern for your white friends. In today's anti-white climate, a person really has to have a sterling character to do the right thing. Your concern for your white friends shows that you have integrity. The first thing you can do for your white friends is to put your foot down when you hear someone saying something anti-white. It is just as despicable to be anti-white as it is to be anti any other group of people. It is just as wrong to discriminate against white people as to discriminate against any other group of people. Again, thank you. How many lives might Asuba actually end up changing? How many conversations will be altered? Would you like to have 10,000, 100,000 more Asubas out there who say, how can I help my white friends? Or would you rather have a bunch of teenage normal black girls terrorized and frightened so that anti-whites of all races and normal people of all races decide to take revenge upon those who care about white history, white culture, Western civilization? Which would you rather have? Should be an easy measurement. I know for some of you out there, it might not be. Those out there in the white nationalist sphere might be a hard thing to figure out. But we have it down cold here in service to white well-being. Stas here, financially gifting $10. Stace, $10. Thank you so much, brother, over on Entropy. Great to see you again. Always good to see you. Writes here, Happy New Year, Jason. Hope to see you on January 6th. Well, brother, if you can reach out to me on DM or by the other means I talked about, maybe we will be able to be in proximity, and be good to shake your hand and meet another person going free in service to white well-being. The Great Reptile writes here, historians claim the world produces a hero for change every 100 years. We've produced 100 heroes just this year. You, all caps, are the ones that will be remembered, and we, all caps, are the change that will define our history. Thank you so much. Beautifully written, dear brother. Now here we have, this is Evil Chars that I was trying to remember earlier. Let me get a drink to wet my whistle. I don't know. Where does that come from? Maybe somebody can look that up. Why is it wet your whistle? I'm not whistling. In fact, I lost my ability to whistle when I had the bottom part of my tongue cut away. I used to be able, now it's just a shameful sputtering. Although, no, I think I can actually still do a couple of the bird calls, but I can't do a proper whistle anymore. They freed my tongue and stole my whistle. Who do I lodge my complaint with? Evil Chars writes here, ladies and gentlemen, and you know Evil Chars, from many comments that he has made, is a sound thinker, a logical thinker, a fair thinker, that he has been in various spheres in service to our people over the years. He's seen a lot of things, and he has something here to say. Now, he's going to talk about in these 3 short paragraphs something that he refers to as NSers. So you can imagine that they are whatever you want them to be. I know that last week we talked about the difference. I talked about the difference, and I hope it's being communicated by normal people to great people like Andreas over at Nordic Frontier and the great work that they do, that there are mature adults that can have a definition for a particular type of economy and a particular type of government, and they can have an honest position that is not LARPy, that is not antique in its nature. These are the kind of people who have that. I don't know why. It seems more to be cloistered to that part of the world where there seems to be a little bit more of a legitimate, honest, intelligent position there. And then everywhere else, it's like Muppets. I don't know. But Evil Chars is obviously talking about his experience south of those regions. He writes here, I've seen NSers turn on people that help them. Why did the NSers turn on them? Because these good, helpful people giving them life advice and a chance for self-improvement weren't NSers, nor do they exclude Europeans who've got different phenotypes than the Nordic one. And was it enough for the NSers to just leave? Some did, but several began downvoting the content of these guys who are using what spare time they got on content creation, time they could spend with their family instead. Content that encourages whites to love themselves and to reframe life to increase the quality of your company and so forth. NS, Evil Chars writes, is a meme pathogen, a virus in the minds of sickened people who in their powerlessness will lash out at anything they can, predominantly the people they pretend to stand for, since they are closest to them. Well, that is a very powerful indictment from an individual who's been around long enough to know and obviously experienced some of these of the LARPing type and how they behave and how they attack those. And it's very, very odd that I pointed out, as I pointed this out earlier in the gathering, that when you look into many of these LARPing type of groups, rather than, as I was pointing out, the sincere, intellectually honest folks, when you look into these LARPing groups, they will claim that only this particular phenotype is permitted, but those individuals, or those are the superior ones, or those are the whatever, they give them various titles. But those individuals who are saying that and laying down these rules aren't even white. Sometimes they're not white. They have no white in them at all. Sometimes they're half white. But it's a very curious thing for them to show up and to then use this LARPing behavior to exclude white people. Evil Chars, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Buddy Duddy writes here, I heard that over 100 musicians have joined the WAC Pack, White Art Collective. That's what I call a white pill. Amen to that. I had to share that We absolutely love Jeff and the work that they are doing, White Art Collective, and we will continue to support the great work that they're doing there. Thank you for that support, buddy duddy. Lark Ascending, sweet lady, writes here, learnt this poem by heart, never fails to affirm my white biosphere. Thanks for this at New Year on point. And of course, this is, I read If into a video just the other day, and that was my first take, and I just decided to go with it. We have Nancy, the great Nancy Drew, who has been here tonight. Thank you, sweet sister. Writes, excellent choice. Talks to our mind, heart, and soul. Be strong. You're not alone, friends. And some heart emojis. Yes, indeed. Talking about the poem If that I read as well. Let's see. We have on Entropy here, financially gifting $3. Ed. Thank you so much, Ed. And writes here, Happy New Year. Well, it's going to be one hell of a year. So a big Promethean New Year to you. Looks like that might be your first time financially gifting. Thank you so much. A big salute and spotlight for you. We'll make it as bright as possible. And be with us. Stay with us. Go free. We'll make this happen. Axeman Titan writes here, German translation, and then translates the entirety of the poem of If. Thank you so very much for the translation into German for our brothers and sisters who are unable to speak and understand the English language. A big salute. Thank you. Round of raucous emojis there for Axeman. And if anybody ever sees somebody give a translation like this, if you know the language, have a read and make sure that it's accurate. And if it's not, then let me know. And if it is, then celebrate the person for taking the time to provide the translation for our brothers and sisters. The great White Rider writes here, a picture with this poem was hung in the living room at my parents' house. While endlessly punished by my parents who scapegoated me for everything that went wrong in that house, I was forced to sit in a chair for hours in that room. I must have read that poem 1,000 times, and I never understood it until recently. Thank you for reading it, Jason. Promethean hails. Well, you are most welcome. Most welcome. I wish I could tell you, folks, every single one of you, I wish I could whisper into your ear what I know in relation to that poem. But it is real, and therefore I cannot. But let your imaginations wander. The great Ruination Media, a sagacious thinker in Australia, everyone should follow Lovely Porridge at Ruination Media on YouTube. I see my old Christmas pic of Born Guilty is doing the rounds. Yes, indeed, folks. The picture of Born Guilty with those wonderful Christmas lights, that was Lovely Porridge's. I have to get a picture for Jason quickly. And he decided to. He's got the little Christmas tree there, and it was some kind of like palm tree, or I don't know exactly what it was. Took a photograph. It ended up being fantastic, and I used it. He writes on here, I'm still catching up with your streams. I heard Greg Johnson mention antique nationalism on his podcast. Did he really? Wow, how about that? I'm not so sure about that term. I like antiques. With a smile face. I love antiques too. I just can't afford any of them. He goes on to write, but people will usually buy antiques for sentimental reasons, not for practical use. Even if you could convince people that some past political figure had been mischaracterized, of what good would it be? It would be far more useful to convince white people that they are a people who should work for their well-being. Start with that. If you have not already figured out, this is like one of those cases where you can imagine where you get to go into the monastery, or you get to go into that extremely expensive, like a cloistered school for the rich and the more rich and the even richer. And you get to hear one of the professors who the richest of the rich hire for their little brats, and his musings reach you like they come down from heaven, and they're so clear. They make so much sense. This is how Lovely Porridge's comments should be received. This guy has demonstrated numerous times that he is a logical, lucid thinker, and he will take you carefully from A to B to C. Thank you so much, lovely Porridge. Rub-a-Dub Media, another great champion, folks, writes here, the beautiful sound of redemption rings. I believe this was under Richard Wagner's piece, original piece that he wrote. Amen to that. Very well, beautifully written, so accurate, apropos, as they say. Like Comedy is a truly beautiful and uplifting piece. The noble realm of Western kind flows and shines through like rays of the western sunrise over the horizon. Wow, that was poetic. The greatness of our people still endures, and new peaks await. God bless you, Like Comedies. Damn, that was fantastic. It does indeed. Very well written. Let me swivel around here, make sure we're not missing anybody. I love you all, you know it. If I miss you, it's because it's my fault. But I'm not going to miss Azimuth Clark, who's with us, financially gifting $1. Thank you, dear brother. And says, just saying hello, and that I love this community. Well, we love having you with us. And you know, Azimuth Clark, who just showed up, at least for me, may have been here for a while. It's William Runner. Great to see you, brother. We also have, well, we'll jump over here. Oh, you're not going to believe this. We'll get to that in just a minute. We're almost wrapping this part up. We're going to take calls. We are going to take calls. So where are we? Oh, good. Okay. We've only been going for about 6.5 hours. So we're good. I can't feel my legs, but we're good. I need somebody to come and, no, I won't say that. That's terrible. That is terrible. We have here somebody who came into one of the threads, and this individual who actually has the name Keep Your Mind Open decided to attack me and you all, and there was a great response. I just wanted to share this. If I had had more time, I would have grabbed more. If you all could see me, I am definitely, you would definitely not think that I am, if you at any point have thought, that Jason guy seems pretty dignified. Well, you just wait until you see me rushing around trying to get ready for you all. Then you'll say, wow, I'm embarrassed for him. Keep Your Mind Open writes, White Wellbeing, LOL, with an emoji slapping its forehead. And then several of our heroes decide to take this individual head on, and they all do a magnificent job. Sterling Price, Jesse Link, Stiggs, Simon JJ, and especially one I just read, Like Comedies, really deals a, let us not say a death blow, because that sounds like we would wish death on this individual, and we don't wish death. We wish him to be enlightened and not such an ignoramus. But we shall say a absolute defeat. And this is what Keep Your Mind Open writes back to these magnificent heroes. Happy to explain the information that forms the foundations of how I frame my opinion on white well-being, quote, end quote, white well-being. To ensure I answer thoroughly and clearly, perhaps I could respectfully ask for your level of education, only to ensure I convey my opinions clearly and in a way that you can understand. It's difficult when speaking online, as one is never sure of the age of the person they are speaking to. So can you just absolutely hear this sickening condescension of this anti-white prick? Now, we have a solution. I don't care how little education you have. I don't care if your IQ is 80. We have created, in the practice of going free, a response for this overly educated anti-white prig. Are you thinking about it yet? Do you already know what the response would be? He's coming armed with a lot of pretexts, moralized, intellectualized, and sentimentalized pretexts for why you can't have white well-being. Do you know how to shut him down, no matter how little education you have or how low your IQ? We've provided the answer. Keep your mind open. This is an anti-white. It's like, I'm going to run your mind through with a spear. So keep it open so that I can do that to it. He writes, again, it's quite simple. Let me simplify even more for you. Are you more of a 16-year-old or a 60-year-old? Did you finish high school? Or have you done your PhD? I'll make sure I speak in a way you understand, using words and concepts you're familiar with. I have experienced a lot of chats where I speak in certain terms, theories, and references to literature and meta-analysis. My nose is bleeding. I'm so high in this tower. Of course, I just added that bit. That comes across as obtuse and arrogant. I don't want to do that. I've also chatted with professors. Here's my disclaimer, is what open mind is keep your mind open is saying here. This is the nonsense disclaimer to try to make him sound legitimate. But of course, it's not going to make him sound legitimate to anybody who has ever walked down let's even just be realistic. You don't have to walk down a city street, a barren country road to understand a liar when you see one. I have also chatted with professors, and I struggle to understand and have asked them to tone it down with the scientific jargon so I can hear them. And listen to that. It's sort of like corporate speak for universities. Have you all, I'm sure many of you have heard, especially when you go through university, you have corporate speak for the corporate world where people use asinine jargon to make them sound more intelligent. So like rather than say send an email, they say who generated the email. It's just corporate speak. It's just to make them sound smart when they're not smart. You have the same thing. You have university speak. It's these clumsy constructions to make people sound and to make you believe with baffle gabbing and the rest that they're intelligent. You're not. That's why it sounds so dumb to you. But in reality, it's just dumb. So I can hear them. No, you could hear them all along, idiot. He finishes with, I ask what your level of education is for this reason. So I wrote back to this clap-trapping prig. Yeah, I'll officially register that clap-trapping. This clap-trapping prig, I wrote back, you pedantically fumble over yourself with unctuous condescension as though we should horripilate with awe after opening with a forehead-slapping emoji and, quote, LOL. Quickly, if you object to the well-being of Westman for any reason, you are anti-white. Clear enough? Question mark. And then with a dash between every letter, for any reason, period, and then the word done. That, my friends, is how you speak to a clap-trapping prig jackass like that. You can have no education and a low IQ, and you will shut that bastard down in a heartbeat. There is no argument that he can make, and he is going to have recourse to different periods in history, different biological studies, different this, different where does the white race begin, where does it end, arguments, all of it, and you can shut them right down. I came up with that a long time ago when I was a much younger man, and much more intelligent people than myself, and surely much more educated people than myself, still do not grasp the power of an argument that can be provided to everyone and used by everyone to shut down the most overly educated asshole anti-whites in the world. They can't grasp it. Well, good. You don't have to be able to grasp it. You don't have to agree with us. We will go ahead and succeed for white well-being and our people and recapture our destiny, where you in the white nationalist scene, sphere, whatever it is, won't understand, can't understand, don't want to understand Jesus. And we will demonstrate this 1,000 more times. And you'll still have people like the other one whose name I'm not going to read because I don't want to give him any attention, that will say, where's your evidence of success? I mean, come on. I make ample mistakes. Certainly the people who I have check my my writings, they find misspellings, they find different sorts of construction errors, grammatical errors. I make mistakes. When you are going to write in a public forum and you are going to be challenging the intelligence or education of other people and their success or professional success, you damn well better be more literate than a third grader. Because I might just have to point out that you are as, I should say, maybe as literate as a third grader. And a lot of the LARPers are about that literate. So let's keep rolling along. In fact, you know what? We're going to pause. Wait. No, first I'm going to come over here because I have this. We got to go back to this. You're not going to believe this. $20 US, financially gifted from a new account, Cross Eyes on the Right, using Cross Eyes on the Right, using Mestizo's cartoon of Cross Eyes pining away for yours truly, a truly obscene desire, my friend. I mean, I won't even do it. $20 from Cross Eyes on the Right. Thank you, brother. And he writes here, I like you, with this funny emoji with the big eyes, like eyes are real big, eyebrows are raised, mouth doesn't quite know what to do. Do you like me? Check the box yes or check the box no and crossed fingers. That is splendid. Oh my gosh. Thank you for that. Cross Eyes on the Right. $20. I like you. Do you like me? Check the box yes or no. And fingers crossed emoji. Well, that's no, I'm afraid. No, I don't cross eyes. We would never get along. I'm afraid our politics, they're just too different. And there are some other incompatibilities as well. Let's see. We have a financial gift from, let's see, what shall I call you? I will call you what shall I call you? $10 financial gift. And sometimes I'm wondering, should I use this name? Should I use the name they use for Cash App? I will call you Harry. Harry is financially gifting $10. And by that, I mean Harry, not hirsute or hispid. Rest assured that anti-white that thought he was so bright. I always love doing that because I'm a working class guy. And there's nothing I love more than to be in a hunting jacket and blue jeans that have caulk on them. I said caulk, and blue jeans on with that on them, and then to have one of these clap trapping. I really like that. I'm going to just have to keep using. That's even better than Yehudi Huffer. And have one of these individuals, anti-whites, and they're so pretentious. You know, they're like, let me just superciliously condescend to you. And then I just break out some math or some vocabulary or some literature. Usually it's just logic. That's what's the best. And then I hammer them with it. And then they walk away wondering that they're like, gosh, he knows more than me. And that bulge. That's right. That's right. That's got to hurt. Yes, I was making a reference back to the jeans and the caulk. I said caulk. Harry, $10 financial gift. He writes here, for the future of Western civilization. Thank you so much, dear brother. Financial gift. Every single one of those dollars will be made use of in service to White Wellbeing, and we will do great things. Thank you, brother. Thank you for being with us. Go free. Help your loved ones to go free, and we will help you help them. God bless you. You see, as the night wears on these long streams, and I can't feel my legs anymore, and you know what I could use? I could use a drink of water, and I could use some more coffee. Things sometimes get more ribald, but this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. Get excited, because we have a now this was we have two more that I'm going to read that are from emails. I have a record number, my God, a record number of testimonials here at the end of the year by way of email. And I am so delighted. I'm going to get to everyone somehow. We're going to make it happen someday. I will, maybe if we get with the OE, maybe maybe later in phase 2. I don't know, phase 3. We won't say more about that, and we'll talk about OE again, and we'll go over it semi-regularly now, so everybody who's here gets a better grasp of what it is, and what it's becoming, and how it works for the work that we're doing here. But perhaps we get to a place where we can put a very lovely young woman on a video in front of you, a video screen, and she can read testimonials for 8 hours straight or however long. She just read these, because there are so many and they need to be read. These people whose lives are being changed, they need to be known. They need to be celebrated. Their achievements need to be acknowledged. The work they're doing needs to be lauded. And there's no one better, I'm sure, to get the attention of the masses than a lovely lady to do so. But until then, we'll start off with this. You'll have to deal with, I know, some working class guy that's been punched in the face a lot. I get it. But we'll do this. And who's a little punch drunk at this point on too little food and need more coffee. We'll have to take a music break soon so I can maybe get another cup of coffee. Reach my 2-cup limit. I will begin with the postscript here. And what are we going to call? Okay, we will call this guy Joe. I know he says use my name, but we're going to call you Joe. We're going to start with the postscript, and then I'll read to you this email. He writes, forgot to mention, you may also read my testimonial and my name on your show to let others know that there are advocates of going free, all caps, everywhere, so people can know they are not alone. And even in the companies that try to blockade you, Jason, exclamation point. The men and women using their hands at the bottom, making the work happen, that give these companies their wealth and enrich those above, are going free themselves. 3 exclamation points. Now we will speak to Joe's. That was his postscript. We will speak to his email now. Get a load of this. Greetings, Jason. I wanted to share an anecdote with you. My name is Joe. I have followed you for the half year or so, devouring via my podcast service app, your show, and marvel each time at what you have created. I can see hope in our movement for the first time, as others have said, because the tools you present, we can each use them in our lives, all caps, immediately. My fiancé came to me yesterday saying, quote, look, baby, look at what I put on our new tablet we got for Christmas, close quote. And upon it, I smile when I see, quote, Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory. And the page number denoting she's a third of the way through already. I've studied the lexicon through the content you've made, but have yet myself made it through to read Going Free. That's arriving soon. On our trips to the grocery store, she'll put your show, and hold on, I have to turn the page. She'll put your show on, and we'll get fired up to get our tasks done. Well, imagine that. I'll pause right there. I mean, this couple, this lovely couple, they're listening to the Going Free streams, and I'm sure the others, the Tap and the rest, they're listening to these things while they're doing their tasks. Hey, it's grocery shopping with no white guilt. And they are empowering themselves while doing the things that they would have to do otherwise, and will continue. I really can't compartmentalize and explain the hope and strength your show gives us in what would be a bleak, indefatigable conflict otherwise. They want us to believe that. We will not. My anecdote. I work for Vistaprint. I'll stop you right there, folks. Vistaprint shut us down because Vistaprint said, you can't not have white guilt. Remember that recently? My anecdote. I work for Vistaprint in a warehouse, blue collar as it gets, but I come home tired. My gym is my warehouse work, and the 12-hour days remind me what it is to be a good man. Like going to church every day, my sweat is my prayer, the therapy, and my priest. I believe this is an attribute of all Westmen they can tap into. My point is, one day I was at work listening to the show, and you mentioned your problem with Vistaprint, and I immediately got a shiver. Here was a line of connection between us, a link that makes this struggle all the more real in my own life. I knew immediately you would come to issues, as earlier that month I had been mandated to attend a mandatory, quote, unconscious bias training session, close quote, an anti-white session. I had been leading up to the morning of the work shift, of which such an anti-white propaganda has zero to do with operating this job that Joe does. Leading up to that morning, with my fiance's support, she, more angry than I went in ready to lose my job. The second any anti-white propaganda was hurled to denigrate me, I was ready. I would stand up from my chair, attest my entire team, attest to my entire team what a sham this was, and its true purpose of being an anti-white struggle session. It's non-relation to the actual job we do, and walk the hell out of the door. And with my heart racing, I walked into the office for that training. Now, I'm going to pause there really quickly, and I'm going to say, folks, the first thing I want you to do when you're going free is create your solid foundation from which you can go free. Internally, externally, yourself, your friends, your family, your lover, your neighbors. You need that foundation, which means you need that job, or if you're able to get by wherever you live on public assistance, you have that foundation so that you can then go out, work on yourself, and work on those around you. Don't recklessly throw that away. Now, Joe and his lovely wife here, they obviously had a breaking point for them. And they are ready at this point in the story to put their foot down, to the point that Joe says, I'm ready to tell these bastards where they can shove it, knowing that by saying that, he's going to lose his job. And the wife is more angry about not losing the job, but about the anti-white browbeating session. What a good woman that must be, let me just say. How many white nowadays? I'm not even going to say. Let's get back to he goes on. The video plays. The HR department girl begins talking. Of course, it's a department girl. It wasn't about race. It happened to be about being aware of other employees' shortfalls in age, whether they aren't as good as on a computer or slower on a computer, and to be more patient with them. I sipped my coffee. I had been ready to sacrifice my livelihood, but today I didn't need to. I kissed my baby girl goodnight with a lighthearted heart that night, knowing I could still feed us and keep this roof over our head we both work so hard for. At first I felt I had run from battle, but I snapped out of it thinking that knowing to sacrifice myself for no reason this early makes no logical sense. This is not a Hollywood movie, after all. What I figure happened is HR demanded the company take on this quote unconscious bias training, but in actuality implementing it decided to remove anything to do with race, instead making it to do with ability. I can never guess why. What I can guess and understand is their denial of your orders. You have support around the world, Jason, but more importantly, we all have support for one another with going free. God bless us, Westmen, all. And that's from Joe. This is the kind of equality of person that you are linked up with when you go free. Now, is that the kind of person that circulates normally through the white nationalist communities or whatever they want to call themselves? No. Now that we are drawing a distinction between that and white positivity, this is a hero. So much so that he and his lovely wife were willing, on the basis of their well-being and all of our well-being, to sacrifice a portion of their well-being, even having a baby girl at home, to stand up against anti-whiteism in a way that is moral, in a way that is in our story, in a way that frames the anti-white as the ne'er-do-well, as the villain in the conversation. What greater stance and position can one put oneself in? And I will ask you all right now to compare that courage, that position, that fortitude with everything else you have seen in the white nationalist sphere and what would have come out of what possibly could have come out of the followers of the different vehicles and strategies and locutions that have failed in the past. I dare say nothing of this caliber. Nothing. Thank you so much, Joe. You and your wife are absolute heroes in service to white well-being. And let's do this. Celebrate Joe and celebrate Promethean promulgation. And in celebration of, let's see, Andre Musiev, who we will be reading a message from and then listening to one of his pieces next. Raucous round of emojis, loud as they get. I know it's just a digits, ones and zeros on a screen, but if you do enough of them with enough passion, it will become real and we will all actually hear it. What is that called? What is that called? Is that in the Tibetans? Tulpa. I think is what they call it. Is it the Tibetans? Tulpa. If enough people believe in it, then it becomes real. Promethean promulgation, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $100 to White Wellbeing. $100 to the service of white well-being, and it will be used magnificently to great success, the kind of success that we see here with Joe. I want you all to write into the chat what you think would have happened with some of these other strategies that you've seen across the white nationalist movement or sphere? Well, you might have sat there and listened through the whole lecture about how evil the white race is, and then you go back to your blue collar work, and then maybe you go and bend the ear of some coworker about how this wish needs to happen without any way of achieving it, or that wish, or maybe you begin sharing endless statistics that nobody wants to hear about, or maybe, and that doesn't change anybody's mind that doesn't already agree with you, or maybe they end up talking about something violent and then they lose their job because that gets spread around the room, and then they call you down to the office and they say, well, is it true that you're talking about killing X, Y, or Z, or blowing up or something? Is it true that you're saying that needs to happen? And then the person, like a little coward, tries to deny it, and then they lose their job. What are the outcomes? Promethean promulgation, ladies and gentlemen, $100. He writes here, you want to know how well Go Free works? It works this much. God bless you, brother. $100. By Promethean promulgation, writing testimonial here with dollars and words. You want to know how well Going Free works? It works this much. I salute you, brother. What a champion. All right, we're going to jump into this. We're going to listen to this piece, and then we're going to move toward wrapping this up. Get your comments. I haven't been able to look at what you all have been writing. Greetings, Jason, writes Andre, with I'm guessing this is a Russian, Musiev, surname. Greetings, Jason. We've not met, but I know much about your great work. I spent many years in observation of white positive adjacent circles, but never did I get involved with personal efforts. There was not a collective effort that is both effective in adherence to highest moral standards for one to undertake. All the strategies I've seen amount to petty inversions through irony and sarcasm, or, quote, guerrilla style posting. But all of that taking place within the narrative of the opposition, a reactionary approach that can only destroy with no capacity for proactive creation. There was not articulated a position that one could proudly hold and defend in public view. This results in the sphere attracting many misfits and anonymous losers who so easily sully good efforts with minimal investment and nothing to lose. Here came you, and that which you have invented or discovered with your efforts addressed the situation impeccably, and absolutely unique contribution, the most efficient and truly successful path forward, the best one I've seen so far, the first step before all others can take place. I have a good eye for judgment, and always I thought, quote, no, that's not going to be the answer. That's not going to be effective in the long run, close quote. In regards to everything I've seen claimed as, all caps, the solution. And I've heard, all caps, all. What you propose is the stellar exception. And though many will not come to recognize this in public out of misplaced pride or petty character, they will in due time appropriate your methods by sheer necessity, even if they never hear of you. I am an individualist by nature to the greatest extent possible. But it was very early in life that I realized by way of observation that it is only those of the West who build an environment wherein those as myself can flourish in the first place. To the problems of a communal nature a global nature. The solution must be proportional in scale. This I knew. And your work constituted the particulars on the individual level that can then scale upward. That many to this day do not realize such a simple dynamic is a testament to the amount of illness inflicted upon them. Today, there is not a single person with whom I can speak on a personal level who has not at least heard of Go Free, and more they will hear. Crucible, your other work, I have read in a single sitting. The next morning, I wrote this short verse. And ladies and gentlemen, I will attempt at this point, after streaming for 7 hours, to do a bit of justice to Andre's poetry. Proud man once, now puny, broken, with memory short and appetite stronger, when distracted from divine, towards carnal man aligns. Quenching guilt imposed by foreign, wanderers aimless and forgotten. It is so for all of them who've not broken evil spell. Evil spell cast long ago looms in shadow over all. Man, woman, child stand divided, then consumed by darkness lauded. To break spell, one must at once rally spirit to the cause. Flame of Western spirit sleeps deep inside you as it weeps. Spirit wakes and body follows, as the guilt inside you hollows. Love of folk did break the spell, and the doom that yours befell. Proud once more, no longer broken. Knowledge past has made you stronger, not distracted, misaligned. No perdition now in sight. Western flame propels you forward, much unlike the worshipped coward, to awake the rest of kin, such that too they can begin. We begin our life once more, before villain, now no more. Never shall again us bind, guilt so fashioned for our plight. Andre goes on, myself in public capacity, I began writing and producing works of music as I have planned for a long time. In this regard, when reading Prometheus Rising, I sensed so much great potential that I will, in the near future, write music of the most glorious and grand variety following this new mythos. Presently, I am already occupied by several existing projects. Once those are taken care of, I will begin, likely in the latter half of the year. I also share my latest work with you. Regards, Andre Mosyalev. Promethean hails to you, brother. God bless you for this magnificent testimonial. Thank you for stepping forward, for sharing with us this wonderful poetry that was inspired in you by my real life in Crucible that you read. Thank you for the testimonial of your observations of the rest of what you referred to as the adjacent white positive circles, I think is what you called them, and how this going free, the practice of going free, service to white well-being, is fundamentally different. And thank you now. We look forward to the works that you will create for what you say here. Prometheus Rising, you say that you will write music of the most glorious and grand variety following this new mythos. And we look forward to that. We thank you. And we will now play Andre, a piece of Andre's music for you all and you will get a taste for perhaps what we will all be able to share in the very near future. drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Now that is some powerful music. A big round of raucous emojis. I am really looking forward to Andre's epic work that he's going to be creating. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you this. What is it that rules the destiny of man? What is it that decides the fate of civilizations? It is the body of the vision infused with the spirit of will. And with that, one mind to the next, we can communicate the most powerful messages. It is with that knowledge and with that power that we now wield, inchoate as though it may be, that we now wield and will continue to do so, and with which we will recapture our destiny. God bless every single one of you. This has absolutely been a magnificent first Going Free of 2021. We're going to run through so we can get your calls, because I want to get them. The Go Free lesson, ladies and gentlemen, of the day. Identify, immunize, go free. Page 140, second edition, MPs that are new to you. You now have the means of defense against MPs. You know how to confront, challenge, and dispel CCD MPs, and how to use meme curatives MCs. You know to filter the regime's messaging through the anti-white screed to clearly identify the true anti-white objectives. You understand that you have one victimizer, the anti-white. These tools help you go free from the MPs you are already infected with, but they also give you the means to immunize yourself against new infections. The regime develops new MPs. They resurrect MPs they abandoned. They modify and amend MPs to reuse them. They also develop meme pathogen montages, MPMs, linking several MPs together. An example of a MPM is the combined use of the MP's, quote, hate speech, quote, microaggression, and, quote, structural racism to hinder and prohibit white positive speech at institutions of higher learning. We go on there with more, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit as we continue to race through this magnificent, absolutely magnificent first Going Free of 2021. Hey, and if you thought we were about to slow down, no chance. Your calls are going to be coming up here in just a moment, but we got to get into this mailbag very quickly. I'm going to tell you, let's break out the mailbag. We have here some absolutely glorious things that came in the mailbag. I don't know whether I can tell you the absolutely wonderful woman who made these, but a wonderful woman, if she tells me, I will let you know next week, made personalized handkerchiefs for yours truly. Sees me, wipe at my face, mouth, etc., around my eyes with a handkerchief, and there's a blue one here, and she has embroidered on it beautifully the words "Go Free." She has also a white one here, and beautifully embroidered here the words "No White Guilt." And finally, another white handkerchief, all of different variety, and on which she has embroidered my name. Beautifully done, just impeccable. Thank you so very much, my sweet lady. A big Merry Christmas to you as well, and Santa's little helper. Absolutely wonderful gift, and I could not appreciate it more. Again, I will share these cards so you can see them next week when we have the camera up and running, but we got a lovely card here from a lovely woman And I won't be saying her name because I think I'm not allowed. But if I find out differently, I will tell you. She writes here, Dearest Jason, let's see. I absolutely don't need glasses. Miracles occur naturally as expressions of love. The real miracle is the love that inspires them. In this sense, everything that comes from love is a miracle. You are love. You are a miracle to our people. With much love, and then her name and some names of others. And thank you so very much. That is so heartfelt and so very meaningful to me. And when somebody cares, and this is a person who genuinely cares about the well-being of our people, when somebody genuinely cares about the well-being of our people and they express this sort of heartfelt appreciation, you know that you're headed in the right direction. I just know that we're doing the right thing. So thank you so much. A wonderful, wonderful person, whole family, wonderful people. We have this and another one I'll show you next week. It's Dashing Through the Snow. And this young lady has been over on D Live giving us some points. We'll take a look back over there. This is the very one and only Angharad Celtic, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's see. This card is perfect for you. You are always dashing everywhere. So why not through the snow? That's what it says on the front of the card, by the way. Thank you for your brilliant and dedicated service to our people. Thank you for not throwing Ray under the bus. Now, of course, Cross Eyes had some very unlovely things to say about Ray, and I am absolutely not going to be severed from anyone going free because an anti-white doesn't like them. Go to hell, anti-whites. I have seen so much treachery and betrayal in the movement that I'm wary of everyone, even you, but no more. I now know that you are everything you seem to be. My faith in you is complete! Exclamation point. Brightest of blessings to you and yours. Thank you so very much. And then she references, I think, some of the Celtic gods, and I know I will get the name wrong, so I won't butcher them, but thank you so very much for this. Angharad Celtics, a beautiful card too. I will share that next week, and I will just set this down, and we'll just keep rolling right along as we can. Now we also have, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Vermont just sent me the book that they are, and I'll share this next week. We'll share this a couple times. One of the books that they are providing for purchase, My Mirror Tells a Story. And I will share that next week. Also, this magnificent calendar, the 2021 calendar. This is from the White People's Press. What is this? Celebrating 12 centuries of Western architecture. And it is magnificent. You'll have to take my word for it. This is what the world is like if you have no sight. Next week, though, I will give the site back to you. I will show you both of those. Also, don't forget the White People's Quarterly, the most recent edition. Truly a fantastic find, and that is the one with an article by a brilliant woman who dives into and investigates going free. And also, of course, do not forget the book Folk, which that will go down in history without question, as truly it's so beautiful, and there is a lot of value packed into there. We also have one more Christmas card to take a look at today, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, we will also share one of the other pendants that were made by the magnificent glass blower in our community. Magnificently talented people, and we are so very lucky to have folks in this card, ladies and gentlemen. This wonderful person. This is actually a very lovely Christmas card. And you'll be able to see it next week. It's very classy. It was a great choice. And this is from, he was here earlier. I said earlier that this is a truly wonderful person. I got worked. He was here near the very beginning of the stream. And we are so grateful to have him in service to White Wellbeing and all that he does. Bless you, brother. We love you. Thank you. He writes here, please use the enclosed check for whatever is needed in your quest for white well-being. My life has changed, most significantly due to shifting my highest value from being my personal well-being and pleasure, hedonism, to putting white well-being as my highest value. Everything falls into place because of this change. I wasted a lot of my life going down a dead-end road. Thank you for the course correction. God bless you. He also writes here, and I love this. I do this myself sometimes. You know, they have the little printed verbiage on the inside of the card. And on the inside of this card, it simply says, beautifully says, Merry Christmas. But I Got Worked added a very merry Promethean Christmas to you. Well, thank you so much. A lovely card. And he writes again, thank you for all you do for us in service to white well-being. And folks, get out your raucous emojis for this wonderful human being who, enclosed in this classically lovely Christmas card, a check for white well-being in the amount of $1,000. A check in the amount of $1,000 in service to white well-being. Promethean hails, Promethean New Year. My dear brother, I Got Worked, are one of our greatest. We love you. We thank you. It is selfless acts like this that bring the truest joy to our lives. And I Got Worked is absolutely testifying to that reality with the verbiage, the beautiful verbiage, and the beautiful script inside this card, and that princely, munificent sum of $1,000 to start 2021 off with a bang and service to white well-being. Please, let's all recognize everyone, and starting with I Got Worked here, magnificent. God bless you, brother. God bless you. God bless all of you. It is only to the stars and beyond for all of us. Things are going to continue to get better. We continue to bring magnificent people. And I wish I could tell you some of the things that are going on. There's more. We're into phase 2 of the OE. Things are getting better. We're making more contacts. And it is with wonderful people like I Got Worked and brand new wonderful people like Andre from, I believe it's a Russian surname, that is going to be making some more magnificent music for us, that we are truly going to cross the hurdles that the anti-whites have put in front of us. The pitfalls and the hurdles, there'll be nothing for us moving into the future. God bless every single one of you. What a truly magnificent night this has been. Who was supposed to be first on the call? Let me flip around here, though, because I don't think we have. Who was supposed to be first on the calls? We got to get to them because I think we have a half an hour left. We have a financial gift from Anglo America, financially gifting $15 over here on Cash App as well, starting off 2021 with a bang, $15 US. And he writes here, for the white community, exclamation point. Well, God bless you, brother, for the white community. And we appreciate you, and we thank you for your service to white well-being. Thank you all for celebrating the munificent gift by I Got Worked, $1,000 to begin 2021, a grand testimonial saying that he has gone down a path, a dead-end path of hedonism for most of his life. And it has never filled that void in his heart because it can't. That void is meant for the spirit of the West. And he has course corrected. He is changing himself. He's becoming a better person. And we are better because he is better. And we'll continue to do this for each other. I can't wait to meet you all in person one of these days. Shake hands. Grab each other's forearms as they did in the days of yore when they shook hands. Throw arms around each other. COVID be damned. Really quickly, let me get to, because we're definitely running out of time to get to some of these calls. We have Tall Kevin back again, financially gifting $4. I really like the term clap trapping. Speaking of clap trapping, you using the word reminded me of a girl I used to date in college. She really put the trap in that clap she allegedly gave someone. Oh gosh, well done. Well done. And that's what she's known for now. That's why you should try to live a virtuous life. Well, as best as you can. None of us are angels. And me least among the angels, but we do our best, and that's what matters. Thank you, Tall Kevin. Very well said. $4 and a laugh from our good friend Tall Kevin, 87. We have Olrak is with us. $25 financial gift. $25. Downing Armor saying about, no, I'm not going to skip you. We'll just get to, I'll look at the list and see who was supposed to be first and the next, and we'll get to as many as we can as we're trying to wrap up here tonight. We always end up running out of time, and I apologize for that. We have to be better. Well, you know what? We would have been better tonight if it wasn't for the talk we had to have about how things will be a little bit different. Don't be worried about it with PWR, but we would have had much more time for calls. In 2021, we will make sure. Olrak, financially gifting $25. Thank you for mentioning Bull Hansen on your channel. I currently work a graveyard shift. Recently, putting Bull's videos on autoplay has made it extremely easy to get a full 8 hours sleep. Full 8 hours sleep, even in blinding daylight. He must have hundreds of thousands of views due to his success as a sleep aid. Well, thank you so much for that, Olrak. That's fantastic. $25 financial gift. Thank you for mentioning Bull Hansen on your channel. I currently work a graveyard shift. Recently, putting Bull's videos on autoplay has made it extremely easy to get a full 8 hours of sleep, even in blinding daylight. He must have hundreds of thousands of views due to his success as a sleep aid. Yeah, I'm sure he's very proud of that. And we also have the lovely Heidi. Let's get a round of applause for Heidi and Grayman the Gray. Financially gifting here $43.35. Thank you, you loving, wonderful couple. Here's your stimulus check. We've deducted 17% for your stray neighborhood cats, 21% for fees, 9% for dirt extracted from the roads and wrongly transported into your home, and then 2% because we can. Just call it a tax. Together, we can stimulate the economy. I'm buying a yacht with my stimulus. Haha, much love. Yes, thank you so much, dear lady. They do tax the hell out of the working class in the West. And if all of the others many of the others will say in the white nationalist sphere have their way, well, the Democrats will run everything in the United States, and we'll see white businesses put right out of business as quick as possible, and all of us fired. And then you know who to blame. I bet there won't be a problem finding them for many of you all. The anger will be such. Let's see very quickly. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get an acknowledgement and let's get a round of subdued but very respectful acknowledgement of emojis for Peacecraft, who is sharing at the beginning here of 2021, at the very beginning of 2021, that indeed this is the first time that he is sharing that he came off the path to ultimate path of white flight to suicide. He writes again, after 25 years of feeling like the villain, this is the least I can do in return for helping me to go free and for the community that kept me from the ultimate flight last month. Thank you. Please never stop. In your name and the others, my dear brother, in your name and the others, we will never stop. Another life. Everyone is of infinite value. Peacecraft, we are so grateful to have you with us. We are so grateful to have you in this community. Thank you. Thank you, thank you for not white flighting into that final act. You have a role to play, and we want to see you play it. We want to see you be the best you. We know that you're going to trip at times, but you're going to get up and you're going to keep moving toward that western sunrise. The anti-whites are not going to steal anything else from you. Now it's time for you to begin reclaiming what is rightfully yours. We'll be here to help you do that. God bless you, brother. Promethean hails. God bless you. After 25 years of feeling like the villain, this is the least I can do. A $5 financial gift, ladies and gentlemen. The least I can do in return for helping me to go free and for the community that kept me from the ultimate flight last month. Thank you. Please never stop. God bless you, Peacecraft. Talk about a magnificent way to start 2021. What a magnificent, we have a life saved, another magnificent, what a joyous thing, a life saved. We have folks stepping forward with marvelous talents, talking about they have contributed, they are contributing, and brand new people talking about how they're going to contribute their magnificent talents. The life saved, people changing their lives, turning around, magnificent testimonials from one hero, quality, good charactered person after another, and financial gifts as testimonials all the way up to $1,000. This on the third going into the fourth day of 2021. What a magnificent time it is to be together. What a magnificent time it is to be going free, ladies and gentlemen. God bless every single one of you. Let's make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. How should we approach people when distributing leaflets in DC? Asks the great blue-eyed bear. You can say, I can tell you're the kind of person that's going to like this, and put it right into their hands. I know you're going to like this. Put it right into their hands. This is for you. Put it right into their hands. I love you. Put it right into their hands. I want what's best for you. Put it right into their hands. This is the kind of thing you'll be interested in. Put it right into their hands. Any of those and iterations that you could come up with, and you pass that leaflet right to them. Read this later. Put it right into their hands. You'll want to have a look at this. Put it right into their hands. This will change your life. Put it right into their hands. And you know what? You can say that with conviction, can't you? You can absolutely say that with conviction. Because if you bring somebody by way of a leaflet that brings them to Crucible, that brings them to going free, you will have indeed changed their lives. This can change your life. This will change your life. I want what you want. This will change your life. Put it right into their hands. Thank you for that great question. Sloth says, I think we should stick to calling Nazis or white nationalists all antique nationalists and antique nationalist sphere. I just cringe at the mention of those slurs as anything but taboo to say. Well said, brother. So you want us to, your recommendation is to stick to calling them the antique nationalist sphere. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea. These things are all from the past, and they are superannuated. That's a word that you can take, a rare word that you can take to your friends and family. You can say, hey, you know what? These approaches, these strategies, and the rest, they're all superannuated. They are now out of date. They don't work anymore. It's time to move on. Hey, but if the folks out there, they want to make the best use of them, I wish them the best. If they can succeed when it comes to things other than the outside of my morality, the things that are within my morality, I want them to succeed. I don't think they will, but best of luck to them. And here in the White Positive Sphere, we will do our best. And I will collaborate where individuals are working within my morality, absolutely in the service to white well-being. I love every single one of you. Thank you all for being here. I'm just taking a quick look at everything to make sure I didn't miss it. If I missed you, please speak up, and the mods help me. We are definitely getting shorter, and I want to make sure that we have everybody. Let me just take a quick look over at the time. Oh, for God's sake. Yep, we're coming down to 20 minutes. I'm going to start the calls. You are going to be breviloquent. And I apologize for that, but you can do it. You're going to practice expert brevity. Just taking a quick look through here. Thank you for Slots for getting to me. So the antique nationalist sphere. The antique nationalist sphere. Maybe that's what we'll end up. Mousecat is with us. Great to see you. Thank you. And what is this? Roy says, I am super tired, brother. So please give my Skype spot to somebody else. I'll call in next week. Well, are you still with us? If you are, we'll call you right now. Let me know if you're still with us. Anglo America's here. Great to see you. We got to have the great Roy Danton. If you are still with us, I will call you right now. And if you are all sleepy drunk, then it will just be amusing. But you'll still have to practice your brevity. Elaine Zabatino applauding. Lapis is with us. Hello, sweet lady. Peacecraft saying you all make a difference. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. All right. Roy Danton, I typed Shun How into the wrong terminal window, not on the voicemail that I intended to turn off, but my actual computer. So then does that mean you're okay? It says, okay, I'm back. All right. Trying to figure out what the heck that was about. Jerry is with us. Hello to you, Jerry, and welcome. We're going to jump over to a quick phone call with the one and only Roy Danton. Let me just find. Roy, send me a quick message on Skype so you'll jump to the top of the list, and we will roll with you. You will practice. You will be breviloquent, and I will be magniloquent. Or maybe multiloquent. I cannot find you, brother. Where are you? You must send me a message on Skype. There are too many messages. So that you jump to there. Wait, I think I found you. All right, here comes the call. Uh-oh. Maybe he's got to open. Maybe he's got to open the... Let me jump over while you're doing that. To D-Live. I don't want to miss anybody. And I know we got some points over there and people asking questions. Somebody saying they don't get it. Do you not get going free? That's fine. Stick around. We will help you understand. Okay, I think, let's see. Where did we leave off? I think I got that one. I think we got that one. Simp No More, diamond points. Did I read this already? Everybody wins. Yes, I think I did. And then we have, okay, I think I got that one and that one. Yep, the Groiper one. Oh, I think that's, yeah, I think that's it. I don't think there are any more points or comments over there. Yes, I think we, unless something went wrong, that appears to be it. So I didn't miss anybody. Good. I think the last one was the MMA Groiper. That's what I made the comment about. If you're going to have a Groiper, have an MMA Groiper rather than a snarky one. Because what will happen is the anti-whites will use the snarky Groiper to beat you with. They can pick them up very easily. All right. It appears that we need to get Roy. Imminent rain is with us. He says, approach them so hard. We're going to be a... Oh, I see. So Skype was wiped out. Uh-huh. Well. We will move on then. Slots was next in line, as I recall. Or was it? No, wait. Was it Slots? No, it was Mr. V. Slots was, you were the last call last week, right? So we're going to call the great, the one and only Mr. V.
Hello, brother.
Hello, brother. Good Promethean New Year to you.
A grandiose Promethean year to you as well, brother, and to all our brothers and sisters.
Oh, we are excited to hear you. Always good to hear your voice. How have you been? What do you want to share with us?
I've been really well, brother. I'll make this super quick because I know you want to get other calls in. So I'll just say, first thing, it's great to hear what Mr. Bloom shared. What he did is he got himself a go-free friend in Richard Wagner.
That's
and
right.
That's something everybody should do.
That's right, folks. Remember that, and you all have to help me remember, Mr. V came up with this. And we have to remember these things. Please don't ever think that, oh, Jason didn't point out X, Y, or Z. I'm trying to remember. We have to help each other remember this is something, contribution that Mr. V made. He's made many, where he said, and again, another example of something that couldn't possibly be a cult, because that's top down. You have to obey everything. Nobody can make suggestions and modifications. A going free friend, the GFF. That's what you need to expedite the process, please. But of going free, please, brother, go ahead.
No, absolutely. There's so much power in that. And then once you get that going free friend, then you branch out and you start another group. You can do it in pairs of 3. So you get yourself a go free friend, then you and your friend get another friend. Then you take yourself and another person and you bring someone else in and you pair them up in groups of 3. Once people are in a group of 3, conversation is kind of self-sustaining. So you can do that until you've got yourself a giant going free mastermind. Real quick, I'll point to, so I can get to the main point. You mentioned, brother, what would Nietzsche do, which is a question in our circles. And it's so obvious. He would go free.
Yes, well said.
Answer. Anti-Whiteism is slave morality. If you don't understand by now that Nietzsche would go free if he were alive today, you have not read Nietzsche properly, period. So that should put an end to this whole what would Nietzsche do. He would be here in this stream going free.
Amen. Oh, that's brilliant. Holy Sierra, that is brilliant. Well said, brother.
I mean, precisely because what greater example of slave morality can you have than anti-whiteism? None, quite frankly. Another thing, bro, that you mentioned these people who like to use their sapist speak. I'm going to propose that we call them Sisypheans, because they thought, like Sisyphus, that they could trick the anti-whites, and instead what they've ended up doing is carrying up the mountain that burden of anti-whiteism, and it's always going to roll back and flatten them.
Yes. Yes, we
So
will
I
have to
was
work
calling
with
them.
That's not a bad idea at all. I'm going to write that down. We will work with that and see if it ends up being a winner. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm just writing that down.
Yeah, and I would describe them as Sisypheans, and they can be called the Sisyphean sphere. And you can even emphasize it and say a Sisyphean, as some of these clearly are. Some of these clearly are. Because what are they doing? They're refusing to go free. And go free from what? From anti-whiteism. These are people who claim to be white positive who are refusing to go free from anti-whiteism. How are we supposed to collaborate with people who are refusing to go free from the very thing that destroys us?
Right. Well said. Very well said. I expect nothing less from you. Great point, brother.
Thank you. And finally, so we can get on to slots. This whole, of course, the other thing for these people who refuse to go free, who's going to save their ass when they're about to lose a job, or how are they even going to have a job in the future? You cannot save yourself using sapist speak. You have to speak like someone who's going free, because we've all made mistakes. We've all played into the anti-white narrative. If they discover, sometime when online you said some ugly words, some ugly things, what's going to save your job or your career? Let's be quite frank about that. Your profession. It's going to be when you tell them the truth, and you turn to them and you say, "That's when I was enslaved to the anti-white narrative. That was me being enslaved to the anti-white narrative. That is how anti-whites wanted me to behave like." You don't try and justify it and say, well, you see these jaguars, these international jaguars. It's no. You tell them the truth. And the truth is that you were enslaved to the anti-white narrative.
Yes.
And you tell them, but it's okay. I've been going free. And you blame it on anti-whiteism because that's the truth.
Yes.
That's the truth. You behave like that because of anti-whiteism. You were trapped by anti-whiteism. You can't escape it, and you keep reverting back to it because your entire social circle is those kinds of people. And it's very difficult to break from that. It's like, you've got a buddy who smokes, and then all of a sudden 2-3 people smoke, and you're trying to break from that habit.
Yes.
It's going to be hard. Same thing here. The only thing that's going to save our people, the only thing that's going to allow us to have white positive economics is going free, just like leadership and the whole Kurt Doolittle scenario. The only way that our people can have a standing and within Western economy is if we're going free. It's the only defense that we have. It's the only defense. So, brother, I wanted to know, because you mentioned before, of course, there's a danger when you put up a website, or a danger when you form any kind of list, or you're trying to get a business network going for people to support each other, because all of these things can become simply targets for anti-whites. So how do you propose that we move forward in building up a white positive economy?
Well, I think what we are, maybe we'll have to really try to cover that in more detail in a maybe next week's building up the white positive economy, because it obviously is extremely important, but it's also a big subject. But we have the incipient aspects of that already rolling, and that's how this kind of thing happens in a real way. Anything that is artificial without the power to implement an artificial strategy is just kids wishing for things in the clubhouse. So we can talk in depth about that. And I think in iteration, if not in iteration 2, certainly in the next edition of Go Free, we'll be talking more about groups, especially since in the OE, we're getting more to a place where we can do more to help people to be able to do that sort of thing. So that's a fantastic and extremely important question that we do have to address. And I appreciate you raising it.
Yeah, it's very important. It's always been of interest to me because I've seen and I've helped our young men move forward in that area of their lives. And I've seen how long it takes for them to find a job. Everything is laced with white erasure everywhere you go, in these big organizations that are for a specific profession, in jobs, what they're looking for, these big companies. And it's becoming increasingly rare for our young men to be able to work for a white-owned business. It's increasingly rare. And of course, they have to deal with not only white erasure and anti-whiteism, but these disgusting office politics that are just going to, as best we can, throw them out the window once we capture our destiny, because we're there to work. We're there for merit. We're there for excellence, not these petty office politics that hold back the best from reaching the top. So it's always been of my concern how we can do this, because having a job 5-10 years from now, it's not guaranteed.
No.
If you're white positive, it's not guaranteed, and you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. So we have to invest as much as we can, and we have to tap into the Western power for entrepreneurship, which we have, which you've demonstrated brilliantly, brother. And we need to help each other out. So with that said, I will offer my services to anyone who wants help with a job search or resumes, a CV, a LinkedIn profile, so you can start building up a history of your professional achievements. If you need help with interviews or thank you letters that you send after an interview, any of that kind of stuff, you can reach out to me at euronomics@protonmail.com. That's the word Euro and then nomics, EURONOMICS @protonmail.com.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, brother, for your intelligence, the wisdom, the sagacity in this offer to help those who are in need of help in trying to get and hold and sustain a job and or perhaps advance in the field that they're in. We will revisit building our own economy. It is going to be critical in the future because of what the anti-whites are doing to our world, and quite frankly, because of what these people in the Sisyphean sphere have done in holding back, whether actively or passively, holding back the work that we are doing in service to white well-being. So thank you for calling in, brother. We will have you back anytime you want to come back.
Thank you so much, brother. And next week, if I call back, I'll have an interesting but funny request that I hope will be a tribute to the great Raymond Foster.
Oh, great. And thank you for mentioning him. Okay, sounds good, brother. We'll talk then.
Take care, brother.
All right. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
All right. I think we have time for one more caller. We'll have to be quick. And who was next? As I'm looking over there, I wanted to play some more of Raymond Foster's work because tonight, but we're just out of time. We'll have to do it. I'm going to leave them up. Some great songs. This guy is a magician, turning out the stuff that he turns out. And we're happy. He's another Australian all the way around the world. We're going free. Now we had, it looks like, not anti-white enough, thought that I missed a financial gift on entropy. And is it the one, or you're talking about the one where you say, speaking of the 1964 Swindle Whites Act? We did read that when we spoke to that earlier in the gathering. So if you missed it, then you'll be able to catch it in replay. But if there's a different one that I missed, then I don't see it. I don't see it. So let me know if I did. If it's not here, then I don't know what could be amiss, unless you wrote a message that was perhaps too long, and it didn't appear for me. And if that's the case, then I will make sure to get it and read your financial gift sum and your words at that time next week. All right, let's just quickly see. Rub-a-dub is with us. Rub-a-dub, use No I Guilt to tag Jason. Oh, you must have said something. Or was it? I saw something about a call. I don't. Let me see what's our time. Ah, shit. Who was? It was, next in line was our dear brother, Donning Armor. So if you're with us, brother, a quick point, and then Rub-a-dub, write me on Skype. If that's what, I don't see what you were writing, but if it's a call from you, let's do it. Write me on Skype, and you will be in the top of, because we have, after Donning Armor, it is, Zach, do you want to talk, brother? And so you'll be after him if he wants to talk, which would be next week. So hold tight, Zach. You're on next week. Donning Armor, the call's coming now. We've got to be quick because we are running out of time. Here we go. Now that's quick. As you pick the phone up as soon as it rings. He means business. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, brother. We can't hear you. Uh-oh. I think we lost the connection. Let's do that again.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh, we sure can, brother. Go for it.
I'll practice my brevity.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just, you were mentioning earlier today how there's a few people in the sphere, the way positive sphere, that have strayed from the practices like you preach, right?
Mm-hmm.
And loved those people. Actually, it was one of the hardest things of 2020 for me. Personally, I have unsubbed from many channels. I've had to let a few people go. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, and there's just various people. Many of them are, which makes it even worse, British, that I've had to let go, and it's upset me. You know what I mean? Like, I because they're on the right path, but then they say things that I can't get behind, that make themselves out to be foolish.
Yeah.
I don't know how you put it, but and I had to let them go, and it's a problem. It was the most blackpilling part of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
For me personally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a homebody. You know, I've got my yard. I like to stay at home. I like to do my own thing. And a lot of people have taken this COVID lockdown stuff, and my heart goes out to them, because I know a lot of people have really been hurting out there. I haven't been hurting in the same way, but having to let go of these channels, like, for instance, there's one channel that I follow, and he's a millennial,
mm-hmm.
and I'm a millennial, and I had to let him go, as well as others. I don't want to name names or anything like that, but it's been sad for me. But your channel, Jason, it's the one that saved me. It's the one that made me name myself Donning Armor. I said this last time, and I've seen children be born during your streams, And I've seen people step away from the brink of suicide on your channel. And your channel, as I said, it took me a while to get there. And even still, I'm still kind of, wishy-washy on certain things. However, your message seems to be resonating with people. It saves lives. And the most beautiful thing is when there was some gentleman that called you and said that his wife was giving birth. He was still listening to your channel. It's things like that that really keep me afloat. They really bring me back. The other channels that I've unsubbed from, unfortunately, they're a bit blackpilling. Whether they want to be or not, they just are. And it's so hard to let them go, but I had to. And you saved me. Count me in your list, man, because I should be dead.
Wow.
There's no doubt about it, man. I've done my body weight in cocaine.
Oh my God.
I've done all this stupid stuff, and it was this community, that not simply you. It was this community that had me hold on, had me come back, it gave me a purpose. And the channels that I had to let go, the millennial people and the as you call them, cat piss. I never really subscribed to that guy. But all those videos, they didn't help me. They addressed an issue which was hurting me, was affecting me.
Right.
You did something different. You didn't focus on the negative. You actually gave me this means to where I could say something. There's an answer out there. I can actually be somebody. I'm proud of myself, and there's people that I can help. That's the main thing. I can help people, and they don't do that. They tend to focus on the negative, whereas you focus on rebuilding. So, love to all of them, because they reach a certain group of people in a certain, situation in their lives, and they need that. But people need you as well. And, I needed you. And you came around at the right time. And, here you are. So keep doing what you're doing, brother. And I will practice brevity, and I will leave it at that.
Wow. And there could not have been a better person to deliver what you just delivered at this moment, end of the first Going Free 2021. This has been a magnificent gathering of nothing but wonderful folks to learn that we knew about your problem with alcohol and overcoming alcohol with Going Free. Now to learn that it was even worse than that for you. It's just such a miracle to be able to be with heroes like yourself. You know, your life, if it wasn't for Antiwhiteism, without question, you would have ended up in some sort of like acting, or you would have been doing voiceovers, you would have been doing something. People would have shunted you that direction, whether you wanted to or not, and you would have been just fabulously well off and lived a great. But we have been absolutely undermined by Antiwhiteism. That's why we're going to come together, and you, sir, are going to continue to tap in to these wonderful gifts that you have. We are so grateful to have you in this community. So thankful that you share such a wonderful testimonial about Going Free and about everyone here. That's what it is. And when you say it's this community, it is this community. And thank God we have it. And God bless you, brother.
Thank you. Also, you see what's going to end up happening because of these streams. We're going to end up making everybody such sharp thinkers. Everything they say is going to be pithy. They're going to, because they're going to be able to put their thoughts together into a soundbite, deliver it, and then move on. And that is a true sign of intelligence. But a big Promethean hails to you, brother. Magnificent. Thank you so much. We love you, and we want you to continue to grow, be with us, and like you said, helping people while you're being helped. That is the most human thing we can do, especially for so many folks who have been so victimized. The gaping wounds in our hearts, in our souls, and our minds from just being born in the West. It's too much.
Jason, forgive me for interrupting you. This is going to be very brief. I apologize. But this is the difference. This is what sets you apart from the other channels. The other channels, they're victimized. The other channels, they blame, they accuse. You don't. You and you get blamed for, being occultish or whatever this nonsense is. No, what you do is you build people up, and what the other channels do is they drone on and on about, well, it's these people, it's this group, it's that power, it's this government, let's take, keeping us down. But they never build us up. You are not in that facet. You give us hope. You gave me hope. And as the previous caller, he gave his email address. I've given my email address in the chat room for anybody that has drug abuse problems, anybody that's in that, that hole. And trust me, brother, it's a hole. You lift us up while they complain. So I thank you. I thank you, and love goes out to you. Love goes out to the chat, each and every one of you. All you have to do is just mention my name, and I'm there for you, because if Jason can do it, Mr. Köhne, then I can do it too. Amen. So, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Bro. Thank you so. Thank you so very much, brother. We love you. Everything you said there was spot on. God bless you. Promethean hails. We'll have you back anytime you want to come on the show.
To you as well, brother.
All right. Bye-bye. That is magnificent, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. We do have, I think, slots on in queue for next week. We're going to be making far more time for phone calls here in 2021. We would have had it, but we did have that big explanation that went a little bit long because of me, my fault. And I have to practice some breviloquence. We did find, by looking in the background very quickly, that Not Anti-White Enough did financially gift another $5 financial gift over on Entropy. I don't know why it didn't show up on the widget itself, but I did find it in the background. And we have here a $5 financial gift, and it says, you say, there is no future in the past. And I agree. What do you think about Red Ice's slogan, the future is the past? They play on their intros. I'm not intending to cause more strife. It just came to mind, and appreciate your insight. Well, thank you very much for that question, because it might confuse some. And the financial gift, Not Anti-White Enough, a great individual. We're happy to have you here, happy to answer this question. And of course, what I think that they're doing there is they are hearkening to this and bringing attention to the past for our people, the very distant past. And they're wanting to say we were healthy and united at some point, and we can be that way again. I don't necessarily disagree. You have these multiple perspectives for everything. But when it comes, I don't disagree in one perspective, but in another, I would object to that being a leading slogan or concept or functional idea, as I'm trying to hurry here. We're running out of time. A functional idea for advancing white well-being and the practice of going free. And there are numerous reasons for that, but this reflection on returning to something is in and of itself, this going backward in and of itself is not as effective, especially when it's an antediluvian past that nobody can quite put their finger on. I think they're using it as sort of like a punchy, here's the slogan. I don't think there's more to it than that. And but generally speaking, there are some who do believe in this, like going back to this antediluvian past that nobody can remember, and that was supposedly halcyon. But we can only talk in general terms. And the moment you begin to talk about anything more specific, you have division. And the moment you also attempt to talk in specificity, you are largely fantasizing. And the moment you begin to talk about that issue or those times in a granular level, you bring everybody's attention to a reeling back time, and that is generally objectionable to the general public. So there are a lot of things. That are baggage. I don't think they're using it that way. Thank you for the question. I think they're using it just like as a punchy, hey, we were great in the past, we're unhealthy now, and we can be great again, sort of a statement, rather than a let's actually go back to the past. Ladies and gentlemen, got to wrap it up quickly. This has been magnificent. You all are the true heroes. I love every single one of you. It's been a magnificent show. Gathering, I should say. We don't have shows here. We have gatherings of heroes that come together. We have a few people that are on queue for the calls first next week. Help me to remember. Oh, you know what else I just remembered is this chest thing. I got to distribute the rewards. I got to give the points back out to everybody who gave me points. Remembered that. Listen, folks, there are a lot of people talking about terrible things for 2021. There are a lot of people saying this is going to get worse and that's going to get worse. And I want you all now to focus on the fact that you have agency. You are not a reed in the winds. You are a life with willpower. You can make changes. You can do things that might seem impossible for you right now. Not saying that you'll have to do something that you feel might be impossible, but you are capable of far more than you could ever know. And you can begin to tap into that by going free. You have to do the practice, though. You just can't know what it is. You have to engage in it, like we were talking with so many earlier in the gathering today. You do that, and we can recapture our destiny on a personal level, on a family level, on a community level, on a state level, on a regional level, on a country level, on a global level. We can recapture what has been stolen from us. We have to take the proverbial bull by the horns. 2021 is going to be our year. And remember, as we move into this year and we accomplish great things, that elsewhere, whether it's the antique nationalist sphere or the Sisyphean sphere or whatever out there, everyone else out there, when they are within the anti-white narrative, it's their decision. It's their decision, content creators, organizational leaders, etc. It's their decision to be there. They believe it's going to work. For those who are working within my morality, I hope it does work, because we do have to recapture our destiny. And I'm good with however we get there in acts that are in keeping with my moral structure. And so I support those who are doing that within my moral structure. And otherwise, though, they are doing their own thing. We are going to let them do their own thing. There is a very clear division between those who are white nationalists or Sisyphean sphere, whatever it is, and those white positive sphere, those here who are going free, who are saving lives and producing lives and bringing people back from the brink and making people better intellectually, making people better physically, making people better spiritually, and doing it one after the other, and bringing forward the greatest of talents, the greatest performers, the greatest artists, the greatest thinkers, the greatest workers of all stripes and of every level to participate in the greatest struggle that mankind has ever witnessed. And that is the recapture of the destiny of Western kind by Westmen, men and women, dedicating their lives to the most important thing, the only thing that can claim a life of the West. I love you all. Let's go free.